Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of Plan Change 4 hearing. We're going to get Dean to come up and do a karakia again this morning.
Morena tātou, nā mihi anō, kia tātou kai whakawā, e mihi ana. E mihi anō kia tātou paimanga ko Tararua, kia tātou mauri ana ko Pona Hau, e mihi ana. Kia tātou o huki ana ko Hoki o Kaitamihi. Kia koutou katoa, rutu te whare o te kaunihira tēnā koutou. Tātou kui aki wahora, ki wahora. Mea tātou kaua te whānau warina, me te whānau rad, Kaitamihi kia raua. Tātou katoa, nā mihi kia koutou, tā hapuri katoa, tēnā koutou. Hua kina, ko te ao tāne kāpa piko nei, te tawhito te rangi, te tawhito e uanuku, te tawhito nā itua. Ko tāne tūturi, ko tāne pēpeke, ko tāne ue tika, ko tāne ue hā. Ko tāne te waiora, ko tāne nui āranga. Tātou e tāne kāpa te tiara tangata, ki te whai ao, ki te ao mara, ti hei, hauri ora, kia ora tāne, koi te ana.
We're just going to wait for Mr. Rudd to come in, and he's going to be the first cable for rank this morning, so I think Mr. Kane might be slightly late. Not here yet. Kia ora, Mr. Rudd, and welcome. Thank you for jumping in. That was pretty good. Over to you.
Ladies. Putting together all this jigsaw puzzle, together for something semblance of order, right? Greetings to the people of the community and others, and those who support me. My support person was supposed to be a male, but in tikanga Māori, wherever there's a male, you must have a female. That stands there. Female and Māoridom are the first and the last speakers. So the men have to keep quiet when the females are around. Anyway, please excuse me for I am more of a writer than a reader of my words. My words may seem emotional, but they are heartfelt sincerity. So I begin for better or worse. So I'll go to the introduction of my thing there. So sometimes out of respect, in some cultures you either stand before people like you, or you sit below people like you. So I'm up or down, both ways. Okay. My name is Charles Rudd, Tara-Ika. Rudd is a Celtic name, right? Rudd also means red, and it also means fish. So Tara means Charles. It seems funny about this Tara-Ika you're talking all about. I'm a direct descendant of the last parent, Ngāi Tara Ngāi Tauranga Maupoko Paramount Chief Tara-Ika. I'm a Matamua tuakana from that line. That means I come from the oldest, his oldest child, down to the next oldest, down to the next oldest, to where I am. I'm ahi ka. That means he keeps the fires burning within the family so the families can come back. My grandfather and my uncle were Ngāi Tauranga Maupoko Tohunga. They were prophets and mystics and things to deal with those spiritual things and other things out there. I'm also a direct descendant of the Paramount Chief of Taranaki, Wirumukingi Te Matakata from the Kurahopa Waka. I'm a direct descendant of him. Without him, up in Taranaki, when Tara-Ika first come down here and was running away, because he was killing his own people, if it wasn't for Te Matakata up in Taranaki, those people of Manipur Waikato would have come down and wiped them all out. And Te Matakata's wife, his wahine, was of the Maupoko tribe. He has a hapu down in Paikakariki. He has people in today's generation in Hungaweka, that's where Ngāti tour. He has a space ride in Wellington of his people from Taranaki. His tribal name of the tribe is Taranaki, which the province of Taranaki is named after. Now, up in this mung up here in what is called the Hawhawhenua block, there's a block called Subdivision 13. It's the smallest total land in the whole country. It is actually only 1 square foot. It is, his name is on that thing. It's all to do with the mountains. This mountain, Ruapehu, Taranaki, and the one down the South Island. All right, so it's up there. You should find it in the maps and that. From the mountain to the sea, I was brought up and trained as a hunter, fisherman, gatherer, and the arts of survival. I used to hunt up there with my dad. He had the guns, the 303s, and I'd go after the pig and deer with a bow and arrow, and that's true, with killer arrows. I also was taught, my European grandparents were had the first nursery in the Hawhawhenua down Victoria Street. And so I learned things from my Māori component of how to survive in the bush and what to eat and what were some of the medicinal plants I could use. I learned all those things. And from my European side, I learned about different types of gardening and planting that. I have a mara, which is a garden. I have 5 different types of garden. I'm a giver. I grow too much veggies and fruit, and I just give to people who to help them. Yeah, excuse me. An auntie of mine once said to me, "Boy, any wahine will survive with you, but ensure that she has stocked up with heaps of panties." This doesn't make a bit whatever. Yeah. So now I'll go to another thing. Introduction. I've done that. Where am I going? I'm all over the place, but please excuse me. More intensive housing is a risk and a threat to the living Hawhawhenua district in reference to the Fairfield, Kimberley, Hinmore Street or area, Meadowvale, Gladstone Green and other places due to a considerable population increase. Regarding not enough doctors and nurses, you're going to have sewer and water problems and more environmental degradation. I do not believe in all this thing that's happening that there has not been enough SWOT analysis, there has not been enough mind mapping, and it's incomplete in the KPIs, key point indicators. Like I know the environment. And you can have people that come out of varsity. I've been trained in night school, technical training, because I've even been trained in varsities. But I keep humble on those things. I don't like to tell people where I've been and what I've been doing in my life. From gang leader, union delegate, and goodness knows what else, working with in the debt system of winds and other areas of my life. You know, in the building trade and everything. So I'll go to the thing. On Monday the 1st of February 2001, that's my original submission that I put into this council. Highlights many issues and concerns that need to be addressed correctly for us to move on, such as over the last 30 years since the RMA Act 1999, the Horizon District and Horizons Regional Council, with their consultants, experts and planners, have all failed dismally in the utility services of service, stormwater and other. Now I can understand why the government wants the three waters. I can really understand that, but we're caught in the trap. That funds have had a detrimental effect on the cultural, environmental, health, well-being, social and economic downfalls. That's what they are. The government wants to bring in the three waters, what I've already explained. Therefore, the people community are caught in the firing line of stupidity between what these councils want to keep on doing under thing, and everyone blames the RMA Act 1991. It's not the RMA. That's not at fault. It's people that are at fault. The so-called representatives of our leaderships in these territorial authorities is the problem with the consultants and experts. So far, logic and common sense does not prevail. Now, on the cultural part, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the writing seen so far, I have not cited any reference to the Horizons Regional Council, Waka Kotahi, and possibly HDC in regards to Te Tiriti o Waitangi of 1840. Now, that's a reference in the RMA Act Section 8. In my recent submission, I stated my concerns of the blunders and mistakes of renaming Gladstone Green Tara-Ika, and now Tara-Ika. Now, how it came about Tara-Ika, this lady's brother, I'm not on computer, I go by smoke signals. So I wrote something out, her brother, oh, there he is, Tēnāku Eho. This is my, what do you call it? My friend in relation. He put it on the internet to correct the mistake of the so-called gifting of Tara-Ika by the MTA to this council. All of a sudden, I've complained to this council and other territorial authorities about things like this. Because to use a Māori name, that they have special meanings in that. You must go have a hui of the tribe. You can't just, people like the MTA can't just give them names like that. It's a tribal issue. All Maori place names have meanings. Like Tara-Ika named the mountain. Down there is not Tara-Ika. If they wanted to use the name, the closest name, you probably may have done, but you still got to ask Māori to use these for permission to use the name. It's probably Arapapai Road. Yeah, because Arapapai means on that foothill means what? Oh, I've got so much in here. It means something about the pathways through. Somewhere I've written it here, but whatever. Yes, so, and that's serious. I am serious about this. Because to use a name like that, I don't like using this, and I'm not using it as a threat. It becomes a curse. It becomes a curse like the word kutu. Kutu means fleas or annoying. But you put the word ma in front, it becomes makutu. It is what they have done is put makutu on that whenua. That means drastic things are going to happen. That name, Tara-Ika or Tara-Ika, must be taken away. Otherwise, you will all feel sorry. Now, I've told politicians in the elections what will happen. And then later on told them, I told you so. In the last two elections, political elections. I already know who is going to be out in the next election. This is a national election. I already know now. And so, if those two names are not removed, I will tell you in the future. I told you so. You were warned. So don't come back at me that way. As far as I'm concerned, the Mopa Control Authority are just a bunch of mana-munching plastic dollar koha dial karakia, plastic Māori, that these territorial authorities are paying off under the table. They do not know what I know from historically from the Mopuka tribe like what I know. And this person will attest to that. My knowledge and wisdom, I was brought up with the old people. My auntie helped write the Rangatani Whakapapa book. She taught me everything in English. And there's things I will not say because there's some of the knowledge I have gained, I have to only pass it down to certain people. Can't pass, because what's happening in these Māoris today, they'll get a korero or a talk, and then they change it, and you can't. Yeah, well, I'm saying the MTA did not call a huia iwi on this issue, or in some other issues. They were forced to at one stage, which was good, and they did a good job on that one. The MTA, Mopuka Tribal Authority, is not the chief of the Mopuka tribe. They do not stand over my whakapapa of who I am, or my siblings and my first cousins, who we are. I challenge them that to try and go over my whakapapa. I bet they can't. Any proposal for the MTA to be a participant in the naming of the streets and other areas up in this manga there, or that area, is a huge mistake, because of what they've done with this Tara-Ika, or Tara-Ika. It cannot be expected of the Mopuka people to have a respect, reciprocal and enduring relationship with the HDC and others when their knowledge and wisdom is not heard from the parties other than from the same old MTA. I get sick and tired of reading in the paper or documents from the district council. We have consulted with the iwi. The iwi is all the people of a tribe. That's iwi. They don't do that. So it's a divide and conquer, divide and rule device to do that. It is totally wrong. From the Tara-Ika Mountain to the proposed plan change 4, significant names, Māori names, this is Mopuka Māori names, with koro and meaning to them, all right? Up in the mountain there you have a place called Tawhia Mate. That is the god of winds. That is the god of storms. That is the god of rains. It's a place name up there. Up there we have our special lake, mystical, spiritual lake. It feeds all the dune lakes of the Hawhonua sand dune area, including Lake Hawhonua and Lake Pepatonga, the bigger lakes. When you got Arapai, that's how it's spelled. Arapai, not one word. Rongomatani. Rongomatani is the god of peace, the Māori deity god of peace. Rongomatani, that area there, in a holistic area from the Ohau River to what is Queen Street Drain, that whole road is Rongomatani, even though you have other Māori names. MTA don't know that sort of thing. I am telling you something publicly now. All right? Waimaria. Waimaria is the true historical name of the Queen Street Drain. It was a natural drain that had some connection to the Kopodoro drains on the foothills up there, and it had been diverted and changed into a stormwater system where the other part has gone over the Kopodoro drain. Okay? Waimaria is also the name of a waka on the other side of the lake. Waimaria is also the name of this area of this reserve behind Hawhonua Hospital. All right? Yes, it has a good name. The name of our lake is Te Waipunaho. These plastic Maoris call it punaho. Rubbish. All the big lakes along this coast, like Lake Hawhonua is called Te Waipunaho. Pepatonga is called Waiwiri. Forest Lake is called Waitawa. And down in Otaki is another big lake, well, not as big as this one, called Waiorungawai. All the bigger lakes have the word Wai in front of them. The smaller dune lakes out there, they're all spring fed from our spiritual lake up in the Manga, are out there, do not have the word Wai. That word punaho, over the other side we have a marae called Tara-Ika. There are 3 maraes in there. And if you understand the tikanga and the protocols of Māori, the marae out there, that is punaho. Inside Rātakaraka. Now these MTA lots and all these places Maoris don't know where I know. So I'm gifting you things for them all to hear now. I'm not giving you everything. And the Wahitapu tapu areas within the Grand Slave things, because there's a difference between Wahitapu, things can be Wahitapu and things can be tapu. In a public cemetery, that is tapu. It is not Wahitapu. There's things you can do in Wahitapu areas, but in tapu areas you can't. So you've got to be very careful. That's why I have very concerns about this what do you call those people, Transit New Zealand, wanting to go through there. I've warned them when they build that, if they get there, if the government's of future will let them, there's going to be huge deaths over that Cockatoo area. Huge deaths. It should not be in that area. It should be out this side of the lake, not taking out the meatworks, take out the sewer plants because that's a threat and risk to the lake. Don't take out Mopaka Park, it's on the other side. It should be going down. It's the shorter cut. It doesn't go through houses and all that sort of stuff. Now, getting down the tail of the Taniwha, Wild Pehu, is up there. The tail goes along the Arapapai. That's why you got the Waipihu Reserve. That part of the mountain called Waipihu is not Waipihu. Europeans had this terrible things of changing Maori place names around. Like the real Kohitere is not with Kohitere. The real Kohitere is over at Kimberley. Right? Like the Europeans are like Kohitere over here. Up in the forest they called Kohitere Forest. Rubbish, Kohitere is over there. The Europeans changing Māori names all over the place. It's drastic. A development that maintains and enhances cultural heritage and ecological values will not achieve it if the seat of the proposed prison does not look into the past to be in the present to go into the future. And that is what's not happening. A lot of the things from the past, like a lot of records from District Council, Regional Council, are kept in an office in Fairley. So you get some workers after whatever, or new coming governance and operations after 3 years or whatever, do not look into the past of records to go into the present to be in the present to go into the future. They do not. Stormwater, excuse me. I've read what I have said over many years, since the early 50s, Lake Hoffman and the Hope Stream is one of the most polluted and contaminated waterways in Aotearoa, regardless of the millions and millions of dollars spent to remedy. It has done nothing. I mean, right now, there's a group of people got a secret committee done up by Duffy, and I think you're part of it, lady. You've got all these people on this committee, like trustees, blah, blah. They think they know the environment. They know nothing about the environment. They think they're going to achieve something. And some of them are going to get paid under the table to fix up our Arafata with rubbish. I live there, the Arafata area. I've lived there for years. I know the fen there. I know it all. I know from the mountain to the sea. I know it. Have they got someone like me? No. With all my skills and experience? No. Just money munches. That will fail. Tell you that now. Sorry about that. Somewhere down. Yes. The Waimari is freshwater from the Arapapai filter has changed into a stormwater, hence the blimey phosphorus, nitrates, carcinogenic heavy metals, and street rubbish, which all ends up into Lake Horfiner. It's not people going down to that park and throwing their rubbish. 99.9% of people put their rubbish down that park into the rubbish containers. All that rubbish you see comes from the Queen Street drain. And if you go down there and there's a flash flood down there, and you go down on a flash flood, and you see where they got the bomber grills that catch all the rubbish, it's a mini Hooker Falls. So here the Lake Trustee and this group of community, whoever they were, they made this thing down, cost a lot of money, without a resource consent, made this thing, oh yes, this will catch the rubbish right on the bombing chain strip of the lake. Disaster. Failure. Another failure, waste of money, ratepayers and taxpayers' money. Sorry, it's my smokes. It's my smokes. Yeah. The contamination of Barry Curtis and Moka and the racecourse stormwater system are all under the administration of Horifona District Council, with an oversight by the regional council. You know? Disaster. And I've gotten these documents somewhere, and I've given you copies at the back of these, and you could look at that. Now, and you also look at the bottom of that name. That name, I asked this guy who was a commissioner here to do with the pot, and I said, do you declare any conflicts of interest under the rules of the Supreme Court? He said, oh no, we don't have to. Rubbish. He had a conflict. He's writing that. But look at the date and what's supposed to happen to those drains. From 2001, there's supposed to be resource consents placed on those three major drains, which today has not eventuated. So that is failure, failure, failure. Now you can understand why the government wants to put in the three waters. Because of ongoing failures. And then I'm hearing the other day, oh, what's coming from this development area? They're going to put it in this Queen Street drain. Hello? Where's the trust and respect for Māoridom that these things are happening? Where? There's none. Not only from Māoridom, from non-Māori as well. It's not only Māori getting affected by that, all this pollution contamination. It's everyone. Health and safety. Where's the well-being? Nothing. Yeah. It seems now that the same old is happening here. And this proposed plan change forward, regardless of the law, due process, due regard, due care, due diligence, and consequence, regardless of all that. You know, someone's got to hang for it. Yeah. If this continues to happen, Māori in the community will eventually suffer the consequences. Right? And I know some things about wahi tapu, blah, blah, blah. No, I have a problem with anyone dabbling in the sensitive location, especially by transit New Zealand, and in where and what they want to do with the Prowse family land. Yeah. Now, caring for the environment is really caring for the people. Caring for the people is not caring for the environment. It's the other way around. Instead of getting to the recommendations, sorry. Well, I didn't tell you about my tonga, did I? I meant to tell you in the beginning. This tonga is a whale's teeth. It's a very rare whale's teeth. It's going to weird, but it'll muck up my shit. But anyway, this tonga also can represent, it's from the Maori deity Tangaroa. Tangaroa, I told this Maori lawyer, he didn't know what he was doing, he was talking about Tangaroa Tapu. I said, no, Tangaroa's from the mountain to the sea. And he says, what do you mean mountain sea? I said, wherever fish go, Tangaroa will be. He said, what fish? I said, wow, whitebait, eels, flounders, mullet, they all can go up to the habitats. That's not this Maori lawyer. So that's Tangaroa. This one here, Pounamu or Greenstone, is Papatūānuku, Mother Earth. That's who it is. Right? So I carry both where I can. This also, if you look at it in another way, can represent the district of Horifona. Right? This is the inverted triangle. Down here could be Livin, up here could be Foxton, Over here could be Shannon. It also could be an inverted triangle of that's Otaki, that's Foxton, that's Shannon. It also can revert to my whakapapa of my Taranaki maunga, my Taranaki mountain. So, whatever. But it is a rare whale, Steve. Okay? Tonga. Now, going back to my first submission. I do ask what I asked the thing. I should have asked in the beginning, but now I asked the question: will the Alternatives Council decision or any commission declare any conflicts of interest? Because I always ask this question because I took a judge to court because he had a conflict of interest, and he said he didn't, and this and that, and I had all the evidence. Took it to appellate court, and there was a huge judicial review because of the thing from the Supreme Court. So anyone in certain places must declare conflicts of interest. And I come in here sometimes in the district council where someone may declare conflict of interest, and I don't think they understand it all. If you have a conflict, if I had a conflict of interest on my party to whatever at all, and I declare I have to get out of the room, I'm not allowed to be in there to hear what's going down. Well, I've seen some people, councillors, conflict of interest, just sit there wrong. My submission is that I oppose specific parts of the proposed plan shows, giving reasons for my views within this attached submission. Over the many years, the HDC and the consultants, blah, 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 have failed this and that because of detrimental effects of culture, environmental health, well-being, and economic and social effects. It can also, detrimental effects can also hit economics. A lot of people don't realise that. They think, economics, like what we're going through with COVID now. What comes first? The chicken or the egg? The economics or people's health? What comes first? I say people's health. Because if you have the economics going on there and not the people's health, the economics can get hit by the COVID too. And that's people. Yes, this is unknown factors, underlying factors, indications, potential effects, and predictive measures. Now, with this living landfall, even though I'm sidetracking a bit, I get sick of what they call mitigation. Oh, we'll mitigate. With places like a living landfill, they've been mitigating for years after years after years after years, nowhere. And as the Hokio stream's getting more and more polluted and the environment, the odours more and more, because of the so-called mitigation, it's rubbish. You either fix it or you don't. No middle ground on these things. In the time factor of 2 years or thereabout of putting this proposal plan together, I see it as failures of bad planning, organising and communication, and a show of lack of accountability and credibility and integrity. Because this idea actually came about the development came back in 2008. That's when the so-called proposal of that. It's not, I heard you the other day saying, government said this and that. This thing was done, I don't know who, it may have been done in government from 2008 for council to set up these targets or whatever. Because there are components left out of the proposed change for and are not shown for the submitters, ratepayers, taxpayers, general public, and others to see for themselves. A lot of stuff are done, like with the MTA, are done behind closed doors. Hello. And it's cultural insensitivity when engaging with Māori. Māori only Māori as a nation. Remember this, Māori only Māori as a nation. We have different kawa, we could have different dialects, we have different things. Like just because we've got a Maori in Parliament, do you think they care about my tribe? Nah, different tribe. We had a fight together in the old times. Or you got Maori in government department. Do you think they care about the Maoris of another tribe? Nah. So I don't believe Maori are all the same. Yeah, because we're not. I'm known from many of the tribes along the coast. They know who I am. No, the older ones do. Now, that the Treaty of Waitangi of 1840 states tahi tahi. That means individual. It states whānau, that is family. And it states hapu, that is subtribe. It does not state the word iwi at all. Actually, in a tribe, what we can say in English tribe, is a confederation of sub-tribes. Yeah. Now you got the Mapuka tribal authority. They call themselves the tribal representative. Rubbish. Within Mapuka there are 30 sub-tribes. They're not all here. So how can they represent the whole 30? They don't. There's some down the South Island today. Because our area, Mapuka's area, was from the Rangatiki River right to Wellington, Southern Wairarapa, right down the South Island, right down to Kaitangata. Right down there, Mapuka. We were one of the first ones down there were actually Moriori, and then Mapuka went down there. Then all the other northern tribes went down later. That's true. Yeah, and, I can go same old thing. Their meeting, this was with certain people of the Mapuka Tribal Authority Incorporated, are in somehow have been held behind closed doors out of the gaze of the general public and the Mapuka tribe. There are people in this council know that when certain issues come up within our community, I'm Māori, but I'm also for the community too. It's not just being Māori. And people of the council know that I come, and even regional council know I have speaking rights on various issues. I stand up for my belief to have my say, whatever the issue is. I don't see the Mapuka Tribal Authority getting up and coming in here and talk about issues to the general public, or even some parts of the Roikwa people. I don't see them, their tribal authority, I don't see them coming here and being upfront with the general public, but they're taking all ratepayers' money. There are two things in life that I do and we all do, and it's all based on time and money. Right? We all do. It comes down to manpower, machinery, material. It comes down to planning, organising, leading, controlling, and communication. It comes down to accountability, credibility, integrity, and transparency. And that all comes down to who, how, what, where, when, and why. So I'm not just smugly face subject. And it's true. And when there's no accountability, no credibility, integrity, transparency, and all those words I've just stated, you might as well throw everything out the door. Yeah, because there's things you don't learn in varsities. You've got to learn it in the wide world of people. When I go out in the streets, I joke with the staff. I want to see people smile and happy and not be stressed out, duress, anxieties and all the rest of it. I want people to be happy. Even though people might hate me, I do. I'm a warrior. I can handle it. Yeah. There has been no open and transparent in regards to confidential memorandum of understandings or memorandum of partnerships and cultural impact assessment report. If this district council wanted a cultural impact assessment report, I would do it for them for nothing. Freebie. There's specific things I won't tell them that. That's culturally inappropriate to tell certain things. Both the Hoffman District Council and the Mapuka Tribal Authority, if ratepayers and taxpayers funds are involved, well, yeah. Yeah. It's time for the MTA and parts of Ngāti Raka Tonga and maybe Rangatana, because that's in this district area, to come clean with the public and come clean with the people, the Māori people as well, all people. So from that, I'll go to my recommendations. All right? Yeah, I think that's it. That the naming of Tara-Ika be removed due to the Ngāi Tara, because that's what our name was, Ngāi Tara, after Tara-Ika. Maupoko tribe not being engaged. There's no, based on the rules of tikanga Māori. Tikanga means, like the word tika means correct, but you put the ngā in it, ngā, that's plural. Tikanga means totally correct. Yeah. Right? That I, Charles Rudd, Tara-Ika, have input in any Māori street naming or design. I saw something in this Maori presentation or representation there. And some idiot, one of the names over in Fox and Shannon called Rael Te Karaka. Some idiot amongst Maupoko wanted this name over. Rael Te Karaka is over the other side of the lake. So I don't know who the idiot wanted Rael Te Karaka over there. No brains. That I, Charles Rudd, Tara-Ika, be engaged with any proposed disturbance of any wahi taputau or any unearthed midden sites, as well as any tonga tuturu, that's artefacts, or any ko iwi is body located. Okay? That ACC and Hoffner District Council and Horizon Regional Council adhere to the law of the land and go through the resource consent processes and hearings in regards to living stormwater systems. Like a good example to Kimberley, or what do they call it now, Kimberley? It's another name. I was involved, the only one involved in the hearings to do with out in Kimberley with Mr. Bishop at that time. Went through that thing with him, it was good. It was open, transparent, and that's okay. And he got what he wanted, that's fine. But this time around, the regional council did not put it out for public to participate. Totally wrong. And they only contacted the neighbours of the area. Because I know with all this development going around in the living area, there are a lot of people in this district concerned. There are huge people, and a lot wanted to speak on that particular issue. Whether support him or not, it didn't matter. You know, but we all left it, and I ripped up the regional council about that. Why didn't you let the whole public know? Because of these issues. Yeah. Now, this potential stormwater addition to the Gladstone Green, because that's what I call that area, should not be connected to any system that drains into Lake Haifenua. Now, while the focus may be looking at the Queen Street Road, some people say, what about the Tara Road? The most polluted and contaminated stormwater system is along the Hakau Beach, what I call the racecourse drain. That is the most because of industrial area. All that pollutants and carcinogenics are all going into the outer front of the stream. I'd like to see that committee, how they can clean that up. Yes. And I would like it, but I probably can't. That someone be made personally liable if anything goes to custody in the environment. If I did something wrong, I'll be in court so fast because I breached the law. I breached the rules if I did something wrong. If I just dug a hole, put any asbestos on the ground, I'm in the can't. I'll be before the court. Yeah, when the people within the district council get permission, yeah, you can do that and do this. They don't hang, they should be made to hang, just like anyone else. And it's like the market garden today, they have not got resource consents. Yet, if you are driving a vehicle without a current warrant or registration, you're going to be in court. So there's two types of laws in this country. Those for the haves and those for the have-nots. Kia ora tātou. He pātai, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Rudd. First question for you. Are you opposed to the plan change per se? So you raised a number of recommendations here, but you don't say there that you're opposed to the plan change and the development of that area for residential purposes. So,
well, in a sense, I am opposed because in my corridor it's about health, safety, and everything, well-being. I oppose kotahi, what's called waka kotahi. I oppose them, what they want to do in there.
Yeah.
I oppose it like a lot of people. Okay, it's whenua, it's land. And some of these people don't know about these wahitapi places on their private land. Yeah, and some things you can stay quiet, it's okay. Yeah, I don't want to see someone build a house and then all of a sudden they come get a spiritual knock in the middle of the night and things go funny. You know, it's the risk of health and safety. It's the impact on the rest of our living and stormwater system, the lake. Hokio Beach Township, the resident. They are the angles at the bottom of the cliffs next to the house. The time will come when something drastically will happen out there to those people, and who's going to be accountable and responsible to take that? When all these warnings have been given, public submissions and this and that, and complaints about all this pollution and risks and threats along the landfill, along what's going into the lake, all this has been said. If people die, who's going to be responsible?
So perhaps I phrase my question slightly differently there. If the stormwater issue was resolved,
yes,
and if the wastewater issue was resolved,
yes,
would you be comfortable with development on that land?
In a sense, no, because I've said, where's all the right now before the developments? Where's all the doctors for this area? You're going to have a population increase. Like the population of living today ain't going to live into all those houses. It's going to be imports coming in. So where's our doctors and our nurses? Where's this? Where's that? This is where you do the strength and weakness and SWOT analysis and all this and mind mapping. Where are you getting all this? Like, it's going to create jobs for now. But once all these buildings are done, I mean, a lot of Hawthorne people are working outside of Hawthorne because there's no work here. So you can import a lot of people right here. I mean, it depends on the age of them. I'll be retiring or semi-retired and all that, you know. And they're going to bring more gangs coming in too. We're only happy with the one gang we got, eh? Yeah. Not like Aitiki got 4 gangs. You know, so it's things like that. You know, I was sort of against these bummy 2 acre, what do they call it, lifestyle block. What they do, people buy land to be a farmer with a couple of sheep from the city. Yeah, what they do, farmer, what do they know? Yeah, I mean, Maori were forced into the towns and cities. They were, because the law said, you've got to have 10 acres to build a house. Might be 100 acres and 100 Maori owners. Well, 100 Maoris couldn't build it on a 10-acre block each. So they were forced to come into town. Now they're all trying to get back out in the wash, but all their land's been sold or whatever.
Mr. Rudd,
Yes.
I have a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind.
No, all good.
Thank you. In terms of your first recommendation,
Yes.
the removal of the name Tara-Ika,
Or Tara-Ika,
Yeah.
either.
what name would you have us have for that area?
Well, according to the rules of tikanga Māori, it has to be a tribe. It's not for me.
Okay.
It is for the tribe to do a consensus. A good example of that, there was Doc wanted to put 10 A's out there. There was a sort of public meeting down in Manukau, and then his niece forced the issue with the Maupoko tribe to call a hui a iwi. His niece, she was the leader of it. And a hui a iwi was called. All the people who participated spoke, talked, those 4 came. Consensus was done.
So it's about due process.
Yes,
So
exactly.
that
exactly.
process might still arrive at the same name,
Yes.
but it's you wanting to see.
No, I doubt it. Because it's like what I've said in my submissions here. Yeah, you see, this is the mistake of, it's the divide and conquer, divide and rule. In my thing there, I've given you a list of claimants, of mobile claimants in the Waitangi Tribunal. 4 of these people are MTA on that. The other thing, we're part of that original claim, the majority is part of this group called the Mopoko, what do they call it, the Cluster Claimant Group, because it was forced by the Waitangi Tribunal, said, you people get your act together. MTO said, no, we own all that. They don't own all this.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
Second question I have for you is about input into Murray Street namings and input into any discoveries of archaeology, taonga, whatever. Have you had experience and involvement in similar exercises in other parts of the district?
Yes.
Can you give us some examples?
In the Maori court down Pekapeka was 2 tongas found. You wouldn't believe it. We were battling over a sliver of piece of wood and a piece of pumice. Yeah, we were battling over this one because it was tonga. Yeah, blah blah blah.
Was that Charles Wright per se?
Yes.
Doing that?
Yes.
Not some other authority?
No, it was Charles Wright as a person, right? And there was another person, Vivian Tara-Ika from here, because our district claim, I said, goes right down to Wellington, South Island. So we went through the court process, and there was Vivian Tara-Ika, myself, and a person from the MTA, Stephen Hirani. And because when I spoke from a Māori perspective, the other 2 didn't know what I was talking about. The judge did. And then he says, go away and talk together. So I said, yeah, we'll go away and discuss over a couple of weeks and then get back to the court. Well, Stephen Hirani would not talk to Vivian Tara-Ika. So I said to the judge, leave it, don't worry about it. Now, another thing, there was another tonga found. Now, where was this on anyway? There was another tonga found. It was a greenstone, just here recently. It was a greenstone. And I become involved. I was the only one from Mopoko who applied for it. So I applied for this thing. I got this thing, and I said, look, I don't want it for myself. But in the interim, please, because I put this application in and no one else did, and afterwards I says, please put it in the Manawatu Museum and leave it there. And if anyone tries to claim it, they have to go through me and go through a process. Well, before you know it, Rockram and Mopoko Tribal thought, oh, Charlie must be after gold. Oh, we better put a claim in for it. Because I did. And there's other issues of Tonga that have come.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there.
And of course, iwi was found, and that one too.
Okay. Just finally, what about street namings? Any personal involvement in the assistance of the district council in street namings?
Well, again, I believe in going back to the tribe.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. John.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah. Agent Orange.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, much appreciated.
Okay, we're just going to take morning tea. So I just asked Waka Tahi, have you got everyone here?
Not quite yet. There's been a few traffic delays.
Yes, we understand there's been an accident at Tawa. Yeah.
Most everyone's here, and they've got it back at the project office. We're expecting here at 10 o'clock, so they should be ready to go.
Okay.
We can juggle it.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll just take a break for 15 minutes and we'll see if you're. Oh yeah, so yeah. What is the batting order too?
Well, at the moment it would be legal suspicions, and we can drop the trials and Mr. Lister. If we can fit those in,
Yeah.
yourself we anticipated interview for those 2 witnesses and legal submissions this morning.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was handed to any other witnesses, but.
Okay.
This
So
is by video conference, so we
yes.
don't know traffic, Dr. Charles isn't here yet, the lawyers are all here.
Right. Okay. Okay. Any probably see we just changed that timetable this afternoon slightly, just to, we slightly done a sort of an afternoon tea break after the Prowse family. Yeah. Right. Okay.
Oh, hi. I think I met you before, way back in the dark. Yeah, nice to meet you. That's fine, no? I was just saying, we won the answer for the election result. It's going to be a lot of money. Yeah. It's really hard, questions in that office, to find that balance. I know, it's don't worry about it either. Yeah, I just want to. Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Yes, I was just saying this morning, there's a guy who's really national, he's that. We watch it. And there's something really fun about watching someone hear that much.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's what I would try.
So Phil, still got something.
Oh, yeah, and she, as soon as you introduced her, one of the big boy films in the order.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't see him this morning either, but
I wasn't sure whether this was sort of on to deal with that issue. So Phil talks and then I was on, but she said that I was on. Yeah, I'm actually sort of running with we will go first as the applicant, and then you guys talk and then see how it will find it. So Laura said that.
yeah, so I wasn't going to stay tomorrow. I didn't see the station.
Yeah, I've met the work before. So. I mean, Phil was just compensating us, so just get to do it.
Yeah. You guys pretty much.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
That's why I got very today.
Yeah.
Actually, before the group changes, I'll plan this with sort out. And I was, leave it.
Oh, that's right, we do. So I have to sign.
the right button. Yep, the right button, and make sure it's red. And then the cameras will direct to you. And then if the panel are talking to you, just switch it off.
Turn on. Good morning. Sorry, we're a bit late. We're just waiting for our coffee to turn up. Welcome to the Waka Kotahi team. I know Ms. Patau's been here most of the time, so she probably heard a lot of what was talked about yesterday, so she's passed some of that on. So over to you guys.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. I'm David Allen, and in terms of the Waka Kotahi team, and we do have a bit of a team here today, we've got some hard copy submissions that are in front of you. Thank you first for the rejigging of the timetable to give us extra time this afternoon. That's appreciated, and it will allow us to address not only the evidence but the questions from the panel. And in terms of these submissions, we have two options. We could read them, they're not that long, or we could go through the main points, and then we will be back this afternoon, so you could read them if you wanted to in the interim, and we could do more questions then. So we're in your hands as to what works best for the panel.
Yeah, I think we'd rather you read them.
Lovely, thank you. And also we do have Mr. Pete, and at one stage we will pause just so he can give a high-level summary of O2NL and the project. He will of course be back as an expert this afternoon, but just in terms of some early up scene setting, Mr. Pete will give a very high-level summary.
So Mr. Allen, what's the full team of presentation and the batting order?
So the full team presentation and batting order is at the back of the submissions. The key thing with the batting order is Mr. Charles, or Dr. Charles, it needs to go first, so he is first on our batting order. Then we'll have probably Dr. McConkey on Mr. Lister. Mr. Lister next. Mr. Lister will be coming in via video conference. So we'll go Dr. Charles, Mr. Lister, Dr. McConkey, Mr. Pete, Ms. McLeod.
Mr. Allen, is there there's no witness from the agency?
No.
What's the reason for that?
The reason for that is that this is a plan change. Ainsley can answer planning questions. To the degree there might be questions generic for Waka Kotahi, so we can answer them.
Who's representing the agency's position? I'm conscious you've got 5 experts in their field of expertise as independents.
So we are.
So who's we?
Mr. Ryan and myself.
And you're in a position to represent the agency in respect to matters of programming and timing and funding?
To the degree that they are relevant for this hearing and we have the information, yes. If there's matters that we can't answer the questions on, we will get that information and provide it to the panel in writing.
Okay.
Thank you. So if we go back to the start of the submissions, Para 1.1 is just a generic introduction to Waka Kotahi. In particular there, Waka Kotahi's statutory objective in terms of to undertake its functions in a way that contributes to an effective, efficient and safe land transport system in the public interest. And it's about a sense of social and environmental responsibility. Horowhenua District Council, and we're here for PC4 for the Tara-Ika Growth Area, and it applies to 420 hectares of land, and you know this well from yesterday's discussion, to the east of State Highway 57. The intention of PC4 is to enable the construction of at least 3,500 houses and associated commercial, community, schooling and open spaces. Conservatively, 3,500 houses equates to over 7,000 new residents. Do note there in the footnote 4 that it could be up to 9,100 residents. At the lower level of 7,000, that's a 35% addition to live in. At the higher 9.1, you're getting closer to 50%. Tara-Ika is a significant and substantial urban growth area. So that's the setting for that. PC4 was notified on 16 November 2020. Waka Kotahi made a submission. Its interest in PC4 is for two key reasons. Firstly, its interaction with and potential effects on the existing state highway network, and that is SH57 and SH1. Secondly, its interaction with the proposed Otaki to north of Levin project. And Waka Kotahi seeks that the potential effects of O2NL on Tara-Ika residents and the development of Tara-Ika on O2NL be proactively addressed through PC4. Waka Kotahi supports the intention of PC4 in the housing it will provide, and again noting that footnote, that includes the uplift of greater density as per the Section 42 report. Consistent with that overall support, Waka Kotahi proposes low intervention amendments to the PC4 provisions that will appropriately address the existing state highway network and O2NL.
Yes, so Mr. Allen, just on that last point about the additional uplift, is that are you referring to the additional areas A, B and C that equate to 1,000 additional homes as recommended?
Okay. So Waka Kotahi doesn't oppose the density, and in fact, as you will have read in the evidence of Dr. Charles and Mr. Lister, done well, that density could potentially increase.
Yes.
The concern is done well to make sure it's future-proof, connected and integrated with Otaki to north of Levin.
Thank you.
So Waka Kotahi proposes low intervention amendments. The amendments proposed will not reduce the amount of housing enabled by PC4. And I do note Ms. Baddock yesterday stated that the yield projections assume no housing within the corridor. And we're not seeking any controls that would reduce the yield. So now to section 2, and this is where I'll pass over to Mr. Peake just to give a short summary. Mr. Peake will present evidence this afternoon, but the intention of this is just to provide you with a high-level summary of Otaki to north of Levin project. Phil.
Tēnā koutou, ko Phil Peake o, no Otautahi o, hea kamahi o mō Stantic. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Whakatahi has been investigating improvements between Otaki and North of Levin for at least the last 10 years. The main reasoning behind those investigations has been to solve a number of existing problems on the state highway network. These include safety. We've had over 60 deaths and serious injuries on the existing state highway network over the last 5 years, which makes it one of the worst highways in the country. It's also a route that's subject to a high number of closures due to crashes and flooding and other issues, and there is no other resilient route when that happens. Thirdly, obviously the growth, which you've heard a lot about in the Horowhenua, is going at pace, and this highway would help manage the effects of that growth, regardless of exactly where it's located. And lastly, the problems through the Levin town centre are increasing with the increasing volume of traffic, and that relates to issues associated with noise, emissions, safety. Smell is a big one with stop trucks going through the middle, and also the severance that the highway creates through this town centre. So hence the agency has been looking at different options through this section and has proceeded with a 4-lane offline highway. So the highway itself is looking to go from north of Otaki. It would tie in with the northern end of the Pika Pika to Otaki Expressway and would run up the eastern side of the current SH1 and the eastern side of Manukau, Ohau and Levin, all the way to the north of Levin and tie into both State Highway 1 and State Highway 57 to the north of Levin. It would therefore manage traffic going to Levin, up State Highway 57 to Palmerston North, and also up State Highway 1 to Bills, Sanson and destinations further north. It has been developed in conjunction with our iwi partners with two core principles in mind. The first is to tread lightly with the whenua, and the second is to create an enduring community legacy. The form of the highway itself would be a 4-lane highway with an expressway style environment. So 2 lanes each direction, median divided, no access apart from at interchanges, and also including a shared use path adjacent to the highway with walking and cycling facilities. In terms of connectivity, the main points of connection would be at Tara-Ika Road, where a diamond interchange would be located, which would provide for all movements on and off the expressway into Taitoko Live-In and also to the Tara-Ika area. Around about where the expressway would cross State Highway 57 at the northern end, and that would facilitate all movements at that intersection as well. And that allows for the fact that there's about an equal split of traffic going up 57 to State Highway 1. And then finally, around about where the new expressway would tie back into State Highway 1 to the north of Live-In, and that facilitates movements into Live-In there as well. State Highway 1 is currently classed as a national highway, high volume, and State Highway 57 is a national highway, which are the two highest levels of classification in the One Network Road classification system. And this expressway therefore reflects the fact of those high levels of service required and high levels of expectation, I guess, from our customers. In terms of the process, obviously I did say we've been looking at this for the last 10 years in depth. And during that time, we've done many rounds of landowner and community consultation. And the route is very well set now in terms of those expectations. We are about to go back to the community and our landowners in December, just outlining again our concept design and the impact that would have in terms of its spatial effect on the landscape and those landowners. We're looking to complete the detailed business case mid next year and lodge notice of requirements, lodge a notice of requirement and our consents about the same time. After that period of time, we'll be then going into detailed design and continuing on our property purchase, looking to procure a contractor or an alliance, depending on the exact procurement form decided upon, which would allow us to start construction in 2024 or 25 and complete construction in 2029. Happy to answer any questions on that.
Thank you. Can you just go back to the interchanges again? So Tara Road, what about Queen Street?
So there's no direct connection at Queen Street. However, we are looking to provide connectivity there, but it would not connect into the expressway. So some form of reconnection of the existing Queen Street back into Live-In.
So that's either under or over.
Correct.
But no connection onto the
no, it's too close to the Tara-Ika Road interchange, and through discussions with HDC and the community, the southern interchange at Tara-Ika gives us that ability to have both a northern and southern connection through Live-In, and also provides great access into the industrial area and the industrial growth area at Tara-Ika Road, which is of benefit to particularly the large numbers of heavy vehicles that are travelling through that area.
Yeah. Do a bit of a tag on this. So some sort of interchange to the south. Moving north, what about at Liverpool Street?
So at the moment there's nothing specific in the O2L project to provide that because we're not severing an existing connection there. However, we are working closely with HDC to work out what that should be in the future, and the highway certainly doesn't preclude anything there.
So it could be grade, it could be above grade.
Well, we'd like it not to be at grade because of its proximity to the Tara-Ika Road interchange, but we certainly expect there to be something above or below there. Yes.
Mr. Peter, just remind me of you. In your evidence, have you commented on the indicative roading layout in the structure plan?
My evidence primarily focuses on the effects on the state highway rather than on the local road.
You don't have a position on the east-west major arterial and the north-south one?
I believe they're very necessary for the efficient operation of the network.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. we had submissions yesterday about what we're calling the Liverpool extension, if you like. Concerns about residents about the impact of that on a retirement home. Yes.
Yep, I understand those issues.
Yes. Okay. Sorry, Dean. Just moving north. Currently, some works for a roundabout at the intersection of Queen Street and State Highway 57, and I think you said there would be a further roundabout where the O2 would link in with State Highway 57. Is that?
That's
further
correct.
north.
It's much further north.
And how? That's my question. How much further north would that be?
It's at least 3 kilometres, but I can get you the exact dimensions if you like.
Yes, and then further north, linking back to State Highway 1.
Correct.
And what sort of distance are we talking?
That's another 5 kilometres approximately.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. Sorry, Dean.
That's all. Thank you.
I had some other questions on the project timeframe. So first of all, you've said that the agency's been working on this project for almost a decade. Just briefly, what does that work involved, and where are we right at this point?
So the previous work over the last 10 years has looked at all the types of different ways of solving those problems. So that's looked at online works, offline works, shorter lengths, longer lengths, routes to the east, routes to the west, really making sure we've exhausted all possibilities before investing a large amount of money in a very significant piece of infrastructure.
Yes.
So yeah, that's one of the reasons it's taken a long time. We're really being tested by internally at Waka Kotahi and government that we're investing in the right thing. So that's been recognised through what happened a couple of years ago in terms of the checking the project against government priorities.
Yes.
And it was confirmed that doing the offline expressway is the right thing to do, and that was further, I guess, reinforced through the New Zealand Upgrade Program funding for this project that came in a couple of years ago.
Yes. Because
so right now, central government has allocated money to the project, which is outside of the National Land Transport Fund, so it's Crown funding for it, and we are currently finalising our detailed business case, which will finalise the corridor and the scope, the cost and the extent. So we're a long way through that process.
Yes.
In terms of that, and as I said, that's going to be put up for approval in the middle of next year.
So is it fair to say that the last 10 years it's been a bit of an on-again, off-again project to get to this point?
It's never definitely been off. It's always been, how do we do this?
to the extent that it was off, it was more in terms of when, presumably, was it?
Yeah. Or what can we do online rather than offline? That was a big question for a while. So online, I mean on the existing state highways, rather than offline, I mean at Greenfield.
New route.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. The delineation of the corridor through PC4 has been able to be delineated, and presumably, based on what you've said, there's further delineations to the north and south being undertaken. Does it go right back to Otaki in that sense, or?
Yes, we've got a very clear indication now of exactly where the highway will be. A couple of years ago, we defined a 300-metre corridor. Now we've refined that down, and the corridor varies in width depending on the infrastructure requirements. So through this PC4 area, our corridor is approximately 200 metres wide, widening out at the southern end for the Tara-Ika interchange.
And wider around Liverpool Street too.
Our corridor, the Wakatahi corridor is not wider around Liverpool Street.
It's not.
No.
Looks like it on that.
Looks like it.
Yeah, we were talking about that this morning. I can't remember exactly why that came into this documentation.
That might be useful to resolve. there's quite a few implications.
So at the moment, can we say that there's an indicative alignment, or indicative corridor, sorry?
Absolutely.
Yes. That there's work being undertaken on a business case that would go to government for approval mid next year, mid 2022.
Correct.
And at that time, there would be applications made for designation and resource consents to authorise the entire route.
Correct.
Right. And presumably there'll be a separation between the business case being presented, approved, and then the documentation, the resource consent and RMA documentation being lodged.
Yes, but we're hoping to reduce that amount of time as much as possible.
Yes.
We'll have all the majority of the documentation ready for when the business case is approved.
Yes. In terms of the funding, you said that central government have made an allocation already from the Crown Fund. Is that correct?
Correct, as part of the New Zealand Upgrade Program funding.
And do you know what proportion of that contribution to the total project cost is?
It's the total amount.
Total amount.
Just so the panel's clear, this is a New Zealand Upgrade Program
Yes.
project that has been delivered by Waka Kotahi.
Is that a new, Mr. Allen, is that a new terminology? Is that, I mean, I'm familiar with the roads of national significance concept, the RONS concept.
It's a refresh, a retake of that same approach, but the key thing is this is direct, as Mr. Pete said, direct Crown funding rather than through the National Land Transport Fund.
Yes. Okay.
So it's from the Crown bucket of money, not from the Land Transport Fund bucket of money.
So, I mean, these questions might seem a little bit basic, but I need to answer them. So, what's the purpose of preparing and lodging the business case if funding has been approved already?
That's still a requirement for Treasury to see a business case.
Okay.
And it's also useful from a Waka Kotahi perspective to ensure we're doing the right thing.
Yes. And so that will present a benefit cost ratio for the project. And
Yes.
Can you tell us a little about what Treasury's expectations are in that respect?
That's probably outside my area of expertise.
Do you have any knowledge of the initial workings on the BC?
Yes, I do. Aaron, I'll have to look back through our indicative business case, which is public, but BCR was around the 1 mark. But since that time, there's work catering for much higher growth projections, so we're expecting that BCR to go higher.
Yes. What role will a local development like PC4 have in the scheme of things in terms of the overall assessment of the business case, if any?
So we're certainly taking into account the growth that's enabled by PC4 in terms of our modelling. We've been sharing our modelling with HDC, and the same modelling has been used to inform this development effects as the highway.
Okay.
So it's inherently included.
Yes. So once the business case is produced and the resource consents and notice of requirements are lodged and heard, you move into a detailed design phase.
Correct.
And then you mentioned the concept of property purchase.
Yes.
Has there been any property purchase
There
along
has
the
been.
corridor to date?
So yes, there has been some under the hardship provisions by Waka Kotahi, so they have purchased land from property owners who have to sell and cannot sell because of the blight of the highway. So
Because of the concept of the
correct,
highway.
because the alignment of the highway is public knowledge, and that the impact on land is very clear in terms of the information that's going out to the public and to landowners.
Yes.
So because of that, many landowners have been unable to sell, and if they're in certain financial and medical hardship, then Waka Kotahi has purchased their property. But we still have over 200 properties that we need to buy to enable the road to be built.
Thank you. That was my next question. presumably that's first approach on willing seller, willing buyer basis, and then there's remedy under Public Works Act, presumably.
Correct. So in a normal project, if it was Land Transport Fund, that property purchase would start when the notice of requirements were lodged.
Yeah.
But because it is Crown funded, we've been able to start some property purchase early, and we've started that just in the last month, contacting landowners again on a willing buyer, willing seller basis before the notice of requirements are lodged.
Yes. Pete, normally these are questions I put to an agency representative, so I appreciate your answers. Have you or other members of the agency undertaken a risk analysis in terms of the project not proceeding?
In what sense? Sorry?
Has there been any assessment of factors that might result in the project not getting business case approval or failing at the Resource Management Act hurdle?
We're always considering risks, but those particular ones are probably outside my scope, sorry.
Okay. Probably that's as far as I can take that with, I appreciate your answers.
Thank you. In terms of then back to the legal submissions, Mr. Pete's taken you through paragraphs 2.2, 2.3, 2.4 and 2.5. He's also covered off paragraphs 2.6 as well. He's alluded at about the O2NL being a major infrastructure project, and just note at 2.7 it involves a 1.5 billion investment. So this is a significant project with significant amount of investment, and that's reflected through the time frame that Mr. Pete's taken you through.
For comparison purposes, Mr. Allen, how does that compare with some of the ROND projects to the south of this, such as Otaki to Levin and Peka to Otaki, the Kapiti Expressway, Transmission Gully?
Yeah. So Transmission Gully, and these are approximate figures, but it's over $1 billion. That's public. Mackay's to Peka was, I'm trying to. Yes, it was less than $1 billion. Peka to Otaki was well less. So it's 24 kilometres. It's a long piece of new expressway, and it's offline and covering terrain, as you'll know, in terms of the floodplains and the various contours running from the eastern hills to the west.
Yes, probably not as challenging as Transmission Gully in terms of gradient and...
Not in terms of gradient, etc., but a lot more properties.
Yes.
And a lot more, as Mr. Pete's alluded to, lifestyle properties, Manukau Township, Oho, Levin itself, Tara-Ika.
Thank you.
Then we've also addressed at 2.8 the New Zealand Upgrade Program, and the project is proceeding at pace. We're currently in preparation of RMA application materials, technical assessments. Those assessments are being shared with key stakeholders at present and reviewed in advance of the detailed business case. So there, Waka Kotahi is working to lodge a notice of requirements and designations, and Mr. Pete touched on that. Following, the intent is to lodge very shortly after the DBC is approved. And that is needed because of the time frame to meet the construction periods that Mr. Pete referred you to. So construction is likely to commence 2024-25, that paragraph 2.9. 2.10 links us back to Tara-Ika, where the preferred corridor, and it's on the plan to your right, runs through the western side. The corridor was formally identified in December 2018 through the indicative business case that Mr. Pete referred to. And Waka Kotahi recognises in that IBC that the development of O2NL and Tara-Ika would need careful planning to ensure they're properly integrated. Moving then to integration, Waka Kotahi is in ongoing discussions with HEC as to how to ensure integration with Waka Kotahi assets throughout the district including the development at Tara-Ika, the existing state highway network, and O2NL. So Waka Kotahi aims to ensure that in the first instance, development at Tara-Ika responds appropriately to the existing state highway network, and then ultimately that the anticipated significant benefits of both Tara-Ika and O2NL are delivered in a sustainable and complementary manner. Providing for that integration is critical to future-proof the successful development and functioning of Tara-Ika and Levin more broadly. And I do emphasise that future-proofing element. It's important in my submission, critically important, when we're looking at planning to look to the future. Failing to do so risks ad hoc and disjointed development of Tara-Ika with subsequent adverse impacts on the well-being and amenity of residents and poor quality long-term outcomes. The Wellington Regional Growth Framework, and I do just note, Horowhenua is not in the Wellington region, but for growth framework purposes in terms of the NPSUD, etc., it is aligned itself with Wellington. So just to explain why we're referring to the Wellington Regional Growth Framework, identifies the significant opportunity for housing development in and around Levin, including Tara-Ika, to leverage off the state highway network, including O2NL, and potential rail upgrades. So that's work that's currently underway and ongoing in terms of NPSUD planning and that larger regional growth framework. So that reflects, in terms of the growth framework, the general sentiment that has informed the planning of Tara-Ika dating back to 2008. The Council updated the Horowhenua Development Plan, delivering the Growth Strategy 2040 to enable future growth and ensure it is planned to manage adverse effects. The growth strategy reflects increased predicted growth, primarily resulting from the Wellington Northern Corridor, which includes Otaki to north of Levin. And that's because it will reduce travel times from Levin to Wellington to approximately 1 hour. Most of the framework and policy documents have 55 minutes, but approximately 1 hour.
Mr. Allen, we've asked Ms. Bannock to provide us some extracts from the regional growth framework. Are you able to tell us whether the framework specifically references O2NL?
The framework itself is a project. Yes, I think it does. And have we got a footnote there? See page 6 of the growth strategy, footnote 15.
I'm talking about the regional growth framework itself as opposed to the Horowhenua growth strategy.
The regional one.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. So we're back. Yes. And that's the footnote 13, table 3, page 41. And I'll pull it up in the break, and I can confirm that this afternoon before we talk to you.
Thank you. And Ms. Bannock is still going to provide those provisions. Thank you.
And certainly any reference to the Wellington Northern Corridor, this is the last project of that corridor. So Otaki to north of Levin must be read and linked in as part of that.
When you talk about the Northern Corridor, Wellington Northern, is that Levin to the airport?
Correct. So the key driver for that was connecting from Levin through to the airport and the port,
yes,
as the two, and then Wellington Hospital as the health and wellbeing element of it. Okay. Then just back to the growth strategy at 216. In this manner, the growth strategy recognises that any growth planning to provide for residential activities needs to be cognizant of the state highway network, in particular the potential disconnecting influence of main roads, state highways, and to direct residential growth away from incompatible land uses. So there is an element of that growth strategy about the compatibility of various land uses. Following the strategy, in June 2020, the Council commissioned Sense Partners to provide updated population projections for the district, and Mr. Pete's alluded to those in terms of this ever sort of updating population growth forecasts. In doing so, Sense Partners recognised the significant effect of the transport improvements, including O2NL, in lifting growth in the district, deepening local labour markets, broadening consumer linkages, and lifting regional growth. A master plan was developed for Tara-Ika, and the master plan recognises the importance of integration with O2NL and states, well, O2NL will bring massive safety benefits, which Mr. Pete alluded to, for the whole community. A key factor in preparing the master plan was how to manage effects arising from the expressway. Furthermore, it will be several years before O2NL is completed. Tara-Ika will begin developing well before this. And that integration point at 218 is emphasised in Mr. Lister's evidence, and I just quote there, and you will have read his evidence already. But the key part of this is the route planning for O2NL and plans for the future urban development east of Levin have been carried out cognizant of each other over several years. So the planning has been tied to date in an integrated, connected manner. And as I alluded to, Waka Kotahi's in ongoing discussions with the council as to how that can continue. 219, this process to enable development of Tara-Ika is proceeding in the order of 6 to 12 months in advance of the RMA process to enable O2NL. That gap creates some complexities, but should not lead to the previous approach of seeking to integrate O2NL and Tara-Ika being abandoned. So the key point there is just because there's a short time difference doesn't mean you suddenly decide to disconnect the two significant projects. They still need to be integrated for the ongoing future well-being of both the district and the region, let alone the future occupants of Tara-Ika. In particular, there is no reason why the PC4 provision should not more proactively anticipate and address O2NL. Given the circumstances, including the significance of O2NL and the fact that the structure plan, the master plan and HDC are assuming O2NL will be implemented, good resource management practice requires a more proactive approach. A rigid application of an existing environment approach of the type applied to the applications for consents is not appropriate in the context of plan making for a growth area. And as discussed below, and Mr. Ryan will address this, the regional policy statement provisions are forward-looking in terms of infrastructure. That's common in terms of regional policy statements around the country. They're strategic planning documents. As I said, they're looking to the future. It follows that HDC's planning instruments should, where appropriate, respond to that direction by also addressing planned infrastructure such as O2NL. Now I'll hand over to Mr. Ryan.
Morning, Commissioners. So the remainder of our submissions address the relief sought by Waka Kotahi, and I'll take you through those. So to start with an overview of 3.1, Waka Kotahi is seeking amendments to the provisions that appropriately recognise the state highway network, including O2NL, provide for the effects of Tara-Ika on the state highway network, including O2NL, to be proactively managed, and importantly vice versa, and encourage integration between the development of Tara-Ika and O2NL in particular. But again, importantly, that do not limit the anticipated delivering of housing at Tara-Ika. So in terms of the provisions proposed by the District Council, there's a quote there. This is from the initial issue statement in PC4, and that says that because of the alignment of State Highway 57 and O2NL, there is a risk that Tara-Ika will develop in a way that is disconnected from the urban area of Levin and associated services. And unless addressed, this will have a negative impact on the amenity of the resulting development and the well-being of residents. So in our submission, while Structured Plan 13 responds appropriately to State Highway 57 and O2NL, that hasn't been carried through to the plan change itself. And you'll see we've quoted from Mr. Lister's evidence there in terms of urban design. What PC4 does include is an Atapaipai Road Special Effects Overlay, and that's relevant to State Highway 57 only, the existing State Highway 57, and that includes what are termed reverse sensitivity controls of the type reasonably standard in respect to existing state highways. At 3.5, beyond those provisions though, there is no direct recognition of the significance or benefits, including to development at Tara-Ika, of either the existing highway network, of the existing highway network in the objectives, policies and rules. And then in terms of O2NL, Structured Plan 13 shows the O2NL corridor for information purposes only, and that's up on that map there. But the O2NL corridor, and in fact O2NL itself, is not referred to at all in the planning maps or in the objectives, policies or rules in PC4. So it's an empty overlay in effect. So moving on, Wakotahi's position is that there is a statutory imperative to properly recognise the state highways, including O2NL. And the statutory framework that's applicable is set out in the Section 32 and 42A reports and referred to by Ms. McLeod. We want to highlight three provisions. Section 73 of the RMA, which provides for the preparation of district plans and plan changes. Section 74, which prescribes matters to be considered in preparing and changing district plans. And in particular, Section 75, which, as the panel will know, provides for the contents of district plans, including national and regional instruments that must be given effect to, or that the district plans must not be inconsistent with. Of particular relevance for Wakotahi, PC4 must give effect to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development and the RPS provisions of the One Plan. So Ms. McLeod in her evidence identifies the particularly relevant provisions. There's Policy 1 of the NPSUD, which I won't read out. Then there's the One Plan Objective 3.1 and the associated policies. So 3.9b, that's Objective 3.1 of the One Plan, which requires regard to be had to the benefits of infrastructure and other physical resources of regional or national importance by recognising and providing for their establishment, operation, maintenance and upgrading. And then there are associated policies in respect of that objective. So first, requiring the panel to recognise the state highway network, we say including O2NL, I'll return to that, as physical resources of regional or national importance, the benefits of which must be had regard to. That's Policy 3.1. And then Policy 3.2 requires the panel to ensure that adverse effects on infrastructure and other physical resources of regional or national importance from other activities are avoided as far as reasonably practicable. And then over the page, Policy 3.3 specifies how adverse effects from the network are to be managed. And Policy 3.4 requires the panel to proactively develop and implement appropriate land use strategies to manage urban growth and to align infrastructure asset management planning with those strategies to ensure the efficient and effective provision of associated infrastructure. So Wakotahi's position and Ms. McLeod's expert evidence is that all of those provisions are directly relevant here. At 3.10, there is disagreement between the planners as to whether O2NL qualifies as infrastructure that must be recognised as being a physical resource of regional or national importance under RPS Policy 3.1, I'm sorry. So that's reflected in the planner's joint witness statement that the panel will have, and reasonably clearly stated that disagreement. Council submit that Ms McLeod's view that O2NL does qualify as infrastructure for the purposes of Policy 3.1 is correct, and we've set that out there, and I will take the panel through that. So first of all, Policy 3.1 itself refers to the road and rail networks as mapped in the Regional Land Transport Strategy. So there is no Regional Land Transport Strategy. What that should be read as, and this is the position of Horizons as well, as confirmed by Ms McLeod, is the Horizons Mihiri Waka Whenua Orohi Regional Land Transport Plan. Latest version is 2021 to 2031. So in the RLTP, there is in fact no single overall map of the road and rail network in the region, but O2NL does feature heavily in the RLTP as listed at point B there, and that includes on several maps. And then over the page at C, it's worth noting as well that O2NL is included in the key projects map in the National Land Transport Plan. Then at D, in terms of the wording of the provisions, Policy 3.1 and also 3.3 are forward-facing by their nature. They specifically refer to enabling the establishment of infrastructure, including in consenting processes. So therefore, the infrastructure listed in Policy 3.1 must include infrastructure that is not consented or built, but which is planned for in strategic instruments like the RLTP. We submit that must be the intention behind that policy. And finally, by way of analogy, those provisions were relied on by the Environment Court in its decisions on application for resource consent for Te Ahua Tūranga, which is the replacement highway for the closed Manawatu Gorge. And we've included a quote from the court there. I'll just take you to the first one, where the court said, Chapter 3 is of particular significance in assessing these applications. Its provisions recognise the importance of and support the establishment and operation of regionally and nationally significant infrastructure.
Chapter 3 of the RPS.
That's right, yes. Chapter 3 of the RPS. So I'll move on to 3.11 now. So other than Policy 3.4, the RPS provisions set out above are not listed or considered in the Section 32 or 42A reports. In our submission, that's a significant omission which appears to have coloured the approach taken to the existing state highway network. And I'll just pause there to note, our understanding is there's no dispute that the existing network is covered by Policy 3 and Policy 3.1 and the other provisions, and also to O2NL in the PC4 provisions. So therefore, Ms McLeod's evidence, which Waka Kotahi supports, is that the proposed provisions do not give effect to the provisions in Chapter 3 of the One Plan. And that's for the reasons set out over the page, which I won't read out. And in turn, at 3.13, the proposed provisions do not implement the RPS as required. And of course, that's in terms of the King Salmon Supreme Court decision on what give effect to means. So given the location of State Highway 57 and the operation of State Highway 1 and how that will be affected by Tara-Ika, and the fact that O2NL is proposed to be constructed within Tara-Ika, the failure to give effect to the RPS provisions of the One Plan is significant and does need to be corrected. And I'll just add briefly, by way of aside, a reference to Section 32 of the RMA, which of course requires consideration of efficiency and effectiveness in plan making. And Waka Kotahi's position is that largely ignoring the state highways in O2NL is not the most appropriate way to provide for the growth that's sought at Tara-Ika, and which of course is supported by Waka Kotahi. So turning now to the provisions proposed by Ms McLeod.
Well, before you do, I think we should probably have a little bit of a discussion about that. So the test is that under the Schedule 1 process and under Section 32, plan changes need to achieve a number of things, including giving effect to higher order documents. So in this case, you've identified two higher order documents, the MPS Statement on Urban Development and the Regional Policy Statement. And so we need to give effect to both of those documents.
That's right. It's Whakatahi's position. Yes.
Yes. There's no requirement per se to give effect to the Regional Land Transport document, though, is there? Directly.
No, not directly, but because of the way that document is referred to in Policy 3.1,
Yes.
it becomes.
Are you saying that that document becomes an extension of the RPS?
It's somewhat akin to being incorporated by reference. I would submit. Yes, and I would say that's deliberate. It's deliberately forward-looking to refer to all the strategically planned.
Yes. Can we agree on this? Can we agree that the RPS policy does not in itself refer directly to O2NL? Can we agree on that?
Of course.
Yes. And so if there is a reference to O2NL, it comes in through another document and by way of reference to that document.
That's right. Yes.
Yes. And you're pointing us to a particular issue about what document is being referenced in Policy 3.1.
Yes.
So the reference is to the. Sorry, where is it? I've just lost the.
It's still a regional land transport strategy.
Can you I've just turned too many pages. What paragraph were we at?
In terms of our submissions.
3.9, is it?
Yes. 3.9C.
Yes.
1.
Yes.
And then 3.10A is a pinpoint reference to that part of Policy 3.1.
Yes, okay, got it, yeah. Yes, so Policy 3.1 and the RPS at A, Roman numeral 4, refers to the road and rail networks as mapped in the RLTS.
That's correct, yes.
But you're saying that that's a misnomer. It should have actually referred to a different document instead of referring to the Regional Land Transport Strategy. It should have referred to the Regional Land Transport Plan.
Yes, and to be fair to Horizon, it wasn't incorrect at the time the one plan was put into place. It's just the equivalent document is now called the Regional Land Transport Plan.
It's because the RPS came before this current strategy. There was a previous strategy, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So and that's a sort of like a sliding variation. Are we able to substitute an updated version of a non-RMA plan by reference? Is that a legitimate?
You must be able to in this way because it's future looking and has to be read in light of future. Otherwise, it's at the locked in time. So the RPS is a strategic document, then doesn't actually fulfill its vision. And you can get that although the one plan doesn't have like explanations in the same way as other plans. The panel will be aware of, for example, Christchurch, where there is the comment, the strategic transport network and the other arterial roads provide essential transport services to meet present and future regional, interregional and national transport needs, and carries on that way. And RPSs across the country take that future look. That's how they'll go.
If that was a reference to NZ 6808 on noise, and Mr. Dr. Charles will be familiar with that, and it referred to a particular version of that New Zealand standard on acoustic control, and then a subsequent version came in, are you saying that that version would by default replace the previous version?
No, I'm saying here the regional land transport strategy was a document under a separate piece of legislation.
Yes, and it was, was it 20?
2012 to 2025?
Correct.
Yeah.
The framework and the legislative background has changed, and it's now called a plan.
Yes.
And we're now, of course, no longer back at 2012, we're 10 years later. Yes. And we have the Regional Land Transport Plan as the current document for the region through the next decade.
Yes, two different documents, Mr. Allen.
Two different documents, but the statutory basis for each is the same. The grounding of each one is the same.
Yes. Did the public and other parties have a chance to be involved in the content of both of those documents?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Through a submission process?
I'm not sure if it's through a submission process, but it is through a public process in terms of among the councils.
Yeah. And you know the reason I asked that, the test about reference to documents that sit outside a plan, and that there's appropriate processes for testing those.
And it's a statutory process, so although it might be different to the RMA, it's been deemed appropriate by Parliament.
Yes. What's the argument about requiring a Schedule 1 process to change that? I mean, the RPS hasn't been changed, has it?
No.
It still refers to the 2012 to 2025 strategy. It doesn't refer to the 20...
It doesn't have a date on it. It says the Regional Land Transport Strategy.
Yeah, it doesn't
that
refer...
was possibly deliberately done to be evolving at the time.
Possibly.
Possibly.
Possibly not.
Yeah. Possibly not, but that would be then the antithesis of standard RMA planning.
Okay. And if I may take the panel back to the analogy at 3.10e of our submissions. So this is the reference by the Environment Court to Te Ahua Tūnanga. And just making the obvious point, Te Ahua Tūnanga would not have appeared in previous versions of the RLTP or the strategy that preceded it. Yes, because the gorge road would have still existed. Sorry, I haven't read the document, but I think it must be correct. So first of all, I think we have the Environment Court deciding that, by implication, Chapter 3 is forward-looking. And I would submit by analogy, it would make little sense to say now, for example, that Te Ahua Tūnanga does not qualify as infrastructure for the purposes of Policy 3.1. That would be a perverse outcome of a restrictive reading of that policy.
Okay. So that the wording really turns on, the interpretation turns on the word infrastructure and how we can, what documents we use to reference the meaning of that term. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
That's right. Yes.
Would your submissions be different if the plan, the Regional Land Transport Plan, was not in place and we were still dealing with the Regional Land Transport Strategy, which does not refer specifically to O2NL? Would you have a different position to present to this panel?
And just to add to that, because that was the situation with the Manawatu Gorge replacement, wasn't it?
I think at Manawatu Gorge there would have been a previous version of an RLTP. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
There was a 2018, sorry, Ms. McLeod knows the details, but yes, there was a 2018 version, it's my recollection.
So my apologies, yes, there was an earlier version that named that project as a Priority 1 project.
Name that project specifically.
Manawatu Gorge Replacement Project, yes.
Okay. So going back to my question,
I guess a hypothetical situation where we still just had a strategy document that was
reference in the policy 3.1, yes.
With respect, it's difficult to answer that hypothetical because it wouldn't make a lot of sense to still
We
be
need to
referring
check
to
too if it refers to the Wellington Northern Corridors, because if it does, then it incorporates O2NL, and I'm not sure, going back to that strategy, whether it does or not. The panel may know.
It would be, we don't.
Cool.
And so it would be nice to know.
We'll find out
Yes.
and let you know this afternoon.
not trying to make a big issue of this, but I mean, there's a lot turns on the reference to the word infrastructure in the policy, and Ms. Baddock's made a recommendation based on her interpretation. You've given us your interpretation, and because I'm very interested in your comment earlier, Mr. Allen, at 221 and 222, 221, that the normal application of the term existing environment is one that you don't support in this context. It's not appropriate, I think you say, in the context of a plan making for a growth area. So this was a resource consent, and we're looking at what the existing environment was. O2NL, I presume you'll tell us, that does not exist in a statutory existing environment.
Correct, but we're in the planning framework environment.
Yes.
And that was my submission about looking to the future.
Yes.
Otherwise, we keep planning for the past, or at most the present.
Okay. So the first issue is, how does O2NL get on the table? You've given us an interpretation.
Correct.
We've just asked you for a little bit more detail on that. Then the second issue is then the so what question. What's the most appropriate way of providing for O2NL in both a reverse sensitivity and protection issue? So,
Correct, and that's the provisions that Mr. Ryan's soon to discuss.
okay.
Though I do realise we're potentially, I'm not sure what time we finish.
Well, we're canvassing a lot of material that we might otherwise canvass with Ainsley McLeod.
And also we can address some of these this afternoon because we can go away and have a look.
Thank you. So, yes, I'm at the provisions proposed by Ms. McLeod at 3.14. Now, I was intending to briefly take you through Ms. McLeod's attachment, but I think I might leave that given where we're at with time. I'll just very briefly summarise what Ms. McLeod's framework, so to speak, is. So, the amendments include objective and policy drafting to recognise the state highway network, including O2NL, and require effects of development at Tara-Ika on the network, and again, importantly, vice versa, to be managed. Then point B, replacing the Arapaipai Road Special Effects Overlay with a larger state highway overlay. And going to the question, I think, to Mr. Pete from the chair earlier about the nature of that O2NL corridor is shown. The key point there is Ms. McLeod proposes that state highway overlay be measured from the midpoint of the O2NL corridor. So on Ms. McLeod's version of that overlay, the outer edge of the overlay as currently mapped is less important. I appreciate it's kind of complex, but Ms. McLeod might be able to take you through that this afternoon.
A picture is always
that's right,
helpful.
Yeah. We do have a picture.
Yes.
Then at C, Ms. McLeod proposes a new controlled activity rule to apply to all development within that new state highway overlay.
Okay.
And the matters of control and conditions relate to addressing the effects of and on the state highway network.
Yes. That's a slightly different approach to what's in the overlay at the moment, isn't it? I think
Correct.
everything is a restricted discretionary activity to as to matters of discretion relating to noise effects and insulation. Yes, and I think activities, subdivision and activities both trigger ADA. Yes, and we discussed yesterday, and Ms. McLeod might have been present, a sort of a perverse outcome that some commercial activities would qualify as an RDA in that respect too, which may not have been the intention, like large format retail.
I think Ms. McLeod will speak to you about that. Fair to say Wakatahi doesn't support that perverse outcome. So I think for completeness, there are two things going on with the overlay as proposed by Ms. McLeod. One is extending it out to also cover O2NL, and the other is an additional controlled activity rule for development. So the subdivision RDA rule for all subdivision in Tara-Ika would not be disturbed, but there would be this additional controlled activity rule with matters of control and conditions focusing on state highway network issues. Yes. and some more general matters, which again I'll leave Ms. McLeod to take you through.
I just want to clarify that my, look, I admit I'm colourblind, but I'll just make that point up front. My understanding was that Ms. McLeod's overlay goes beyond O2 and L to the east. No, not up, just up to the current eastern boundary, it goes beyond.
Yes, and that's the point I was clumsily making before. My apologies. It goes to a point that's measured 150 metres to the east of the centre line of the O2NL corridor. So I think in general terms it just goes beyond that, the corridor as it's shown up there.
In some places, and not all.
Yes, I think that's right. In some places, but not all. Because the point being that based on expert advice, that 150 metre measurement from the centre line is the key in terms of managing effects.
I think it'd be useful just to see where the centre line is, given the way that corridor is currently shown.
Yes, I'm just.
We can create that for this afternoon.
Yes, we can do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because we're talking about the corridor, not the alignment.
Yeah.
And I mean, the alignment is presumably yet to be determined within the corridor.
Yet to be agreed.
Yes. I presume there's a margin of error and there's a generosity in the corridor's delineation to allow not only formation of the road and furniture and buffer areas, but and that sometimes, but not always, there's a partial uplifting of the corridor designation where following construction where there's additional land that's no longer required for the operation of the road. Is that a possible situation here?
Correct. I guess the corridor width at the moment is a reflection of the slight uncertainty, but more so in regards to what additional infrastructure we're going to need either side of the highway rather than the location of the highway itself.
So the reason I asked that, Mr. Peter, is that is it possible, although not confirmed, that the 150 dimension might actually be able to be contained within the corridor depending on where the alignment finally sits?
The current corridor through there, from the Wahakutahi publicly available corridor, is about 200 metres wide.
Okay.
So therefore the overlay would extend outside that, but that's not to say that development can't occur under that overlay. And we're expecting that 200 metre corridor not to be there in perpetuity. Even if we do designate it afterwards, as you quite rightly say, it could be brought back in to enable development.
Okay.
But the centre line of the highway, as we're currently drawn, is constrained by a number of different areas, which would mean that that's unlikely for the centre line of the alignment of the highway to move too much, and that's to do with the distance required from an interchange to Tara-Ika Road itself at the southern end, and intent to avoid two native bush blocks at the northern end.
I think one of the issues that we're having here is that some of the mitigation that's being proposed, and we've got Dr. Charles proposing bunds and things like that, some of that mitigation may well have to go in if the rules that Whakatahi is proposing are put in place before the alignment is confirmed and the road is constructed. So pulling back once that has been confirmed is going to be pretty difficult if you've already built a bund.
So, the reason that Whakatahi, Dr. Charles, Mr. Listener in particular, proposed that the mitigation should be done by developers at the point in time in development is because it's possible for developers to design their subdivisions to appropriately manage effects from the state highway network and to ensure that the residents of those developments have appropriate levels of residential amenity and quality of life. The highway cannot fully internalise those effects. So, and Dr. Charles explains this in his evidence, if for example, there is a residential development built that does not do noise insulation, does nothing to address the fact that there's going to be a major state highway next door, then of course Whakatahi will take appropriate measures to address the effects of the highway on those properties at the point of time of consenting the project. but it will not be able to 100% internalise those effects to the state highway. Whereas if that development has been appropriately designed, cognizant of the fact that the highway is coming, then the overall outcome is much better for all involved. And in our submission, the ultimate width of the designation is probably neither here nor there in that respect. It's about where the road actually is. So I'm at page 12 and I'm at bullet point E there. So the 42A report proposed new stormwater management provisions, which Waka Kotahi supports in general terms. Based on the advice of Dr. McConkie, Ms. McLeod has proposed some drafting changes to those provisions, and that's a condition applicable to all subdivision. And then at F, Ms. McLeod has added new matters of discretion to the restricted discretionary activity subdivision rule, applying throughout Tara-Ika. So that they relate to impacts on the state highway, the existing network, in terms of level of service and safety. And where subdivision is proposed within the state highway overlay, they are matters addressing the effects of and on the state highway network, including O2L. Then at G, a specific one here, which is non-compliant activity status for development, including direct access onto a state highway. And H, importantly, allowing for limited notification of applications for development within the state highway overlay and subdivision throughout Tara-Ika. So given the potential effects on and of the state highway network, including Tara-Ika, our submission is that requiring that consent applications be processed on a non-notified basis is not appropriate. And then at 3.16, we explain that the amendments are required to address matters discussed in the evidence of Waka Kotahi's consultant technical experts. So I won't read those out in full, but just briefly, in terms of protecting residents from state highway noise, that's addressed by Dr. Childs, and it just goes to that point we've just been discussing. In terms of integration and good urban design at the interface between O2L and the urban development that's proposed, that's addressed by Mr. Lister. Stormwater management matters are addressed by Dr. McConkie, including that it's important that developers are required to ensure stormwater effects are addressed, and it's not left to future O2L infrastructure to do that job. Then at D, the importance of the state highway network is discussed by Mr. Peake. At E, as is effects on the performance of the existing network. So Mr. Peake's evidence has quite a lot of detail on the impact on state highways 1 and 57 if a significant amount of housing proceeds at Tara-Ika in advance of O2L. And then F, discouraging direct access onto the highway. So at 3.7, Ms. McLeod has flagged a number of matters in which her conclusions are consistent with the 42A report. I won't take you through those. But of course, in the normal way, Ms. McLeod has carefully worked through the report and the provisions and only suggested amendments where she considers those necessary. So at 3.18, Waka Kotahi supports the amendments proposed by Ms. McLeod, which would resolve its submission on PC4. Waka Kotahi acknowledges that in pre-hearing discussions, it indicated it would not seek a change in zoning of the O2L corridor or to restrict development rights within the corridor. So the provisions proposed by Ms. McLeod do not seek a different zone for the corridor or down zoning any area adjacent to the corridor. And the overlay would apply a controlled activity rule to development in the corridor. And of course means consent applications cannot be declined. At 3.19, it's important in our submission to reiterate the low intervention nature of the proposed amendments. So in particular, the objective and policy additions do not direct any reduction in housing yield. The state highway overlay controlled activity rule does not prevent or restrict the density of residential development. And over the page, the numbering's gone right there, sorry, but over the page, Waka Kotahi is no longer seeking, as per its submission, low density residential zoning for land in and near the corridors. And indeed, Mr. Lister and Dr. Charles emphasise that relatively high density development can be appropriate near a state highway if properly designed. And finally, otherwise the amendments work with the existing restricted discretionary rule framework for subdivision. And Waka Kotahi is not seeking any specific staging of development in relation to O2L. So those are our submissions. Just finally, we've got a list of witnesses there, and just at 4.2, just briefly referring again to those joint witness statements that I understand the panel will have. In terms of the planning statement, the panel will have noted that that statement does not work through the provisions in detail, but Ms. McLeod can of course take you through her proposed amendments this afternoon. Thank you.
I'm conscious of time here, and I'm conscious that Dr. Charles has probably got a plane to catch or something like that. Are we right? Do you want to carry on, or
if the panel's happy, I think Dr. Charles, are you happy to continue now? If it's, I think we're in your hands.
we have to leave Dr. Charles? I think it just might be better because of the overlap that's occurring between witnesses. And I hate for Dr. Charles to go now, and then we've got questions that come up as a result, and I've got an expectation that may well occur.
And we can take a shorter lunch.
We can take a shorter lunch.
That makes sense in terms of that overlap.
It's okay. I just want to foreshadow one issue there, and really, Mr. Pete is probably going to come back to you, and Ms. McLeod. It's the issue that you raised about the construction period and the finishing of O2L is 2029. So yesterday we had the growth projections and the table that's sitting in the 42A report showing the next 10-year period for the district, 4,300 households. I think we can assume that all going well, a large majority of those would be in this area, and I think you'd be realistic to say that would be more than 50%. So you can see where I'm coming to, and given your evidence around staging and those issues, I'm interested to know, and your levels of service, I think we're quite interested to know as to what level of development you think can be developed in this area before O2L comes on stream. I think it's becoming quite critical. So I just want to foreshadow that. So if that's okay with you, we can come back at 3:15. We've now got another submitter coming in now, and I think they were coming in via Zoom, am I correct? Some of them are here, some are coming in by Zoom. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
else that's incoming at 1:45 rather than 2. And then we might be able to shorten it up a little bit.
Oh, so
Yeah, I'm desperate for everyone myself. Don't want to pull the thing while Tom's talking. No.
it's useful because the map here will talking about these aerial photos.
No, absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
You got the updated version?
Well, we've got one. Yes. I need to throw my other ones out. I hope you've
taken one.
Oh, good. It's excellent. But you might have gone as well.
3-4. Completing this hotly level.
Oh,
Oh.
changes to this one.
Yeah, so that's the updated version. From
That's
the
oh, yes, that's updated. This is another one. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that means
Good morning.
Sorry,
That's all right.
are you alright to give us 5 minutes or so?
Yeah. It's split screen. Yeah. Need to minimise it.
Has he got a version of this on his? Oh,
You might try and share screen it so.
Kel, if I can save you some trouble, you don't need to worry about sharing the screen with me. Not sure if that helps.
You don't need the screen share for him.
I think that's what he said. That's what he said. Is that right, Cameron? You don't need the screen.
You don't. No, you don't need to worry about sharing that with me. That's fine.
Squeezing out.
Much better.
So it's like trust and something for I think they're running together. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to introduce yourselves and so we know, we can sort of get going? So you just need to press.
Red's on, right off.
On.
Kia ora. O tēnā koutou katoa ngā mahi nui ki a koutou. Ngā rangatira kai whakawā, tēnā koutou. Ngā tangata o te kaupapa, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou tātou. Ko wai au, ko kura haupō te waka, ko tararua te maunga. Ko nai tara ki mua upoko o te ika a maui, toko iwi. Ānei mua upoko. Ko Ngāti Hine te hapu, ko Dairap toko ingoa, ko Tara-Ika toko tūpuna. Tēnā koutou. Kia ora, Commissioners, my name is Dairap. I have the very special privilege of being Chief Executive of Mua Upoko Tribal Authority, and I'm going to allow my colleagues to introduce themselves before we get started.
Mōrena anō, nā kauwhakawā e mihi ana ki a koutou. So greetings to you, the Commissioner, all the Commissioners in front of us this morning. And tātou katoa, nā mihi ki a koutou anō. So ko te ingosa nā hau, he uri au my Ngāti Pāruri. Ngāti Pāruri is on the side of the lake, just at the top end, at the southern end. That's my hapu, Papaiwi is Mūpoko. Today I'm here as a representative for the Lake Horowhenua Lake Trust, as one of the trustees and also as a beneficial owner. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora koutou, ko Siobhan Karate ana tōku ingoa. Ki te tautoko au te rā mihi kia koutou. I'm really happy to be here to support Moai Upoko Tribal Authority and the Lake Trust today as a kaupapa tile specialist. My skills lay in the ability to understand the cultural values of a site and be able to understand what that means from a management perspective. I have experience framing that in a planning sense, however I am not a planner. My background is in ecology and environmental management. My whānau whakapapa te rangitani, and they are whanaunga of Moaipoko through the Kurihaipo waka. Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou. Tom Benyon, I'm counsel for the Moaipoko Tribal Authority, and we'll hear from Cameron, who's the lawyer for the Lake Horowhenua Trust. But just to say very briefly in terms of it's going to be a combined presentation. We've got 4 brief statements of presentation. Siobhan has provided the background evidence that you've seen. We've got the wildlands report as well on ecological matters that's going to be referred to, I think, it's referenced for the ecological matters. And on the sort of planning expert split, I guess if you've got particular planning issues, it's between myself and Siobhan, Siobhan's over the detail, particularly where we land on wording and things, we might confer a little, if we, so that may happen. So I think over to Cam.
Kia ora tātou katoa. I ngā uri o Tara, i ngā whānau whānui, ngā hapu ngā iwi o Moaipoko, tēnā tātou katoa. I ngā komihana, kei te tēpu I te atanei, tēnā tātou katoa. My name's Cameron Cockley. Kia ora, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to combine presentations and for bringing me in this way. I'm trapped in Tāmaki, so I can't be there with you in person. And my apologies for looming over the room like this. I can see by the way you're looking up at the screen. But thank you for having me involved also. Kia ora.
I think in terms of just order of presentation, we're going to do Di, myself, remember this. Yep. We're going to do Cameron and then Dean, yep. Siobhan. Now, we're going to overlap a little with things. We're wondering if it's most suitable if we just try and get through the presentations and you hold on questions and then we come back on them. Is that okay? We're not quite as skilled as the Waka Kotahi people about.
Can't promise that's convenient.
Yeah, well, we've been watching what has been probably the most exciting planning TV that's on at the moment. So we did watch and see how you're operating.
We do have a tendency to try and cut to the chase sometimes, so my apologies.
That's what we've noticed, and that's why I'm kind of saying to you that we may not be so brilliantly skilled at that, and people want to get things out. So we wonder if you can moderate a little, but we understand also how your drivers to get to the release or things. So I think it's done. Kia ora anō. You have a copy of my statement to the hearing in front of you. Moaipoko Tribal Authority represents Moaipoko iwi, which numbers currently around 5,000 and growing stronger by the year. MTA manages treaty claims, resource management issues, relationships with key Crown agencies and local and regional authorities as the mandated authority for Moaipoko iwi and Hapu regarding consultation across the board, including the Resource Management Act. It is the mandated entity for the settlement of Moaipoko treaty claims currently. Moaipoko Tribal Authority was incorporated in 1997, and we partner with Horowhenua District Council, for example, at the moment, on around 78 projects in the tile space and a wider number of projects up to about 120, depending on how you classify them when it comes to community, arts, culture, etc. We currently support the council and our wider community in around 3 to 4 cultural blessings or events or activities per week. We're very close partners, obviously, with Lake Horowhenua Trust, and that's why we're here together today and work together often in this way. The lake is our precious taonga. It's very heavily polluted, and action is finally underway to some extent or other to clean it up, and there cannot be any interference in that effort. to Muupoko, this Tara-Ika area is one with the lake, because the surface and the underground water systems are connected from the mountains to the sea, and indeed in the name Horowhenua as it suggests. Lake Horowhenua Trust, as Thomas said, will speak to the issues after us, and there will be some overlap. Siobhan Critiana, who prepared the CIA for us, will speak for both groups. There are some slides that's illustrating some of what I and we are talking about along the way, and they'll proceed in a fashion that feels right to the canter of what Tom's clicker can manage. The plan change says, as I'm sure you've seen, that Muupoko, Ngāi Tara ki Muupoko or Te Ika a Maui, have been in this area for 1,000 years, from Kupe onwards. There is also more recent history that's relevant to the context of today. In the 1800s, and in particular the late 1800s, Te Keparangi Hiwinui, also known as Major Kemp, who was a Muupoko rangatira, one of, who was central on behalf of our people to the discussions over the location and the land gifting and transfer to form the township, which we now know as Taitoko, but most people know as Levin. In June 1886, Te Keparangi Hiwinui spent a week in Wellington negotiating a deal with the native minister at the time to establish a town. It was to be named Taitoko. As we all understand, I know you'll realise different stories about how things come to be. From what I understand, Taitoko was his daughter's name, but it was also a name that he was known by in certain quarters. I wouldn't go so far as to use the term nickname, but that's what I've heard mentioned. On behalf of Muupoko, he negotiated every tent section would be available for Muupoko whānau. He and others also went so far as to design a township that was fairly far-sightedly recognising a bicultural and future community at the time. And there is a document in a draft of that plan that he and others drew. At the time in that agreement, Lakes Horowhenua and Papaitonga, or for us Waiwari, would be specifically reserved in trust for all people of the area. A town council and tribal trust would jointly manage the town's reserves. However, it came to be that while that document exists, the government didn't end up being interested in that partnership approach, and through a combination of time, delay, attitude, and Major Kemp's own rising debts from the legal battles with the Crown on behalf of the iwi to keep that agreement in place and other things, the scheme was sunk. The reason that's relevant is because we find ourselves today in a place where something hugely significant is about to happen in our whenua in a way that's not the same but reminiscent of something that's going to change the nature and the size of the whenua and the township. We believe that this development, which depending on which way you look at it, could be up to 3,500 houses, but even in this hearing we've heard could be as high as 5,000, is something that is a chance for us to partner in what we tried to do back in the 1800s in a new way, and to give that partnership contemporary relevance and meaning. In general, we support the plan change. We support the fact that Horowhenua and all people in it and on it should prosper. We support the idea of housing. We all know right across the country, in particular with the last 3 to 5 years in this district, how important the imperative for housing is. And we understand progress with associated commercial and educational centres. We are and have been kaitiaki of Horowhenua for 1,000 years, and we understand our responsibility and a mana whenua responsibility we have to take care of our own and indeed all people on this land. We support housing and progress. MTA has been involved in the development of the plan change with the council, and along the way, very much more recently with the owners. And in fact, we, along with the owners and the council, hosted the sod turning with Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern when the government committed to some infrastructure contribution. We proposed the name Tara-Ika, and Dean will talk more about that. I would like to share with you my observations as being on the sidelines of those discussions. Obviously, it was a massive, huge step for the iwi to support and lend a name of this import to this project. It was not taken lightly. There is a huge risk for our iwi. When you consider what happened in the 1800s and since, and the current state of our lake, and various other projects and or grievances that might be going on in the area, it was pause for thought, and it took some considerable discussion. Particularly because we know that sewage and stormwater systems must be carefully managed in a totally different way than they have been in the past, because it is upstream from Punahou and the O2NL development is coming. What I observed was a discussion between the desire to show our support for and desire to be a partner in how we design our future. You know, mana motuhake whenua kako, tino rangatiratanga in exercising our mana whenua responsibility. And tara being nai tara ki mua upoko o te ika. Against the possibility that by providing that name, the things that are not, that have made our people unhappy about the way we partner with Crown and authorities might continue. That was the risk. And we therefore found ourselves in a position, looking back, of putting our name to something that did not honour our ancestor. So our people took that step forward to do that, and a clear signal that we are here, we have been here, we want to be part of the future, and that signalled our determination to be in partnership as strongly as possible with how Tara-Ika as a project would unfold. We've provided a full CIA, which Siobhan Karaitiana will speak to, and after that, Tom will raise some issues for MTA. We have three major remaining concerns. I'll give an overview of those, and Tom and Siobhan will also speak to them. First, we must ensure that stormwater is properly treated. Developments in Tara-Ika cannot undermine or further encroach on the work to restore the lake Punahou. We are in talks with Waka Kotahi about the O2NL development, and that reinforces our concern that groundwater is pretty close to the surface in this area. I know they are grateful for the particular unique expertise and cultural perspective that we have been able to bring to their understanding of groundwater. And a cautious approach has to be taken to make sure that stormwater treatment happens in the plan change area. As one of our rangatira put it, if the council is the driver of the new development, we absolutely must be in the front passenger seat at all times. In fact, when we take it back to Tara-Ika and his father Whātonga, and an analogy of the waka, is that Tara-Ika was also seen as a leader of the time that saw far into the future and took the responsibility on his shoulders of providing a safe and prosperous way forward. His father Whātonga was the navigator of the Kurahopu Waka. And we see that while the captain, in this case the council, may through legislation and law have that decision, that our place as the navigator is inextricably linked and must be there. Second, our people have said they want the 4 hectares for Maunu Wahine area. Maunu wahine is hugely important in our overall cultural landscape. For us, while Maunu wahine may appear as a point on a map, it's part of a cultural landscape that doesn't just exist in the nature of a non-Māori perspective of looking at something. If those values are properly understood, our people believe setting aside this area as a space for everyone will give this subdivision something totally unique in character and nature. They are concerned that we look at the allocation of this area not in the same way we would apply a lens that may not be from a Māori point of view, but being prepared, because in what we've seen is there's nothing in the Hora Whenua currently that would give us an opportunity to look at how we've provided a cultural lens in the past here. But there are other communities where that has happened. What I have learned from my time being back home in this role about Maunu wahine is that, like anything, there are many stories. But what I've heard and been taken out, the Waipiha Reserve and other areas, is that in the top of the Tara-Ika Ranges, in a place that is no one has got to for quite some years, there's a sacred lake called Hapua Korari. In the old times, our tohunga went there to study, our men, our chiefs. It was a place where the water was said to have special healing properties, where it flourished, and very special and sacred learning took place. Similar purpose for our women. It served many other purposes as well. It sat in a place where, when there were journeys from east to west across the Tara-Ika Ranges, it is a place where after and before a big journey that travellers could stop and rest in preparation or recuperation. It was a place where our women in particular learnt, reflected and practised their rongoa and collected their materials. It was a place where refuge was sought. It was a place where they took their children, and it was a place for reflection, healing, rejuvenation and learning. It was a really special place to our people. We heard you say that if the agreed proposal is put forward, you would find it hard to ignore that. So we will, and in fact have, started talking with affected landowners in the council. If there is agreement, we will bring that back. And Ms Karaitiana and Mr Benyon will explain our position. Thirdly, we do feel it's important to make sure the bush remnants are protected, as they can be very important for flora and fauna. But in my conclusion, I would like to share with you a context that is really, really important to us and ask for your forbearance in sharing that with you. The dynamicism of, I guess, the project phasing is of concern. And that's why we talk about being a navigator in the waka. Murupuku Tribal Authority, as I say, was formed in 1997. And the context of how we all come here in front of you today as a team, I want to share with you that doesn't happen easily. We are a pre-settlement iwi, and within the context of a pre-settlement iwi, what I have found coming home recently to do this role is that Murupuku are uniquely, significantly and inequitably excluded from participation in any Crown or agency business that might allow us as a pre-settlement iwi to develop our own capacity and capability incrementally. As a result of that, we have saved for a year to be able to bring these people in front of you. And I really want you to understand that that's an important context for us. These things do not happen easily. This is a very, very important kaupapa. And we still do our best to be engaged in every single aspect of what it means to be tangata whenua and mana whenua here. So being in the passenger seat and part of what we need to do going forward is vital. There must be authentic and meaningful involvement. We must be supported to be in that seat. There must be opportunity for monitoring and feedback loops. And whatever way we take the next steps, they have to be authentic and with meaningful involvement. Kia ora. Thank you.
We might just go straight to Dan. Technical people at the end. You don't want to disrupt the body.
Well, I tēnā tātou anō, nā mihi kia koutou. I'd like to just thank you again for having the opportunity to speak on behalf of our Lake Trust and Horowhenua Lake Trust and the beneficial owners of the lake itself. So which brings me to the point where whakapapa plays a big part in this here for us with this whenua through the tautoko Horowhenua area. As said previously, we've been here for 1,000 years, and that comes from kupe, and then through kotoe te huatahi, korongo oiroa, ko whātonga. Ko whātonga is the captain of the Kurahupa Waka, which is the pictures in the room here behind you. From Whātonga, he married a chiefess, a lady called Hutu Waipara, which was his first marriage, and from there comes Tara, or Tara-Ika. Our whakapapa links in through Pihu Nai Te Rangi from Tara, all the way down Heke ki raro mai kia tātou, all the way down to us here today on this land. And so we have over 45 generations linked to the land here as lake trustees, or as lake owners, or as muupoko. The name Tara-Ika, as Dai said, did not come lightly. It came with ko te tangata he whakaingoa tērā wāhi, mo tēnei arapai, mo tēnei taone hau. So the person who gave us the name there was our kaumātua, one of our main pou o rangatira for us, which was Marakupa, Wiremu, Matakatia Williams. And you would have heard the name Matakatia this morning mentioned by Pa Charlie, one of our kaumātua, also Charlie Ray. Muupoko, us in this area, linking very strongly with Naitara, but as to other iwi around the area too, with in the lower North Island. We have Rangitane, as mentioned with Siobhan early on, as her links there. But Tara-Ika is a direct connection for us on the Tuakana line for us. Tara's second marriage created a lot of our other known iwis at the lower North Island, i.e. Rangitane, and that's a main standout for that for us to show that is the naming of Kapiti Island, which is better known as Te Waiwai Kapiti o Tara, Rauwako Tautoki. For the Lake Trust, we have a spiritual connection from the, as Dai said, also from the mountains to the sea, and in particular to this area coming from our puna, which is mentioned in our karakia yesterday morning, and which is the puna up in the mountains, which is the springs, which is Hapua Kōrari and Tāwhiri Kohukohu. And from those springs, they come down to the whenua, which is where Tara-Ika is going to be, then go through to our lake, Punahau, then to Hōkio, our river, and out to the sea. That's a spiritual pathway for us that we took as we take now today as people. It's this pathway we use linking in with the name Arapaipai, which was mentioned this morning. It's a pathway that we use to go to the mountains, to those springs up in the hills, which is quite clearly seen there. Waimarie Stream, which runs along Queen Street there. It was a natural running the flow of the waters going to our lake, coming from the mountains to the sea as well. That spiritual pathway has been used for many years, and it's the link for us from the sea to the mountains and vice versa. But it's also linked in also with clearings along the way as well. And those clearings, I can go to another map there, I think. Next one. Link in with this one here. Many clearings along the way, all interlinked. The links going from, I can't even see it at the top by our lake, as lake trustees, Nuru Nuru, Tiro Tiro, Weraroa. Weraroa is a huge area there, links in for the most of the township, comes through to Maungu or Waihapehu clearing. All of these are linked along the way. But these clearings and spaces are very much linked with what I said. They're places where we won on it, where we stopped off. Mainly for the bottom of the Arapaipai or the bottom of the Tararua was Maungu Wahine, which is very important for today, what we're talking about with Tara-Ika. It's one of our last remaining clearings that we have there, Maungu Wahine. It was a place where our women went to with their tamariki, while their men went off into the hills, collecting berries, collecting snaring birds, or us going up into the hills, the men were going to those sacred puna to one under themselves. Maungu Wahine was a very important place, as it was where the waters ran from the Waimari, or Te Tau, the awa there that links into Koutaroa, or Koutaro, Te awa Te Hau, and comes from on the other side of there, which links them with all the springs from the mountains. And it's the flow of the water. I think it needs to be made important that it was mentioned yesterday about, I saw pictures of flooding that comes from those areas, all the way down Queen Street, along that Waimarie, along that spiritual pathway. It's the flow of the water. As far as our Mātauranga Māori goes, we know that the waters flow from the mountains to the sea. Maungu Wahine was stated in 1883 through Kawana. Exactly that, about what that area was used for, and clearings, where it was to gather berries, rongoa from the bush. But in those clearings also too, for this project with Tara-Ika, from a lake trustee, we know the linkage that it also has from the mountains to the sea, and that comes with us as kaitiaki, not only of our lake for Mupoko, but also as our whenua and our ecological settings, for our moko, for our ngata, which we are actually kaitiaki of. I recently went out with the ecological group from Wildlands, looking at where they are situated out in the areas, especially our moko. They say that moko, they believe they are still in the outer Paipai range, which is at the top, which is at the foothills of the Tararuas. But we know they are along the Queen Street at the Remnant Bush area by Prowse Bush. We know that they are near Maungu Wahine or Waihapehu Reserve, which is in the yellow there. Our moko, or our ngata, a huge remnants of them, a huge part of them is placed in Waihapehu Reserve, right where Maungu Wahine is. You can go in there today, anyone can walk in there, and you can walk into the bush there and you'll see shells there. But the link for us is coming down that spiritual pathway of Queen Street, linking straight into our lake and straight onto the other side of the lake, which comes to a place called Paki Bush, where no one believed that there were snails there. Our ngata and the snails are there today, as Doc will count for. And that's one of our last remaining native bushlands on the sand dunes of the west coast,
through all of the North Island, which is in line with our spiritual pathway there. The only two other areas, one is Waiwiri, or Paipaitonga, and I'm not too sure about the other one, but it must be outside area, but very much linked it for that whole west coast. So it's the last bit of area that we have where those nuta are and thrive. As mentioned yesterday by one of our speakers, I think she spoke about two and brought in two examples of them. But that's our connection linked in there for that Tara-Ika area. For the lake trustees and owners, yes, we do too support the development as well as what has been said by Whaidai. In support, we know that it just can't be at the expense of the mauri of our lake. We've gone through enough over the years with our lake. We're trying very hard to bring it back to what it was previously. As in 1886, the town was developed. But then we look at other important dates through over time. 1905, Seddon come in and made a reserve about our lake, spoke about how important the lake was and that it would be clean forever, ensuring that we would have that mauri entailed or kept pure as much as possible. Then Nash comes through in 1956 and says pretty much exactly the same thing and gives us the Road Act, which allows us, our ownership of the lake is maintained with that and our rights to fish and gather kai there. Then no later than the ink drying, the same year, we have pollution or the wastewater going straight into our lake. So we're very cautious, even though we say we do support development, but we're very cautious with things going through as lake owners, that we have what Dai's also mentioned, that we're part of that journey going forward as Mupoko and as lake owners. And the links that we know is for us as the lake owners, number one being hydrology, modelling. We think of, there's no modelling out there about the groundwater impacts. We have our mātauranga Māori that we know that the water runs from our puna up in the mountains down to down under the ground, comes up through all of our springs, then comes up at our lake, and then feeds out to Hokio and out to the sea. An example of this was quite clear with us at the beginning of this year when we were doing work on the lake, working in with Horizons. And we had our boat ramp going out onto our lake. The experts, Western scientists and Western engineers turned around and said, we'll dig down and we'll go out into the water. And we were thinking, okay, Te Pai, that sounds good. We're okay then. But we said, what are you going to do about the water? And they were like, no, it'll be fine. And so we dug down. And as soon as we dug into the land, we went down about 4 metres. The waters ran. Come from the land and pretty much filled up a basin 20 by 20 metres. And it was pure, clean water. We knew it was coming. But they didn't believe us. But through Mātauranga Māori, we understand the water runs. And I know we have aquifers and everything else, but the hydrology, modelling and everything for us, this is what we need a bit of support around. We understand how the lay of our land goes for the last 1,000 years. So we just need some reassurance and some testing and some modelling and some support and some reassurance that they won't be affected. Also, too, the Lake Trust, we're working with our Freshwater Improvement Fund, with the MFE. We're working through that and Council, and Horizons. We're looking at our Queen Street Drive, our Queen Street Drain. We talk about the water running from that area. We know it's going to make our way down. We need that reassurance. We need the testing done. We need to ensure that we are not going to affect our mauri or our lake. of concerns for us at the moment. It's all linked in, no national standards, or bottom standards. We're working with the National Freshwater Policy at the moment. We've been to hearings regarding the nitrogens that are coming into our lake, the exemptions within our area. So we're working really hard to ensure that doesn't affect our lake. And that's linked in with the Arawhata Wetland Project. And it is all downstream from where this development is. I heard early on that we could be extending out to 5,000, 10,000 houses. That's heading southwards, which is in line with the Mauri or the spiritual pathway linking in with Waiwiri and then down onto the Arawhata. It all links in. So that's why we're very cautious about going forward. We think about the pot. Council has a clear understanding of that. They lease the area. We're owners in that area as well too. Owners from the lake are also owners in the pot. A number of them. But the pot has, for the commissioners that if they might not know about the pot is where our sewage treatment plant gathers all the water. In 1956 it was being thrown straight out into the lake. Then the treatment plant was in operation, operating as well as it couldn't handle the amount of flow coming through, and it was actually overflowing into the lake. To stop that or to avoid that, Murupoko Lands Trust and the Horowhenua Trust, the lake owners, worked in and set up the pot, which is a basin out towards the southern end of Hukea Beach Road, where the river runs and where the landfill is, to the left, and that's where we have it being sprayed out. Well, the wastewater, treated wastewater, moved to there, sprayed out onto land. But as the council knows, we went through a resource consent there. And to looking at that, there's limits to that. And as the Lake Trust, we're keeping a close eye on that. And that's with the ERP working with the council. But it needs to ensure that those requirements to maintain that lease are upheld. So in other words, it was said to us within that hearing for that resource consent that the effects of a huge development as Tara-Ika would not affect that. It all links in, this whole area. Just as our mātauranga Māori whakaaro is, ki uta ki tai, from the mountains to the sea. And for those on the land here in contemporary times, it is a link. We see it in everything we do. And when the rains run, everyone that lives here and live in knows which way it heads, straight to our lake. But co-management is a key for us at different levels. We're working towards it now as the Lake Trust and NTA as well, coming together. As recently as 2 weeks ago, our AGM for the Lake Trust, we spoke about us combining. And also, too, we are combining with the council in certain, a number of those projects going forward. But this needs to really be at the forefront for this to succeed, for Tara-Ika to succeed going forward also, we believe. And I suppose, lastly, for our lake trustees and our lake owners, we've been here for those 1,000 years. We'll be here for another 1,000. Everyone that comes in and develops this area has the opportunity and can quite easily move away. People have tried to move us on before. People will always try and take what's ours. And it's when you look at the lake there and the township, the Tara-Ika development is about the size of the Levin township already, and the size of our lake. And then on the western side of the lake is pretty much our last Māori land. And no way will that ever leave our hands. But it's our concerns that we have when you have a development that's just as big, if not bigger, than our township there. Because we can't leave. We don't want to leave, and we never will leave. But everyone else that comes in has the opportunity to move on. Kia ora tātou. Nā mihi. Kia ora, commissioners.
Can I suggest that that's the kaumātua section, if you like, and perhaps we did the next part's technical, so Commissioner Mark, feel free to start the question we go, but I suggest perhaps if Mr. Hockey does a brief presentation, Siobhan Growth Area will follow. I don't need to speak to my submissions, some technical points that we'll no doubt get to. So I'm just if you go in that order. Okay, that's fine. So Cameron, if you want to just speak to the commissioners have your submission, so if you just want to speak to the key points that need to come up.
Sure. Thank you, Tom. Kia ora tātou. Tēnā koro e ngā rangatira, ngā kōrero e whakatau mai. I'm just going to mute myself so I can't hear the echo back in my own ears. You have the submissions there, and I'm very grateful to be doing this following that kōrero from the Ahika, the tangata whenua, because they really set the scene there. What I've done, commissioners, is I've worked through a bit of history which places the trust and the owners of the lake in this context. And you've seen some maps now and some aerial views. And one of the things that you see there on that first page is that the Māori Land Court, recognising the tikanga of mana whenua, was completely comfortable awarding a lake to Moepopo in the same way that they would award whenua. So in the scheme of things, according to tikanga, you can see mana running from Tara-Ika through to the lake out to the ocean. There's no break to the lake. It's continuous. I refer there to the legislation that came through in 1905, which actually undermines that authority that the lake owners had to manage their own resource. And I think that's important context to show again the extent to which trustees, the owners, and obviously MTA in a similar way are campaigning to restore that ability to control and manage their own resources. And I do want to point out at paragraph 10, there, this is in the trust deed, it's actually a part of the trustee's role to consider the importance of the lake in the context of the well-being of you. And this goes to this idea of mode, which you heard Mr. Wilson talk about and Ms. Rudd. The idea that the life force of the lake, the health of the lake, is intrinsically linked to the health of Moepopo. And that's again why the status of the lake as a taonga, but as a compromised taonga, is something which is always the forefront of the minds of the trustees and MTA, but also the owners, to make sure that they are participating in anything that has an impact on. I've included in these submissions a snapshot there, an aerial view of where Tara-Ika is in relation to the catchment. That's a Horizons Regional Council map showing all of the catchment area for Horowhenua, for Punahou. And what you can see there is that obviously that sets out that Tara-Ika falls squarely within this area, which is so vital to the health of Punahou. These submissions have focused on stormwater. They've mentioned wastewater and also sewage. And that's because of the real risk that they see with the current settings and the current level of involvement. I mentioned there in paragraph 25 and 26 the feature of rainwater tanks, residential houses, is important, but I think anecdotally, and it's also acknowledged in the stormwater report, rainwater tanks are not kept empty for a stormy day. Rainwater tanks get full, dry weather, and the report explicitly notes that you can't see that part of residential development as mitigating anything because it simply won't break away. We've heard from Wakatahi, and we've heard about how there's still this tension between the O2NL plan, and that's a significant challenge to be able to work through how that's developed and how it integrates with how waste stormwater is managed in Tara-Ika. We note there from the Section 42 report the benefits of a communal or centralised approach because it allows facilities to be co-located with and go to a corridor. But again, because we don't have an alignment of projects with Waka Kotahi, that doesn't provide the assurance that is needed. I move on there to 28 and 29, and while we acknowledge that the communal or centralised approach is better than a fully flexible arrangement, and that's reflected in the Section 42 report. And you've already heard this from the landowners, developers. There's not a willingness to be upfront and put your hands up and volunteer land, wetlands, swales, something that could be avoided. So they really have an approach that builds that into the development right from the very beginning. I note there, point out there that under Rule 39, the Horizons Regional Council 1 plan, discharge of stormwater, surface runoff to the lake is a complying activity. So that fundamentally rules that out as a fallback option. It's not able to happen, and it poses a significant challenge to the process for consenting activities. I'm going to try not to take too much longer. Because of that rule related to stormwater and the regional plan, there needs to be a clear scheme set out which anticipates this issue as part of this project, and I think that's 34. We support, trust supports, the trustees support that approach, a proposal by MTA, that there be involved by MTA and the trust, or if it must, then the Lake Trust via MTA. But it needs to be built in, so there's involvement as the development progresses. Otherwise, there's only that trigger if wetlands are actually required. It's the only time that MTA and the lake might be able to have a contribution to that. I won't repeat, but I mentioned there the soakage tests which the reports have provided. And again, those note, if I move to page 8, that those environmental effects are already noted, they're already recorded, that there could be an increase in groundwater flows downgrading to the site, which means groundwater discharge to streams Lake Horowhenua. And similarly, that increase in groundwater could reduce the soakage in the immediate Tara-Ika area. So again, you have a very serious sort of setting. We do endorse those features of the report by Ms. Raitiana when she deals with stormwater issues, and those suggestions are fully supported and endorsed by the Trust. I go on to mention similar concerns around sewage, and here it leads to that infrastructure capacity issue, which those reports acknowledge that by 2030 there's going to have to be in place a huge amount of infrastructure to anticipate and deal with the population that are going to be present in the water and sewage demand there. Mr. Wilson's already mentioned pot, and you know there's a natural comparison where it's Māori land, it's being used for a purpose which is compromising it, and there's this risk that really sits right on the edge that threatens the lake. the final point there is that the approach to stormwater, but also around wastewater and sewage, seems to treat a middle line between case-by-case management and an upfront stormwater management system. But that needs to go a little bit further in order to really mitigate the risk that the lake is at, and by extension, are at. Given that they are embrace this development, place their name on it, and find a way to have it progress in a way that respects the whenua history, but also the need for houses and to be in a beautiful place like Laverne. So that's all I have at this point. And I like Mr. Ben mentioned, I think it's probably best that questions come at the end, so they can be dealt with either by Mr. Benyon or myself, or by the witness. Kia ora.
There's three remaining issues, which you've said about big ones. So the stormwater moaning away in the area and the protection. On stormwater, I've got some very short comments about amendments, and we could maybe just deal with that in technical discussion. But I suggest if Ms. Kraitiana presents her expert assessment of the values, particularly around the mauna wahine and ecological protection areas, and then we'll deal with the rest in questions, if that's efficient. And you've got a presentation, series of slides as a presentation from her, and she'll just take you through those. Yes, there's kind of like a whole series of we've sort of got, put up the major ones. These are Peter Atkin. It's going the wrong way. But yeah, the stormwater management areas map is up there as well. So, if we need to, I'm trying to extract sort of key ones that we can come backwards and forwards to. I think that's the last one. Yeah, okay. That's the catchment one. Yeah, so we can go backwards and forwards on those. I don't know if we can put the presentation up.
Otherwise, I can just speak to the slides sitting in front of you. That's the one, the green one.
It's on that. You've still got the USB, it should be on. Shall I just come around and. Point there. No, so that's your point. I think it's point down the side.
Tēnā koutou, nā koutua. So you've heard all about the cultural and spiritual values of Moaipoko related to this area and how it's connected to the wider landscape. So my job now is my job has been to work with council to see how we can protect those values in the development of the Tara-Ika area. I have to say this process has been really positive. We've had good, robust discussion, and we have narrowed down the issues to the three remaining, alluded to by my colleagues gone before me. So these are the kaupapa that I'm going to talk about. I'm happy to.
Well, you just open the questions as you go.
I think we're comfortable to have questions as we go, understanding that Tom and Cameron may step in as appropriate during this presentation. So the first thing I wanted to talk about was the values associated with Maunu Wahine. I've tried to summarise in a very short manner some of the values that we've heard about previously. And I want to explore a little bit how much space we must set aside to give effect to these values and what the design parameters could look like. This is based on my experience working on previous cultural sites development for Rangitani. This is the site of Ahimate. This wide area has a whole range of cultural sites within it, and the park is around 26 hectares. It has similar values to those described on the previous slide for Maunu Wahine. However, the key difference being in this location, this is an area for public celebration, so it's where hapu would come from along the river to meet on an annual basis and celebrate the likes of Matariki and the spring kohanga. They would do that by bonfire. It's a fantastic experience. I've drawn a circle around 4 hectares in the corner there, and it's a bit difficult to see, but on the very right-hand side where you can see the grass clearing is a cultural site in the form of a circle. Next to it is the bonfire that's celebrated on an annual basis. Now you'll see the shared use path skirts pretty close to that, but it has the choice to stay away from it or be close to it. On the bottom left-hand side where you can see the scrubby-looking bush, this is a natural play area, so this is the area that you may need for developing picnic sites, places where whānau can go to have natural play experiences. The values that have been instilled here, in my opinion, could be design outcomes that Moeopuko may be seeking. We're moving away from the likes of your traditional playground areas, plastic slides and manicured lawns. These are wild experiences to connect with the landscape in a more natural, holistic way that connects you to the whenua and the landscape, the taonga around you. In the north of the site, you see is a rough area where you could have buffer protection for the likes of Waiupehu Reserve. This is a restoration site where rongoa species are being planted, rako are being planted for harvesting. In my opinion, this is a landscape that could host the values associated with Maunu Wahine. When you narrow that down to 1.5 hectares, you'll see clearly that there is enough room for your kurawana space or cultural site, but there isn't any buffer between this place and the wider use areas for the community, such as whānau, play. Children can be very loud and noisy, as we all know, and there is no opportunity for robust restoration of rongoa opportunities. You will get small pockets and maybe some hedging. Furthermore, your shared use path would be directly linked to the cultural site. From what we know about Maunu Wahine, Moeopuko want a site that's peaceful and quiet, a site of respite, that public can access, yes, and that public can share and enjoy, but it's not next to the busyness of a shared use path and a play site. So in my opinion, 1.5 hectares, as we've seen here, is not robust enough to provide for the values associated with Maunu Wahine. Just flick to the notified structure plan. There has been an attempt to allocate space for Maunu Wahine to give effect to those values, but this hasn't been done in consultation with Moeopuko or their specialist advisors. As you can see, it's a very narrow space, and for that northern end, it's an access route where you have room for a shared use path and maybe a hedge to buffer Waiupehu Reserve. That extends to around 50 to 60 metres down further, but you can see very clearly as that shared use path traverses through there, you cannot get any quiet space. It's a very busy, public, open viewed site. So while the design or the shape of this is not giving effect to those values, if we condense that down to just a simple square, 150 metres by 150 metres, you're still not giving Moaipoko any privacy to hold their wānanga and their ceremonies. Moaipoko are very involved in the education space, and I'm positive that they would love to bring kura here. Is 150 metres by 150 metres enough to host school children and undertake the learning opportunities that they would love to instill in wānanga for the future prosperity of Moaipokotanga? In my opinion, 1.5 hectares does not give effect to protecting the relationship of Māori with their culture and traditions in their ancestral lands and sites in Wāhi Tapu. I also note that it doesn't give effect to Moaipoko aspirations for Tara-Ika, identified in Policy 9 of the National Policy Statement for Urban Development. This is a very rough, just mark up on Google Earth. This is 4 hectares in the location that we're discussing. This is 200 metres wide. I do note it skirts a bit close to the property over there, and we can pull that back and change the shape a little bit quite easily. But here you're giving space that you can traverse that shared use path through while shielding the site with vegetation, planting rongoa. We have the opportunity to fulfil the aspirations of Moaipoko to buffer and protect Waiopēhu Reserve, create edge habitat that the likes of moko, the taonga, thrive in, whilst providing the opportunities for community use values. This park will be like no park that the Horowhenua Taitoko area has seen before. This park will be designed with cultural values at the very heart of it. This is not like any park seen in Levin currently, where it is traditional playgrounds. This is the end of my presentation on Maunu Wahine. Perhaps we could open discussion around this kaupapa before we move on to another. And I open the floor for Tom and Cameron to have any comments around this, as well as invite questions from the commissioners.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. The first one is on the identification of the Wānawahine and the location. I think we've got a circle shown on some of the maps which indicates where it is, and it is on a good example shown on that map. It actually crosses back into the reserve itself. What's your interpretation of that location in terms of where the Wānawahine is?
I'll provide a couple of comments before I hand over. This is not a archaeological feature that exists in a place with a set of coordinates. It is an integrated cultural landscape that links with the wider, which we've heard about Dean. This is the location that links in with the spiritual pathway. It makes sense from a traditional Mātauranga Māori perspective. This is what we've heard from our kaumātua and our tangata whenua, and their knowledge is important. Adkins was a very clever, well thought of explorer. His information is relied on throughout the Manawatu in another area where I work for iwi. We layer these things. We don't just rely on one source of information. Here we have two layered sources. We have Adkins and we have traditional mātauranga. How much more evidence could we provide you? I now hand over for any comments to from my colleagues.
Yeah, I was just going to make one comment on the Edkin map. I mean, you know, within its limitations, he does identify the spot. And I heard a comment yesterday that, no, you know, we've got some reckons that it was another place, and then there were 2 trees and they're gone. I don't know if we can rely on Edkin's spot as he's located a spot, but what that describes is possibly a matter for cultural knowledge, but he does locate that spot on a map which shows the existing roads and is a scale map. So he wasn't unspecific about this kind of area, and I would suggest that's pretty good evidence of that somewhere close to this spot is the broader cultural setting of this this site.
I've spoken with quite a number of kaumātua. We've had kōrero ourselves and our whānau about it. But it's that te awa o te tau. If you can see the awa that runs through the stream, that's part of the life force there. That's the reason why you go to a place such as that. And the spot is next to the stream, which is marked on the map. But then I've heard our kōrero from some of our previous speakers, and they're saying it's that a place of where trees are missing. But then if you go into the bush, which I hear you may be going there tomorrow, and it's when you walk through there and you go in there, if you know not on the track, it's off the track, there's a number of places which you could think, if you think of the words that are written by Atkins, it could be a number of places in there. In the map there, but it's the why. It's where the why is along there, because the reason for going there is to be away, sustain yourself, but it's the healing. And as we know, I mean, you don't have to be Māori to understand that. You know that there's healing within waters. So, but specifically from the kōrero I've heard is that it's there, by the river, by the stream that's there. There's actually a car park there now, where the trees have been taken away. But yeah, it's from the kōrero I've had. And this has been with a couple of uncles, a couple of my papa who's now gone. But if you see on the map previously, I would say see where the Queen Street East, just the naming of the name there. I can go from directly above that to a place they call Umapapa. There and on Roslyn Road is where my grandfather's grandfather used to stay. 7 generations ago, before anyone came here, which was Tara-Ika Growth Area. So I went through my whakapapa, and he used to come out here to stay in clearings and come across over to this area too, and used to go up to the mountains. But he actually shifted from there into town as well. It was different seasonal times they went to there. And that's why I say, like with the clearings and maungu wahine, depends what trees and what berries were in those places. So maungu wahine could have gone from the edge, where we believe that it was, in the car park, and the edge of that stream, could have moved along that stream depending on what plants were in those areas too. And it makes kind of sense. It was like the cafe where you stopped off, before the wahine would go there, or clearing. A lot of the clearings were there for people to reside while other people went off and did bird snaring, because that was the key kai that was you're going to grab, or going up to the mountains, or going to those certain places. But for me, for us, and a number of us is there by the stream where it's marked. But then I listen to like I say, if you read Atkins and you walk in that bush, there's a number of little places where there's a rata tree, where there's a shape of the tree here, and all the trees are the same shape actually. All those trees in there that are spoken about, and how they come down the pukatia with the triangle base and everything, they all come down to like that, and they shape into different parts of that stream along there. Of that area, of that whole area. So it's quite interesting, but yeah, it's not till you go in and you can tell.
So I can take from that, being that the mana wahine could have traversed right across that area. It may not be a specific location, but a broader location, and the purpose of the reserve area or mana wahine area is to tell the story and to provide a location where that story can be told. Is that
It's more what's left of it.
It's what's left of it there. That's because it didn't traverse over the other side.
Outside the road?
Yeah. It was
Yeah.
that pathway we know was always there from the way Marino was coming through, but it's what's here. From what I know, it's in and around that entrance area there.
So a related question, I was going to come to this when we got stormwater, but I might as well ask it now. The importance of that stream that runs through there, I think further down it's called Te Ati Tau. I think, I'm not sure what it's called.
Yes,
there,
it is, yeah.
It is Te Ati Tau.
Yeah.
You didn't talk about that earlier on as to the importance of that stream, because it seems to go in a different direction. It doesn't go to the lake.
It comes back in here. It links in with our links with the Manawa too, because it goes to Kopitaro.
So it's different. So what is the importance to Mapuku?
Well then, Te Awa Te Tau does come around though back. I think it comes around and links into the back into Putiki, which comes to the lake, which is on the other side.
Right.
It does swing around and come around the back.
Right.
And those that know from Roslyn Road, and you look at Kauai, and it swings around the back and comes round, and it comes through Western Park. For those that
right.
And it does come back to the lake.
So it's a different direction.
Different direction, yeah.
Okay.
And there's points, if you know, from the back of Western Park, they do swing out to the back up to Kauai, back out to Roslyn, and swing back around some of the waterways. But there's also waterways, as we did see on O2NL, where there's what we call a awapuni, where there was previous waterways, but now they're blocked and they're punas. And you'll see at the back of Roslyn Road and the back leading out to Headley Road, and they lead back around Levin, and that's where the actual O2NL's going. That's why we've been into other properties and then had a look at them. I think you come in with us this one, but they do look around. Yeah. But we know that the water does run down to. There's 19 tributaries to the lake. There's not just a few other little streams on this side, and that's it. There's 19 in total. Here it is here.
This is an incredibly interesting issue. And I guess I just want to clarify a couple of things about the relief sought in the submission. So the area that's in front of us now, that's in the white area, what is the decision of the panel that you want us to make in respect to that in terms of the structure plan?
That the 4 hectares of Mauna Wahine, that we have designated to give effect to the values associated with Mauna Wahine and what traditional mātauranga believes as the last of the site, is protected through open space. Correct. This would give Moaipoko certainty that the site will be protected into the future, for the benefit of themselves and the whole of the community.
And the white that roughly 40 hectares.
Roughly.
What's your understanding of the ownership of that area?
My understanding is that the Browns own the property, and that it may take up around 1/6 to 1/5 of their land holding.
And if the panel was to colour that area green in the structure plan, would you accept that in itself won't necessarily allow the goals and objectives for that area to be pursued without an agreement from the landowner?
Correct, yeah.
And that,
Could I add to that, if I may, that as I said earlier, the exact implications of that were only known to us recently. We looked at Tara-Ika as a total picture. So we've met with the owners, and as I've said, we will talk with the affected landowners and the council. If there is agreement, we will bring that back, and that's where we stand today.
yes, and that's really where I was going to head, because you invited and you referenced the comment that I made yesterday to the Browns. And I mean, this is a contested issue as to, I don't think the location is contested, the associations are not contested, it's the size that's really been contested. And so, on one hand, we have a desire to put provisions in the plan that allow the aspirations to be fulfilled. On the other hand, we've got a private property owner who's concerned about the loss of value of their land. So we don't have to make a decision on that. We're going to have to look at guidance and the policies and objectives and the higher order documents to arrive at that. But if the parties can assist us in making that decision, and in saying that there may need to be compromises on all sides, that will be of great assistance. So I don't really want to take that any further, Mr. Benyon.
I just had so we noted your comment yesterday.
Yes.
And I just had a question around timeframes. And what does timing look like for that sort of conversation in your decision?
Yeah, so we can issue a minute around that, and I think we signalled that yesterday anyway, so we might issue a minute at the end of these proceedings, which puts some time frames. I don't think this is going to be the only time frame.
No.
So we can probably put some time frames around that, very conscious where we are in the year as well, and so yeah, that's something that we need to give a little bit of thought to as to the time frames. There's nothing to stop those discussions happening anytime soon anyway. Yeah.
And they have been.
Yes.
The only thing I would add to that from our point of view in those very recent discussions is one of the challenges that we see at a plan change level is the dynamicism, or whatever the word, dynamicism of the total picture versus the individual owners. We'd prefer there was a way of sharing the impact as we were required to share. That's all I can say. So when we talk about affected landowners, we think of that in the widest possible context.
And it may be that delineating an area is not the way forward at this stage in terms of a structure plan, and it might be that the idea of a circle, perhaps not quite in the right location, but anyway, which delineates the area, and then that rest of it is covered through provisions rather than trying to fix a location now. We've still got a long way to go before you get to subdivision stage and all that sort of stuff.
The only thing I would say to that is that we are, as Tom said and as Dean said, we are clear that that is what is left of Maunu Wahine. We don't want to water that down. So we're open, but we're clear on that point.
if it's of assistance, what I can say is 2 or 3 things. Clearly, it's competing values here. The need to give effect to Part 6, Part 7 and Part 8 of the Act in relation to payment of whenua issues. There's also private property rights and then there's also, we'll come back to that. So, Mr. Bennion, and I guess will be familiar with this, the court's views on the zoning of private land as open space is something that's been well canvassed in terms of fairness and equity. The second matter is the difference between enabling provisions that would enable the Wahine area to be respected, but nothing compelling that to occur without a willing landowner. So there are 2 sort of principles that I think you need to just keep in the back of your mind when you're talking to the council and the landowner. And I guess the third issue is then how does whatever agreement that's reached between the parties, if there was an agreement, how is that translated into the plan change framework at the policy and rule level? And when I talk about rule, I include the structure plan there because it acts as a sort of a quasi-zoning plan anyway. And you'll note that at the moment, non-compliance with the structure plan triggers a non-complying activity status, but it's also a matter of discretion in its own right. And I think Hispanic's very alive to that matter. So, if there wasn't a delineation and there was a circle, what would be the implications of that at subdivision and land use consent? How would that be dealt with? So, I really don't want to say anything more because I don't want to constrain the discussions, but I think it would be remiss of the panel if we didn't say that to acknowledge that there are competing issues, but there's also important case law about private property rights, open space zoning, the need for certainty in rules, and the ability that provisions might be enabled, but they aren't a compulsion for things to occur. There needs to be some willingness between the parties for that to occur. In other words, if there was a zoning over that 4 hectares of land, that in itself doesn't mean that the goals will be fulfilled, unless the Browns were of a view to sell the land or to develop in a way that gave effect to that. There's compensation issues under Section 85 of the Act, I think. Yes. And that's what I'm getting at, Mr. Bennion. Yeah. I've probably said too much.
Just one last thing, because there may be a little bit of confusion over this. I take it that you don't see this area as being a broader stormwater retention area like the remainder of the reserves are proposed to be. Because I think that was an issue that the Browns did raise with us yesterday, but I'm taking from what I've heard today that you probably don't see that in the same way.
There is a provision written in the plan at the moment to preclude stormwater from significant sites, and so that's relating directly to Mauna Wahine. However, I think that's something that needs to be brought into those discussions because maybe that's something that would help. Oh, thank you. Sorry. We also have. Well, I'm struggling a bit. we're jumping around. Another area of location where Ho'olephanta are suspected, but not confirmed recently. We have also found, with certainty, remaining population of ornate skink or mokomoko. For Moepoko, there's no surprise that these two taonga exist in association with their spiritual pathway. These are taonga. They're to be. It's important that they are, or the effects and the concerns that mana whenua have are addressed through this plan change.
So can we just brings the wildlife actions players, are they threatened?
Yes. The ngata are nationally endangered, wholly reliant on that bush patch. The mokomoko are at risk and declining. So if any activity was to occur in this location, it would trigger a wildlife authority. However, I think it's important that we've brought to the forefront this information of where these species exist, because we know throughout past experiences that if they aren't put to the forefront and the council doesn't understand that these species are in place, then that vegetation can be cleared. Those two bush remnants in the Arapaipai area, the Praus one is not Schedule F habitat. The one to the west has aspects of Schedule F. The entire thing is not Schedule F. So
what's been, given this one to the west is part within the OTNL corridor, what's been the discussion with Whakapeta?
I believe the road will, so that's the designation. The designation will even traverse around that bush remnant to the west, so it will fully encompass it. That doesn't mean the vegetation will be cleared, however. So the road will transverse through that population of skinks who are sharing whakapapa, having a huge impact on these species. Combined with Tara-Ika, we're very concerned that this population will not persist into the future. So we have a combination of impacts.
So there's a link between the two areas?
Absolutely, in my opinion, there would be an exchange of genetic material between the skinks. And if I just talk a little bit more widely, mokomoko use a variety of landscapes. They don't just exist within those bush remnants. They like edge habitat because they need to provide for their thermoregulation, to be out in the sun during the day when it's cold and find shade when they need it. So actually, I'm concerned that these two habitat, these squares that have identified habitat for cultural significant species are not actually encompassing the full habitat that the mokomoko are using. I just want to note when the survey was done that 5 individuals of the skink were found, including one baby, a neonate. That means the population is breeding and it is robust. It will persist into the future if we don't interfere with it. Finding 5 individuals, there are some references down the bottom that, detection probabilities can be extremely low because lizards are cryptic. And actually, we could have easily up to 500 individuals in this location. That is extremely significant for an at-risk declining species. And tino taonga or moapoko. So I guess the request is really to expand. So we've already agreed to remove the word potential because we've got fully identified habitat for culturally significant species, but also have those areas expanded to encompass what I believe to be our best estimate at what habitat the mokomoko are using in that area, and that is, we can define that. We have a landscape that is fully grazed. Mokomoko don't use this grazed landscape. However, you can see the scrub around the Praus house, and anecdotally, this family has found skinks within the front of their property. It needs to be expanded to encompass the habitat that the skinks are using. I recommend the bushwalks join because there is, with no doubt, genetic. It might be low probability or low occurrence, but it is happening. It's the closest piece of habitat nearby, and also expanded to cover this wide area. And I do note that just because there is a cultural overlay on this site doesn't preclude any sort of residential development. It means, like Moaipoko have identified, that they are in the passenger seat and they are part of the process and not left out of it.
Can I just ask you a question on that?
Please do.
So, if the plan change is approved, showing these two polygon areas, either separate or joined, and there's a rule in the plan that says where that development that is not in accordance or is inconsistent with the structure plan, that the activity status is non-complying. Does that mean that any development associated with those two polygons is a non-complying activity?
It's probably a better question for the lawyer in terms of status. I can talk from a management perspective what that would mean for the landowner. Tom, comment?
Yes. I'm not with that question, but
yes. I mean, until the hearing started, I wasn't familiar with it too. The chair was, and
I'll try to be the counterpart. That would seem to be a interesting result.
Yes, and possibly not the intention.
I don't.
Well, how do you see these residential development?
Well, the recommendation from the Wildlands report is that the area is maintained as rural.
Yes.
So their recommendation is not to develop it residentially because of the impact on the species, and that's best practice.
So those two polygon areas would effectively become green space.
The proposal from council hasn't been well, they would be green space. Sorry, I was going to say that, not zoned open space.
Yeah.
My understanding of the Wildlife Act, the process that Waka Kotahi are about to take in partnership with Moaipoko, I am very familiar with that project. They will have an effect on these mokomoko, and they have to find a way to compensate and offset for that. So our proposal, which is of course not accepted at this stage and it is not being consented, we know that, but is to protect the highest value bush remnant in this area. Moaipoko have aspirations to put a predator-proof fence around Waiopeka Reserve extending out into Monu Wahine so that they can provide higher quality than what exists in this location, mokomoko habitat. Waka Kotahi will have to find a lizard release site. And we're proposing that this is the site. Predator-controlled sites, are not working around the country.
And that's the issue for this panel. We have to decide what's the most appropriate provision. Clearly, in relation to the reserve, the management regime for that is very clear from the structure plan. The activities that can undertake on open space zone are constrained and limited. Conversely, the two areas on the western side of the plan change area are enabled for residential development residential development actually, all of the yellow, and allows for residential development, just the process for going through it. It's fairly enabling in the clear yellow. Obviously, the overlay area, which is the Tara-Ika Road overlay, allows for residential development as long as there's insulation to dwellings, that sort of thing. But the clear result is that there will be residential development, which is not the anticipated outcome for the reserve. So I'm just intrigued as to what the effect of those polygons would be on the structure. Sorry?
Potentially a very, and housing development is constrained.
Yes. Well, on one reading of the rules, any development would trigger non-complying activity. The other reading is that if the development was deemed to be not in accordance with. The other interpretation is that it just triggers as consideration as a matter of discretion as part of a restricted discretionary subdivision, and there might be management methodologies to deal with the resource, but it wouldn't necessarily mean no development. So, I guess the backdrop to all of this, both these areas of cultural significance and potential identification of manu wahine comes down to the relief specified in the submission of your client, Mr. Benya. And I've assumed that we're in scope on the matters we've discussed, but I guess I need some clarification from you and from Ms. Paddock on that.
Hence the criticality of our navigator position and the complexities of the interlinkages between O2 and Alan Tara-Ika.
Yes, it's actually, Ms. Rump, it's probably even simpler than that. It's just, did you ask for this in your submission?
If I can just allude, in 2020 December, a cultural values assessment was commissioned for Tara-Ika subdivision. Best practice says that council then responds to those values that are contained within the subdivision, within the growth area. The values that have been shared today were in that provision. However, I don't think that the structure plan that you see today gave effect to that. I think it was designed with that cultural values assessment not in mind, and that is not best practice from my perspective.
So, fair to say that this is not just of cultural significance, it's of ecological significance as well.
Yes.
And I think that's what your report from Wildlands is suggesting, is it?
So when we wrote the cultural impact assessment, it clearly spoke to the cultural values and what the impacts might be on those from a cultural perspective. The Section 42A report came back and said, really, you're not providing me enough evidence for me to accept your recommendations on how to protect these bush remnants. The best way that we could go out and find further evidence was to commission an ecological impact assessment.
Yes. That's the issue. So what was the recommended relief that was specified in the submission before the cultural impact assessment was, an ecological assessment was produced? What was the tribal authority and the trust asking for?
Protection of those values.
Were they identified?
In the submission,
were they specified values?
The values, the submission was written in a way that was very akin to a cultural values assessment.
Yes.
And so again, identified the suite of values and asked for them to be considered and protected.
Yes, but without a spatial delineation of where those values sat. Yes. And that's the issue. It's an issue of natural justice and fairness. And that's not to diminish the importance of the issue, which is incredibly important. But I mean, would a normal member of the public understand, without the benefit of the ecological assessment, the cultural value assessment, where those values might intersect in the plan change, and what rules there might be triggered to affect the enabling of the plan change? And I don't know the answer to that.
I'm not sure I fully know the answer, but we believe that there was scope to progress further through the cultural impact assessment, what it means to protect the values.
Well, I think Mr. Benyon understands what I'm getting at, and
is this an invitation? Is this one of your minutes or an invitation to a further short memo on the point? I mean, I can't address it right now without going away and considering it. Is what I'm indicating.
I guess what we really need to see is an inventory of the relief sought in the submission versus the
what the implications of this now. We're happy to provide that.
Wave around a bit. There we go. Whoops. So we've heard very clearly that being in the passenger seat and participation is hugely important. Throughout all the documentation that Moapuku has supplied, throughout the communications we've had with HDC, there has been a high level of discomfort that the stormwater management plan has not been designed in its entirety. To move past that, we've clearly indicated that participation is critical. That's the only way that will provide for more a level of comfort. Just note, my minor change that in the other methods, more engagement is considered a means. More would like their formal partnership agreement recognised within the plan change. They are signing or working on a memorandum of understanding with council to ensure that there is information sharing, robust feedback loops to ensure that more are navigators in the waka. We also note there's been a high level of discomfort in terms of what happens if something goes wrong. What about that monitoring and that feedback loop if 5 years down the track, for whatever reason, there is a risk that something turns to custom, something's not working properly. We came across this proposal by Waka Kotahi and thought we'd just pull it out. There does need to be a process for monitoring, reporting and design revision, and Moaipoko really do support that, and it is a request or a support for that inclusion. Probably take questions at this stage. Stormwater, yeah.
On stormwater, I had a couple of drafting issues. Being one about the rainwater tanks and the way that just adding into what she was saying, being one about the way that rainwater tanks seem to be front and centre for stormwater mitigation when they just shouldn't be, because the stormwater memo is very clear that you don't know when a tank's full or not. People just leave them to fill up and dribble out. It could well be full when your storm hits, and the stormwater appreciates that. So, just suggesting some word changes there. And the other one around the climate change calculations, that could be ambiguous how you read that. So, it's just suggestions to improve that wording. Don't get contentious, but and then just to generally say on the stormwater issue, it is a concern that there's a gap at the moment, that the sort of discussions that the tribal authorities having with the council is around triggering involvement when the communal assets come on stream. But of course, every person seeking to pick up the plan change, developer seeking to pick up, is going to sort of carefully navigate when they trigger the need for any communal asset. And then potentially the iwi doesn't have a view or doesn't get to see the stormwater volumes as they sort of start to accrue and accumulate, and potentially doesn't get into a late stage. And so what Siobhan's expressing is that we kind of like the idea of the way Waka Kotahi is thinking, which is to say, trying to get involved in stormwater management at an earlier stage in every stormwater management plan. Because that's the gap that we're concerned about. And we can see that if they're concerned about it, with their particular worry about who's going to manage, that they don't get dumped with stormwater, I guess first cab off the rank in that regard would be actually Moaipoko, with this very tight situation around flows, the lake, the pot, etc.
I think, Mr. Benyon, you're speaking to the panel who have some concerns about the way stormwater is being proposed to be managed in this framework, but we don't have any specific questions on the topic.
Which I think you noted in your discussion with Waka Kotahi, I think you had a discussion about.
Yeah, and the same goes for this party. We do note that there is a proposal to put a 3 metre high noise barrier in, and for individual subdivision developers to provide that for their individual subdivision. There is a critical effect that needs exploring further of what the effect is, the cultural effect is from a 3 metre high noise barrier. You can imagine this linear feature really disconnecting those pathways from Maunga to Moana. So we would like the opportunity to explore that further. There is mitigations that have been used in other roading projects to prevent and to protect noise effects on households from a cultural sense in terms of design, mahi toi and artworks. And we are concerned that if individual landowners are left to put in place that one piece at a time, that we get a design that is very disconnected, hodgepodge, not in line with any ability to give to mitigate the cultural effect of it.
Can I take from that you'd rather see Waka Kotahi provide the mitigation rather than the individual landowners? Is that what you?
Apologies, I missed that.
Are you suggesting that Waka Kotahi should be providing the mitigation rather than individual landowners? Whatever that mitigation might be.
From whatever that mitigation would be, we would have time to explore it, understand what the effects would be, and develop a mitigation compensation package that was appropriate and integrated. So yes, I am suggesting that.
Kia ora, we do have a finishing off. That's okay. Yeah. A couple of things that we were asked to portray. It was said to us as we came today that arguably everyone has something to gain from Tara-Ika. On the other hand, arguably Mua Upoko and Mua Upoko lake owners have something to lose. And as Dean and I came in today, we kind of walked past the plaque on the wall as we come in, and that's a contemporary Horowhenua before all of our time at Mua Upoko Tribal Authority and with lake owners, but a contemporary acknowledgement and apology for the impact on Lake Horowhenua and its current position, and an acknowledgement of how we have, as a place and a people, so many have prospered from the price paid by our taonga. So it strikes us as coming in today, as we walk past that, we want to know that collectively that stands for something and informs the intention going forward. Thank you for listening.
Tata mai kia Afi tia Aneira Afi tia Aneira. Kia ora. Just a couple of little words I'd like to say. Anei rā, tuku nākau, so anei, here's our heart. Anei rā, anei, here's our love. Anei rā, tata mai. And then it just talks about puri mai and awhitia mai. So let's come together and let's support each other. That's all that is. Okay. Kia ora tāpai.
Kia ora, Commissioners.
red like that. The one that cameras pick you up and also the sound does it. Yeah.
And it doesn't move closer to that person.
They will.
It will pick them up. Yeah, because that's really important.
Yeah, no, of course. But if you wanted to, you're more than welcome to pick them up and put it right in front. Yeah.
So that means it's on.
And then say the panel talking to you and having a discussion. Just make sure that you turn.
Okay, good afternoon. So sorry we're running a little bit behind time at the moment, but we're back into it now. We're just really short lunch. So welcome, Prowse family. So just a quick introduction. David McMahon, I'm Dean Crystal, and you may know well Nathan Jonason. So, rules over to you.
Thank you. Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa to everybody. Kia ora to Dean, David and Joe. Thank you for the opportunity for our family to come and talk today. So my name's Karen Prowse, and I'm speaking this afternoon representing myself and Stephen, the Prowse Trust Partnership. And as we go along the line, then our family will introduce themselves. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Stephen Prowse. We reside at 19024 Queen Street East, and we're part of the Tara-Ika development.
Tony Brun, my name's Matt Prowse. I'm representing the 3 children of mum and dad. So there's Emma, James, and myself, and my name's Matthew. Nice to meet you all.
All right, well, just before I get underway, I wanted to just kind of briefly say some things about the material that's arrived at the last minute, just to make a statement about it, just to let you know how it's been for our family. And because we've had 2 significant pieces of material that impact on our land arrive at the last minute, I know that I'm going to be working really hard to try to deliver what we want to say in the time. So just I hope that you'll be able to bear with me, because when we booked the time, these 2 really big matters for the family weren't actually on the table at all. So first I just briefly wanted to say, to let you know the context of my concerns, that Stephen and myself attended all pre-hearing meetings. And it has been extremely stressful that a great volume of expert reports received at the last minute have introduced new requests which we have been faced with examining and trying to assess the impact of. I refer to my letter of concern to the Commissioners dated the 2nd of November, read the Cultural Impact Assessment Report, making newly introduced requests not previously identified, and then a large body of reports which came from Waka Kotahi, also making a newly introduced request for changes to rules and impacting on all parties with land adjacent to the O2NL route, and then an ecological report attachment dated the 7th of November, also late but with significant impacts to our property. I want to bring these matters to your attention because there has been a long lead-in time to this process, and a number of submitters, including ourselves, spent many hours attending all pre-hearing meetings. So to have to process and respond to these issues at this stage of the process, having insufficient time, has added unnecessary stress and potential for unfair outcomes to the plan change process. And this has all happened and impacted since the release of the Section 42A report. Thank you for the opportunity to express those points. So just how I really wanted to start to talk to you all was tēnā koutou katoa, and my name is Karen Prowse, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my husband. And as you know, we are submitters number 38, and we also have made some other submissions that I wish to speak to. Our children, Emma, James and Matthew, and Emma's partner James are also further submitters who supported our submission. My discussion follows the order of my original submission, so I'll reference these points to submission numbers given by the reporting officer. And just to make it a little bit more speedy, to support me to get through what I want to say, I thought that I wouldn't actually say the numbers because they are referenced in what you can actually read here. So I also want to make links to the further submissions I made that connect to the original submitters of 31, 34 and 34, and also to submitter 35, the Mupuku Tribal Authority, due to their late identification of a 2.31 hectare site on our land. Our land sits directly alongside the O2NL route on the eastern side, and we are also part of the Tara-Ika plan change. We have the potential to suffer cumulative injurious effects from both processes due to our location, so through this plan change process, we are seeking to limit the negative impacts to our amenity, environment, economic and financial well-being, and our limited potential to develop our land and to impacts to the heritage of our site. In our submission, we outlined a number of concerns that we consider place an unreasonable liability on us both now and in the future. And I just wanted to check in that you know where we are on the map there. You just know explicitly. That's really good. All right. So to reset the context of my submission, we live at 1024 Queen Street East on a 31.6 acre property, the remains of what was a 400 acre farm. Our property has been home to 5 generations of the Prowse family since 1891, for 131 years. The heritage homestead and surrounding outbuildings, curtilage, gardens and trees planted pre-1900 and the land is connected to early pioneer farming history and to the early European settlement of Levin and to the establishment of the town. My submission makes reference to ancestors James and Clara Prowse, who built our homestead, and to Richard and Christina Prowse, who built an identical homestead opposite the railway station and was located alongside the Prowse Mill. It also refers to the contribution of James and Richard Prowse as members of the first Levin Borough Council, the development of the waterways scheme, directors of the Levin Dairy Company, and the significant contribution they made as early pioneers to the establishment of the town. Both James and Richard Prowse are recorded on 2 of 12 Pioneer Po at Werrorod, Maine. Christina and Clara Prowse laid the foundation stone for the Methodist Church, and Prowse Bush was gifted to the town as a piece of native bush to be preserved. The Prowse family donated land for the Methodist Church in 1895, the town's first church. A fuller elaboration of this history and the books that documented this is referenced in our submission. Just for clarity, I just want to clarify that this morning I know that you've been talking about 2 bush blocks, what they're calling the Arapaipai bush blocks, and I noticed that one of the persons representing the Punahou Lake Trust referred to Prowse Bush, but I believe he was actually talking about the Arapaipai bush blocks. But what actually in our mind is referred to as Prowse Bush is an area behind the railway station, which is centrally placed in Levin. So when I refer to Prowse Bush, which I just referred to then, it was the Prowse Bush that's near the railway station. The family treasure the links to this historic past and the connection to our heritage property that it has both to our town and the context of our family history. We have strong family, historic, cultural and heritage connections to the land that we have owned since 1890, and there are many layers of family history and early European history on the site. Ashley Homestead is the second oldest house in Levin, and although the homestead and its surrounding outbuildings are not listed in the HDC district plan, they have archaeological significance due to their pre-1900 classification in the New Zealand Poheri Tahonga Act and under RMA Section 6F classification matters of national importance. So that picture there that you'll see out there is a very early picture taken, which shows James and Clara Prowse, who were the original family pioneer settlers with their children. So we estimate that that picture would have been taken pre-1900. And just briefly, I wanted to talk to these, but I'm not sure that I have time. I just wanted to reference, because our house is an archaeological site, but I've talked to you about the house not being listed. But we clearly see that we find some places under the RMA where we think that we sit as a matter of importance. And so I just wanted to reference the RMA definition, which defines historic heritage as those natural and physical resources that contribute to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and cultures, deriving from any one of the following qualities: and you'll see obviously a significant list there, which I know that you will be well aware of, but there it talks about archaeological sites as well as structures, places and areas, etc. Surroundings associated with the natural and physical resources. And then just to pin down a little bit more, excuse me, historic heritage has three key elements: a geographic place, a structure, a house, a site or an area associated with heritage values and heritage significance and associated connections with a person, a group or a community. It includes Māori and European historic heritage. At some places in my presentation I've done some things in brackets, and that was actually because I felt that I wouldn't have time to say those things. So if you notice that I skip a paragraph, that's why. So moving on, Waka Kotahi has identified in their archaeological reports the historic Prowse homestead and surrounding buildings as a high-value site. An independent reviewer, architect and conservator Ian Bowman confirmed that the Prowse homestead had locally and possibly regionally significant value. I wanted to set this historic context as it is strongly connected and relevant to our concerns about the proposed plan change, structure plan, zoning, objectives and rules. In our submission, we supported Objective 6A.1 and the bullet point, design that reflects cultural values, local history and identity. I note that the reporting officer recommends our two submission points, 38.01 and 38.02, are accepted in part. My support of Objective 6A.1 was intended to connect with the historic context of our property and connections to live-in history. Our submission asks that due regard be given to the positioning of roads on the property and that stormwater infrastructure does not encroach onto our site in ways that impact historic curtilage, the environment and the cultural landscape surrounding the homestead. This was fed by concerns that HDC planning indicated that stormwater would be within O2NL road reserves and that there was no indication that this outcome had any certainty. We confirm our overall support for Objective 6A1. However, in reading the Section 42A report and the changes proposed by the reporting officer to this and other objective wordings, we note that Mu'upuku has been added in a number of places. We support the inclusion of Mu'upuku named as iwi in this document, and we value the gifting by them of the name Tara-Ika as noted in our submission. However, we have concerns that the wider recognition of early settler culture has almost disappeared from the objectives wordings. Parameters. I have researched the parameters that apply to submissions on the plan change to ensure I focus my concerns raised through our submission and the opportunity to speak to you today within the matters that are considered within the statutory context and framework of the RMA change process. In reference to this, I noted the purpose of the RMA is to promote the sustainable management of natural and physical resources. Sustainable management means the use, development and protection of natural and physical resources in a way or at a rate which enables people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being. And by reference as people, this also implies our family and our land. I can expect and request then due regard for cultural history connected with our site, for the minimising of impact on this history and the amenity of our site, as the site connects with 6F, a matter of national importance. Further to this, I consider I can ask for due regard to be given to the potential of the family to develop this land in the future, and for this to be carefully considered, and for us to be able to develop in ways similar to those residentially zoned across the entire Tara-Ika zone. I therefore ask that concerns expressed by the family about subdivision being economically viable as relevant to the RMA scope of that enables people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being. As we interface with the Waka Kotahi developing plans for O2NL and the HDC Tara-Ika plan change, the family, and the land on which we have had tenure for 131 years is facing death by 1,000 cuts. Stormwater and wetland actuation areas. I'm just going to skip over to the next page, but you'll see the reference at the bottom of that page, all of the things it links to. We have written extensively in our submission about our concerns with stormwater planning from Tara-Ika impacting on our site. Plans for wetland areas and overland flow paths have been documented and shown at various stages of this evolving process impacting on our land. The family are advocating strongly that we do not want a centralised wetland, overland water flow or piping impacting on our heritage site and land. We have asked for the removal of these from our land and in any planning documents, objectives, rules and any subsequent provisions and structure plan. To set the context of our concerns, which are ongoing and still at issue for us in the plan change process. During the course of ongoing planning design, we saw stormwater planning stop at the back of the treed area of our property. And then at the stage of the release of the Appendix 6 document, this extended the whole length of the property from south to north and had expanded into our house curtilage garden, which sits directly beside our homestead on the eastern side, with a positioning that could locate it within 25 metres of our house and in the middle of our gardens, which are part of a historic orchard remaining original planting planted by Clara Prowse pre-1900. In our submission, we stated the plans for stormwater collection will impact on our house and immediate ecosystem, including our natural environment and the peoples who live at this site. It will also impact the wider environment of our land and ecological environment, amenity values, and has financial impacts as well as impacts to health and well-being. While we appreciate and understand the importance of protecting impacts to Te Waipunaho, Lake Horowhenua, we state in our submission we require HDC to design a system that will avoid adverse effects on our personal and land environment and to not impact on our immediate and wider land system. As the family has been on this land for 131 years, 5 generations, the stormwater planning intrusion into the space directly along our homestead shows little regard for early European history. It reinforces there is an ongoing need for us to advocate for the preservation of archaeological sites, and it is our expectation that this should to preserve archaeological sites, and it is our expectation that this should be informing your planning discussions with NZTA in regard to stormwater planning. We note HDC's proposed plans for integrated stormwater in the O2NL footprint, which impacted on our land. We stated that if a combined stormwater approach was not delivered within the O2NL corridor, it could then impact on our land, heritage environment and the heritage landscape, and wider issues of compensation and loss of value of our land. We are also concerned that the processes for funding growth-related infrastructure, e.g. storms, parks or reserves, etc. may not be fair, and also ensure that costs are not unfairly applied to one development. We supported Waka Kotahi's submission 0436.10, supporting their statements. Note, HDC and developer are wholly responsible for mitigating the effects from their generated activities. Discussion, redesign and development, connection to, monitoring and management, rights and responsibilities shared by parties would need to be agreed to before Waka Kotahi accepts any infrastructure liabilities within our designation. We have concerns about the management of pollutants, rubbish, pests, oil contaminants, algae blooms, eutrophication, weed control and wetland seepage. We note that Horizons Regional Council also asked these questions in their submission. Currently, our land receives no flow on stormwater from any site. We have no flooding. We strongly consider water should not be able to flow to our land as an endpoint destination, and there should be a requirement for developers to retain stormwater within their own developments. We have made a strong response because our property is at the bottom of the site, and we do not want to be forced to be the solution for developing plans for Tara-Ika to the detriment of our land and our historic site and homestead. Both in our submission and ongoing discussion at pre-hearing meetings, there has been considerable references to both ours and other submitters' expectation that stormwater should be retained on site within individual developments, with swales, on-site rain smart systems, etc., and not be allowed to flow onto and impact other land environments. At the pre-hearing meeting, the 20th of July 2021, Reporting Officer Lauren Baddock has explained each subdivision is responsible for mitigating their own effects. And Daniel Haig, HDC Principal Project Manager, confirmed that the location of wetlands will only occur where the landowner is willing. We do not agree with the Stormwater Management Special Report, David Arsenault, on behalf of HDC, point 16, page 283, that concerns of submitters were based on concerns about having to provide infrastructure over and beyond our own subdivision requirements. He refers to submissions Haddon Preston, Truebridge Associates and Prowse Trust Partnership. Although that is one concern, our concerns have been much more widely focused on cumulative effects to impact to heritage, environment and amenity, and the sustainable management of our land to provide for our social, cultural and economic well-being and health, and we are seeking to limit the double impacts of O2NL and Tara-Ika on our location and history. We therefore continue to seek that centralised wetlands, overland flow paths or piping are not located on our site for all the reasons I have mentioned today and in our submission. We consider that HDC has a responsibility to avoid, mitigate and remedy any adverse effects to our environment. And that's from section 17 of the RMA. All right, our next request, we've got some multiple things happening on our land. We requested that the road connection into Redwood Grove from the collector road on our property be removed. I'm not sure if people are familiar with what I'm talking about. You want to point it out, Steve? So it's a little connection that ducks off a potential collector road on our property and would connect through Redwood Grove to the other side. So that's what I want to briefly talk about. Our submission seeks for the road connecting into Redwood Grove to be removed. In the structure plan, 4 connections into Redwood Grove are drawn to already built sections, plus they already have access into Redwood Grove from Queen Street East, making 5 connections in total, thus placing unnecessary restrictions on these landowners as well as ourselves and limiting the potential for viable subdivision at our site due to loss of potential and high cost. We consider it is not logical or sensible to provide a road service to connect to one newly built house that already has an established road connection through Redwood Grove. We are disappointed and concerned that the reporting officer recommends rejecting this decision. We consider the failure to recognise that setting aside our land for a connection that likely will never happen is a wasteful use of precious land and resources. The Redwood Grove residents have also requested the removal of these connections which transgress their sections and individual newly built houses. We request the Commissioners support the Prowse family request 0438.03 for the logical removal of this connection. Next, I'd like to talk about the collector road that's located on our property. Will you be all familiar with what I'm talking about there? Yeah, cool. Also, we consider this should have been listed by the reporting officer as a separately numbered submission point, as this was listed separately in our submission. We request that the collector road, which is located on our property, that runs the whole entire length of the 580 metres, be changed to a local road to reduce impact on the heritage setting. We expressed concerns that the location of the collector road at our site was setting our property up to be a main connector into Tara-Ika due to its location in the network. A local road at this site would have a lower environmental impact and would better protect the landscape values and rural setting of the Prowse homestead. And I quote a design principle. My submission also notes investigations, including archaeological and ecological, still need to be completed, and they may require the location of the road to have some flexibility, and this would be better suited to rules for a local road. All access through the treed area in the centre of our land has some uncertainty. We are concerned about through traffic, economic affordability and the need to have a sufficient lot yield in order to make this road stretch of 580 metres viable. So we are strongly also requesting that the current residential zoning on our land remain. We may choose not to undertake any subdivision due to high costs of roading and road infrastructure, and this limits development. We have also been very concerned that creating 1 or 2 extra titles on our property should not require the road to be built. So the collector road is actually an economic liability for us. At the further submission stage, we submitted and strongly objected to the request by Redwood Grove residents for this collector road to be located 100 metres from their boundary. We submitted map location evidence that this would locate the collector road within metres of the edge of our historic house, dissecting archaeological sites of pioneer farm buildings and through historic garden setting. At pre-hearing meetings, I further spoke about the inappropriateness of this request. We identified that 30 metres from our eastern boundary would avoid archaeological buildings and curtilage setting and an indigenous native tree, a matai, in the middle of our property. At this meeting, I requested a change be made to the structure plan drawing to reflect this location, as locations for collector roads are identified as being fixed. We are pleased that the reporting officer recommends the rejection of the Redwood Grove request to shift the collector road 100 metres from their boundary, as she also notes this will impact on our curtilage setting. We strongly recommend that the Commissioners support this recommendation to give effect to the protection of the historic curtilage of the homestead and to support our request for its location at 30 metres from the Redwood Grove boundary to protect an archaeological site and a matai tree which would be impacted at a 40 metres location. We also, I also ask you to consider if a collector road is appropriate at our site, given the constraints of archaeology and ecology. I'd like to speak to the next item just briefly, that we oppose the request from the Redwood Grove residents to provide buffer planting of a 6 metre wide strip on our land to protect the amenity of Redwood Grove residents, as we considered this was a wasteful use of our land with unfair costs. We are briefly speaking to you today and ask if this matter is still in contention that you consider the evidence provided in our full submission documenting photographic evidence of the Redwood Grove residents' well-planted boundaries and sufficient space within their boundary parameters for further planting enhancement should they consider it necessary.
So we understand that it's not in contention anymore.
Okay. I just wanted to briefly speak to it, and I think probably I also wanted to let you know that there's been quite a journey in this process, and there's been quite a lot of people, we've done a lot as a family of trying to fend off, and that's a really good example of how we actually have had to work, not just for the last few weeks, but for quite some time to try and fend off what's happening. But yes, thank you for that. So the next one I think could still be in contention, although Lauren has made some notes about it. We've requested the flexibility for the placement of local roads and the provision for lots on both sides of the road. as we felt that the structure plan as drawn had not maximised the potential for development and that it didn't make the best use of our land, etc. So while the reporting officer notes that there is already flexibility for this in local roads, stating that local roads have flexibility as the roading layout on the structure plan is indicative and as such already allows for a level of flexibility and therefore recommends no amendments are required in response to this point. In reading the Waka Kotahi expert reports, we note that they have made the point that sections on one side of the road only supports greater flexibility from the highway. So the likelihood for us for this not to have this flexibility is alluded to and may be required in resource consents, justifying our concerns and our reasons for requesting the flexibility of placement to be noted and documented in plan change documents. It would support our submission point for a notation to be added that local roads have the flexibility for provision of lots on both sides. This was not shown in master planning alongside O2NL, and this is the reason that we have made this submission point. And I just would like to note that the creation of the structure plan has reduced our flexibility and the options for the land that we have owned since 1891 for 131 years. And for this as us as a family, this has been a negative outcome of engaging in the planning process. 0438.09, we have asked that you do not restrict rear access, and we oppose the limits on rear sections. We support the reporting officer's recommendation that this submission be accepted and the amendments to remove the frontage requirements from table 15A3. Zoning. We requested you change the zoning of our land at the front of our property from low density residential to residential. Our key reasons were to allow for greater flexibility in the future and utilise the potential of the land to be used for subdivision. And there is a high cost of road construction and currently very few sections to offset costs. A number of submitters have also requested changes in zoning from low density to residential. At pre-hearing meetings, we, along with a number of other submitters, spoke about the need to make valuable use of the land in the context of the national housing crisis. I've got a little point at the end I'd like to speak to you about that. And connected with that, making links with the NPSUD, moving on a little bit, we made a further submission on the Redwood Grove properties because they had asked for a special overlay plan on the Redwood Grove. So is that sorted now, Lauren, or? It is, yeah. And I guess I didn't know that sorted. I mean, I kind of thought maybe it might have been sorted when I heard you use, like 5 words yesterday at the open of the, but that's probably a good example of how stuff's moved, but actually the submitter that was impacted by it actually doesn't necessarily know that it's sorted. So, that's why I would need to say. So do I need to advocate that if there's any particular density that's given to Redwood Grove, that we don't want any we do not want the density that's allotted to Redwood Grove to impact onto our land, that we are asking for our land to have a residential density applies to it, because we don't consider that we are part of private covenants that were agreed to on their site 20 years ago.
Yeah, and then the agreement which is actually covered.
All right, that's good. Okay, so here at the end I'm reconfirming our request for residential zoning to apply across our entire property to allow flexibility for the future and the best use of our land. I note there has been some questions from commissioners about maximum lot sizes. As maximum lot sizes have not been consulted on as part of the plan change, it would be distressing for this to arrive at this stage of the process without the opportunity for input, as this would remove flexibility and further restrict our opportunities for the future. Right, the next one is about Rule 15A 8.1.2 B2. We've made some statements about that particular rule within the context of the processes. We request that the processes for funding growth-related infrastructure need to be fair and to also ensure that costs are not unfairly applied to one development. We are concerned that should we undertake any development on the eastern side of our property sometime in the future, that the rule of requirement to construct and invest infrastructure to the full extent in the district plan may require infrastructure over and above what is required for our individual development. And that's something we've been quite concerned about because of the potential for infrastructure that might be beyond what we need. And I just wanted to briefly make a point because there's been a lot of discussion about this throughout the process with lots of reassurances, but the record of contributing is not looking good. Rosin Road, Ashdale is in contention. We refer to Horowhenua Mail, October the 28th, 2021, officials in the dark over lawsuit, indicating the HDC has had proceedings filed against them for a legal dispute by Struninga Limited and its subsidiary Ashdale Limited over who will pay for stormwater pipes in a subdivision on Roslyn Road, where the council has billed the subdivider for pipes required over and above the diameter required for their own subdivision. This alerts us to our concern that landowners may not be adequately compensated for infrastructure and land requirements for the Tara-Ika community. It is well established through case law that land should not be designed for a proposed work or reserve unless the requiring authority is prepared to take financial responsibility for it. In terms of financial responsibility, this is not just limited to the purchase of the land, but also extends to the construction of proposed work. In that I reference quality planning, plan processes and the RMA. We note the reporting officer is recommending to reject our submission opposing policy 6A.2.3 and the provision rules that I quote. We are disappointed about this, as it is clear there are genuine concerns from a range of submitters about fairness and requirements for infrastructure above their own subdivision requirements. The next two I don't probably need to really say much about, just we made a submission statement about our concern for rates relief, but I understand that that issue is not covered through the plan change process. And the other thing we expressed a concern about was that we felt there should be some transitional rules that could apply as the existing land use is rural. And we currently have cattle, sheep, bees, beekeeping and chooks, and we wondered how that's going to interface when the area becomes a residential area. So, and Lauren, I'm not sure what your response is to that. I just got a bit lost in the Section 42A report at that point. Now I'd like to talk about our further submission to Waka Kotahi, and then the last thing that I want to address will be the cultural impact assessment report and the impact some of those things have had on our family. So we made a further submission to Waka Kotahi on a number of their submission points. And I've listed the ones that that it relates to. As a general overview, we expressed our concern about the comments and intent of their submission that they made, the original submission, that development in Tara-Ika should not continue or be limited if it impacts State Highway 57 or OTRNL. We consider the OTRNL alignment was chosen in the full knowledge that Tara-Ika was a growth area identified for residential development. Plans for more intense development were already identified and in planning processes with HDC and landowners prior to the selection of the N4 route. There were already plans submitted to HDC for subdivisions in 2017, one on our own property. Subdivisions were held up due to capacity of the State Highway 57 network and the Queen Street East Arapaipau Road intersection, and these did not proceed any further than the submitting stage. Subdivisions have been on hold now for almost 3 years due to the Tara-Ika and O2NL processes. I also note safety issues at the Queen Street East intersection have been a critical issue for more than 20 years, and the response to address this, while now welcome, has been a very long time in coming. We support in part Waka Kotahi seek a number of transport-related amenity improvements, including traffic calming to reduce traffic speed, reduce speed limits, cycle lanes, placemaking, prioritisation of pedestrians at traffic lights, and improving coordination between water, transport and landscape systems. The particular parts of the submission we support is greater use of transport-related amenity improvements as suggested by Waka Kotahi. In particular, at our location, this supports our request to have a local road connection from the north to the south, as this is more in keeping with the amenity values of our archaeological site and contributing to placemaking of our heritage area. We request HDC give greater consideration to the impact of roads designed at our site in connection to traffic calming, traffic volume and impact on ecological, heritage, archaeological and amenity value. We strongly opposed Waka Kotahi's request for low-density zoning or to impose no development in the 100 metres beyond their 500-metre corridor, effectively impacting a 500-metre wide strip of land along the entire Tara-Ika corridor length. And I also realise this isn't being contested any longer either, but I think it's part of the history that I wish to bring to the table, and it relates to what now has come from Waka Kotahi. While they said they would reconsider this at the land acquisition stage, they may not, and there would be no right of negotiation for landowners. Until O2NL was planned, we had high-value land in close proximity to the centre of Levin, which had subdivision potential into the future, and we had also undertaken subdivision planning at the back of our land. We considered their request for no development or low density took out 90% of our 30-acre block, and that they were further devaluing and adding injurious effects to our heritage, curtilage, landscape setting and our environment, and they were devaluing our land prior to the land acquisition process. And we question the legality of this. Both myself and 2 other submitters and their legal advisors spoke about this at a pre-hearing meeting, which a Waka Kotahi representative also attended. In their requests, Waka Kotahi referenced their own guidelines, the Guide to the Management of Effects on Noise-Sensitive Land Use near State Highways in connection to the request for constraints due to reverse sensitivity and noise. We considered their requests for constraints of no build or reduced density were unreasonable and went beyond their own guidelines. And I won't read the rest of the page, but the rest of the page actually references their guidelines and clearly shows that what they were asking for was beyond those things. And the next page that is also in my talk shows some of the graphs and diagrams that come from those guidelines, which give very clear measurements about what you can do in buffer and effect zones. And a buffer zone is defined there as a 40-metre zone, and the effect zone is a further 60, which makes the effects zone 100 metres in total from the road edge. So the effect zone is 100 metres from the road edge in their noise guidelines. So anyway, this issue was discussed as part of 2 pre-hearing meetings on O2NL. there was a change of position that came from Waka Kotahi. On the 30th of June, they sent an email that said, following further consideration of the Waka Kotahi position on the proposed plan change for Tara-Ika, I can confirm that Waka Kotahi no longer wish to proceed with that part of the Waka Kotahi submission that requested a change in zoning for the indicative O2NL corridor, or that looked to restrict development rights within the indicative O2NL corridor. The management of activities within the O2NL corridor will be addressed through the separate designation and approval process for the corridor. So that's what they wrote in their email. They said the management of activities within the O2NL corridor will be addressed through the separate designation and approval process for the corridor. Moving on. By separating out these two processes more explicitly, we hope to clarify that the submission was not an attempt to impact property prices in the corridor proximity, but to ensure that the corridor was properly integrated into this growth area. However, we now accept that this objective can be met through the designation process, and as such, will no longer pursue that aspect of the Waka Kotahi submission or the concept of an overlay that was circulated earlier this week. And that was written by Megan Kettle, a principal consultant that was employed to represent Waka Kotahi on this planning part. So we attended a pre-hearing meeting on the 1st of July, and the change of position email was discussed. At the meeting, the following approach was suggested, in line with the amended submission, and was agreed to by all attendees. That the structure plan will show the most updated version of the O2NL corridor, that the district plan would include no restrictions on land use as a result of the corridor being shown on the structure plan, that a note be included on the structure plan that the corridor location is for information purposes only. While matters at the pre-hearing meeting were agreed without prejudice, I think the subsequent request that they have made is vexatious to us, given all of the time we spent in good faith with the submission and pre-hearing process. I consider the body of documentation, 5 significant expert reports which have been provided by Ainsley MacLeod, Philip Peat, Stephen Giles, Gavin Lister and Dr. McConchie, have all arrived so late in the process, making significant new requests not evident in the earlier submission process, means that the process will not be fair to parties who have been unable to attend expert advice and opinion in the short time available since the 2nd of November. I have done my best to read all these reports, but there has been insufficient time to fully engage with them. The new request for an overlay, not previously requested, has come out of left field, especially as it had followed on from their withdrawal of the request for zoning restrictions. I note in the email sent by Megan Kettle on behalf of Waka Kotahi, it said the management of activities within the O2NL corridor will be addressed through the separate designation and approval process for the corridor. We now accept that this objective can be met through the designation process, and as such will no longer pursue the aspect of the Waka Kotahi position. So we are concerned the request of an overlay is an attempt to seek restriction measures and controls in a different way. We consider the state highway overlay they are now seeking with additional controls will impact the value of our land. Furthermore, the highway has not yet been designated, and the proposal also has no time-based boundaries if the road does not go ahead. We also consider the designation process as a more effective vehicle by which to pursue noise reverse sensitivity measures, as surely those measures should apply along the entire length of the Otaki to north of Levin route, particularly including the south of Tararua Road as the next identified growth area. So you should have to do noise measures if wherever you live along that route. It shouldn't just be in this Tara-Ika area. We do not accept the suggestion that the measure should be 150 metres from the middle of O2NL. We consider the request to add a rule that the landowner or developer will provide a 3 metre high continuous bund or wall is abandoning and vacating their responsibility to mitigate the noise effects of O2NL on the surrounding land, amenities and community. Waka Kotahi are trying to move noise barrier bunds responsibility to landowners and developers when this should be provided by them within the buffer zone. Now, if we develop as a family, we will also have to provide noise bunds, contributing to the injurious effects to our land, costs to develop, and that we have been unlucky enough to be located along O2NL. Furthermore, if we don't develop for a long time, our whole Tara-Ika community will not be provided with those noise bunds because, in effect, Waka Kotahi are putting this responsibility onto us. I've got some more things there that I've bracketed because I don't think that I've got time to talk to them, but there were some things in the individual expert reports that I just did make a few comments about. Right, in Ainsley McLeod's Waka Kotahi Planning Report, there are a significant number of requests for additions and changes to rules. We disagree and strongly oppose all rule changes and changes that they are requesting. This is based on our objection to the overlay, the extent of the overlay being 150 metres from the road centre, which once again is greater than the 100 metres from road edge measure, and in requests to the changes for the rules, it is clear they are seeking to remove all matters of discretion. So one I want to quote, which is Rule 15A 8.2 X1X, under matters of discretion within the State Highway overlay. The proposal by Ainsley is a rule that says a matter of discretion will be the outcome of any consultation with Waka Kotahi. This is not providing an enabling environment for development, and it means any resource consent for subdivision will face extra challenging cost, and the decision base will rest firmly with Waka Kotahi. I consider the rules and changes they are seeking are overly restrictive and will make any development within the overlay very difficult, so the rules are not supported by ourselves. We ask Commissioners to reject the request for an overlay and to changes to requests for the rules. We do agree that new houses should have noise controls, and we believe it would be appropriate to add a measure that new houses built within a fixed zone of 100 metres from the road edge are required to comply with internal noise measures in the Guide to the Management of Effects on Noise-Sensitive Land Use near state highways. I agree with the Reporting Officer's Section 42A report, point 603. I agree with submitters that this is an appropriate outcome, relying on the notice of requirement to process and establish the highway and manage the interface effects is the most efficient and effective approach. This is because the notice of requirement application will contain information about the scale of effects and proposed mitigation. And I think as a community that we would like to know about the proposed mitigation of the highway. This will avoid imposing unnecessary restrictions on the district planned. Now, just thank you for your patience, everybody. Just lastly, now I would like to talk about the cultural assessment report and the ecological report. So, as you know, I wrote a letter to you expressing my concern at these matters coming in at the last minute. So we strongly object to the last minute proposed addition to the structure plan of an area impacting our land, which the cultural assessment report is calling a bush remnant. This area has not previously been identified at any stage of the planning or plan change process. Queen Street bush remnant sites did not appear at all in the Muapuku MTA original submission 0435. Only Waipahi Reserve was mentioned as a bush site, No skinks were mentioned. There have been no requests from Ruapuku or any indications from HDC that there were any constraints, consideration or discussion of our 2.31 hectare piece of land in the middle of the property until this last stage in the process. I consider there has been insufficient time for us to respond to this issue, and I have not had time to obtain expert opinion on either the Ruapuku Cultural Assessment Report with areas identified on our land, or to the late Wildlands Ecological Report attachment of the 7th of the 11th, 2021. We strongly oppose the Planning Officer's recommendation, potential habitat for culturally significant species, and strongly oppose Ruapuku request to place any constraints on our land or for us to provide any additional buffer site to this space. Wildlands have provided a supporting expert report on the 7th of November, past the deadline of the 2nd of November to accompany the Ruapuku Cultural Assessment Report. We consider there are inaccuracies and omissions to the content of the ecological report in reference to our site. The Cultural Impact Assessment Report identifies protection of cultural values and discusses the partnership relationship with Ruapuku and Council. A range of measures to mitigate the two bush remnants are requested as they consider it a cultural site of Taonga native species. Their requests at our site will have a negative impact on our privately owned land and impact both amenity, safety of both ourselves and the public, and our ability to develop our land. We consider this to be a site which has not previously been identified by them. Ruapuku identified two bush remnants, a westernmost one located adjacent to Arapaipai Road, which is now owned by Waka Kotahi, and an easternmost one, largely contained in our property as bush remnants with cultural taonga species. The reporting officer, point site 754, page 119, section 42A report, notes that the westernmost one, owned by Waka Kotahi, is a Schedule F habitat under the One Plan and therefore subject to rules that protect against vegetation clearance. In reference to the area referred to on our land, the easternmost one, she notes that consideration was given to protecting this during the Plan Change Variation 1 to the Horowhenua District Plan, 2015. At this time, the stand of trees was considered highly degraded and consequently not worthy of protection. I understand the proposal to protect the trees was opposed by the landowner. The landowner may like to comment on this, particularly the health and quality of the bush at the hearing. So that's what I'd like to do. The 2.31 hectare site is located in the middle of our land. Matthew, do you want to...
Ms. Prowse?
Yes.
About this area here.
We are, yes.
And did you say that this area is owned by Waka Kotahi?
Yes, originally Prowse land went, a long way, 400 acres. And in Stephen's lifetime, his parents owned, this section of land, the land we're on now, and Redwood Road. But now we live on what's the core of family land, 31.6 acres. So this land ownership has moved, it's actually had several owners since Stephen's brother owned it, but now it actually belongs to Waka Kotahi. They've bought that land and they own that land and they now own that bush site. Okay, and this site here, this is a picture, an aerial picture of our farm. And it's an overhead picture that was actually taken as part of the O2NL. I just will tell you it's a 2018 picture. So it's not the latest, one we have on our land. But you'll see where the green grass site there. You'll see at the front there's a lot of planting and a little kind of boxy square in the middle, and that's our heritage house. and we have a large curtilage area around our house, which we consider to be the core of our historic site. But you'll notice in the middle of our long stretch of land, where Matthew's pointing now, there's this big green space, and that's the site we're talking about. Now that site goes over the whole of our land at the middle, so it cuts the front and the back, and currently there's a 20-metre track. Matthew, do you want to show where the run is there? Down that side, that goes from the front all the way to the back, 20 metres. Okay, and that's the only access we have to the back of our land. Now you'll notice there's a kind of a red line thing. Well, that's actually the 300 metres of the O2NL. Can you see kind of that red line? Okay, and that's giving you a bit of a sense that it looks like they probably will take our run, the 20-metre stuff going down our land. They're going to be pretty close to our house at the front, okay? And then it's looking a bit like they do even in the latest overlay they sent us, that they're going to take probably some of the back of our land. We don't really quite know at the moment what's going to happen. But if they take our access to the back of our land, the only other access will be through the bush. The site we're talking about is a little bit problematic in that it cuts our land in half, obviously, we're pretty interested in what happens to it. And you can see, land-wise, it's actually a pretty big amount of our land that we're talking about, what they've identified as a bush remnant. And by the time Waka Kotahi finish with us at the back, depending on where their overlay eventually lays, we're not going to have a lot of land left at the back. And at the front, we're trying to protect our heritage. And then on the Redwood Grove side, we've got to build a collector road. And we're probably not going to get really that many sections out of our land, the part that feasibly we would subdivide. So we are pretty concerned about the feasibility of it. And we've had quite a lot of various people kind of taking looks at our land and saying that bit looks good. And I mean, with due respect to Redwood Grove, their request to move that collector road, 100 metres away from them and over 100 metres to us, did kind of land kind of close to us. So we as a family are doing a lot of fending off. And so just what I've said, I think is relevant to the context of what I'm talking about now. All right, so I'll move on. All right, So Lauren has identified the westernmost one, the one that I've said is owned by Waka Kotahi now. It is identified as a Schedule F habitat under the One Plan, and therefore it is subject to rules that protect against vegetation clearance. In reference to the area referred to on our land, the easternmost one, I've already read this bit, haven't I? Apologies, everybody. Right, so now I'll tell you about it. The 2.31 hectare site is located in the middle of our land, with the only access to the back of the property provided by a run on the western side, which we are likely to lose through the designation process of the O2NL route. This will leave us with no access to our land at the back, either for our own use or for further development. We have previously submitted on this 2.31 hectare treed space to the Horowhenua District Council. On the 17th of November 1997, I made a presentation to the hearing for the proposed district plan change, speaking to our submission on this site, which in 1997 was identified as 180B in their schedule. We stated that the vegetation block in the middle of our property consisted largely of, in 1997, 80 to 90-year-old exotic pines and macrocarpus that were prone to blowing over. They were non-Indigenous species of no special merit or significance. That while it may appear as an area on a green map, this particular site had not been identified for protection by the Department of Conservation, who visited in 1993 when undertaking work for the Manawatu Plains Ecological Survey. This area on our farm was not even included in the areas not recommended for protection. The other bush remnant space on Arapaipo Road, which is named number 77 in that ecological survey, was identified in the survey as an area not recommended for protection. It identified problems with serious weed threat, wandering Jew, Japanese honeysuckle, cherry trees, and old man's beard. It also stated that aged pines and macrocarpa were causing canopy destruction. Wind throws from radiated pine shelter had created gaps which had dense vine cover. Though dense and fenced, weeds are becoming a problem. Shelter now old and creating problems. So in 1997, we undertook our own survey to speak to our submission on the composition of the treed space on our land. So now I'm talking about our land again. In our own survey, we found it included 67 large macrocarpas, 6 dead macrocarpas still standing, 4 gum trees, 16 pines, 20 Robinia acacia, which are not native, 3 oak trees, 7 redwoods, most of which are now on a redwood grove property. Apart from karaka, which are not native to the Horowhenua region, there are only 7 large native trees. Plus, in 1997, there were 163 large fallen trees. 16 large trees at that time had fallen across fence lines and in the past 3 years, consistently damaging them. We stated it as a cemetery of falling trees. In researching our submission, I rang the Forestry Research Institute in Rotorua and spoke to 3 scientists about the current life expectancy in New Zealand of macrocarpas and pines. And remember that I said there were 67 of them in there, still standing. I was told by MDic Forest Health, 80 to 90 years they start to deteriorate. C. Lowe, Genetic Tree Group, said Fletcher challenges cutting them down at 25 to 30 years. They are not considered a long-term species. He spoke about when a stand starts to blow over time the wind will blow the lot down. And Alan Somerville Forest Technology said if they are falling down now, they are likely to continue falling down. Increased exposure increases the likelihood in the future. As far as trying to preserve them, they are destined to blow over in the next major storm. I stated at the hearings that most of the trees are excessively tall and structurally unstable and at an age when they are falling and suffering rot at the base. Other problems include the inability of the trees to penetrate an impenetrable iron pan layer, which is only 400 to 600 millimetres below the surface, which also contributes to the instability of large trees. In 1997, we were very concerned about the prospect of this area being required to be protected. We had 3 small children, and we considered that area to be a health and safety risk and that sensible decisions needed to be able to be made with regard to the safety of large old exotic trees. We considered it to be an exotic site invaded by onionweed, blackberry, Japanese honeysuckle, wandering Jew and old man's beard, and comprising a large number of old macrocarpus and pines and fallen trees. No native scales were found, Paraphentia, and we estimate none have been found for more than 40 years. In 2009, we made a submission on the draft Gladstone Greenbelt Residential Structure Plan, requesting that the coloured block on our land showing existing vegetation retained be removed from the structure plan, noting it was not appropriate for this vegetation to be designated because it is aged exotic trees which are falling down and represent a safety risk if in the future the property was subdivided. We included a copy of our 1997 submission and photos. At that time, we noted the old exotic forest vegetation on our land is entirely different to the indigenous bush in Waipahu Reserve, which of course should be retained. In 2015, we submitted again on this space, on the Plan Change 1 variation. Our submissions in both 1997 and 2015 were accepted. In 2009, we said it was both disappointing and frustrating to once again be having to revisit this. We note our frustration and concern that this has presented again as an issue to be addressed. So now we would like to make some comments about the Wildlands Consulting Assessment Appendix 1. We consider the Wildlands Assessment Report has made some assumptions and some combined statements about the 2 bush remnants that give an accurate picture. While they list the range of tree species present, both exotic and indigenous, there is no assessment whether the species are short-term, e.g. kawa undercover species, or long-term species, and the percentage content of indigenous vegetation is clearly limited. The area is mapped as sweet cherry forest, false acacia pine forest, macrocarpa radiata pine, false acacia karaka forest. These are not indigenous, with the exception of karaka. However, it is actually identified as a potential weed threat, and it is also non-indigenous to this area. Their reports note exotic and weed species are widespread throughout both forests. It is evident from the wildland summary composition that it is largely an exotic treed area. While they list a range of indigenous species present, there is no assessment of the significance of these. For instance, our own survey information highlights only approximately 7 trees are indigenous pre-European. So we therefore challenge Ruapuku claims that our site is a remnant indigenous bush habitat. The Wildlands Ecological Survey makes no comment or assessment about the safety and life expectancy of aged overlarge pines and macrocarpas which dominate the site. Problems with weeds are highlighted, including 6 national pest species and an additional further 9 identified for their potential to become pest plant species, including karaka. No endangered bird species were found. No native trees were identified as at threat or at risk native trees. They note 4 innate skinks, so it was 4 and 1 on the other site. They note 4 ornate skinks at risk declining are present on the property. Only further into the report, 2 pages later, do they qualify. It should be noted that 3 of the ornate skink were found outside the forest and in the grassland. So only 1 skink has actually been found in what Ruapuku have identified as the bush remnant. 1, the largest, was actually found in our garden. We do not consider the finding of a small number of ornate skinks. Only 1 at the tree site is a justification to require this area to be retained as a significant bush site, and this prevents opportunities for development to occur. While it is not our immediate intention to do this, we consider it would be hypocritical for the structure plan to show a connector road going through at this location, as it would impact ecology if this space wasn't retained. The collector road would need to be removed from the structure plan, as this would be an imposition unfairly placed on the Prowse family to get resource consent granted through this site. Waka Kotahi featured 2 of these skinks in a May 2021 newsletter with a notation stating they can be relocated. We also note the 19th of January 2021 local newspaper article, Karaka trees at Levin's Prowse bush, so this is the one by the railway station, chopped to boost original species. The Cultural Impact Assessment Report notes the importance of karaka to Ruapuku, and so we raise the above points in question to this. We are concerned the habitat by the expressway could dramatically change this treed space, and that the space may be unviable due to changes in the water table, which will drain moisture from our site. Droughts in the past have impacted this space and caused trees to die, and this will be an ongoing occurrence as we experience the effects of drought and climate change. Pests and predators are also likely to increase as they move up and along the highway buffer of O2NL with no pest management along buffers. This is also noted. Our treed space was also visited by Adam Forbes, ecologist, Forbes Ecology, on the 3rd of the 10th, 2017, as a preliminary survey for O2NL to verify the nature of the habitats present along O2NL. With regards to our treed space, the easternmost forest, he said the native component was discontinuous and forms less than 1 hectare cover. On the basis the easternmost forest is excluded as being a threatened habitat by the One Plan Schedule F table. He notes that counts of Paraphantia snails present mean that it is likely to be an at-risk habitat classification. However, none were found in the Wildlands Ecological On-Site Survey, November 2020, and none have been cited for more than 40 years. Stephen Prowse accompanied Adam on a site visit, and he noted that he only measured a very small number, less than 10 indigenous trees, that met his classification for measuring to record. These are the specific trees we would seek to retain in the future should we undertake any development in that space. Wildlands conducted a survey on our land with our consent given for the purpose of the surveys required for the O2NL resource consent process. We consider it as beyond the consents which were given for the results of that survey to be released at this stage and for a different purpose and without any discussion with ourselves as the legal landowners. We note that they refer to a lizard management plan and developed to increase the habitats on the eastern and southern sides of the forest remnants. So they're actually talking about increasing the size of our bush, so that would be an encroachment into our paddocks. And you'll note, if you look to the front of our site, where our house is, there's a narrow paddock in between our curtilage. Go to the bush paddock, Matthew, that one there. That's not a very wide paddock, and there's a proposal in the mitigation from Muapuku and from Wildlands to increase the coverage of that bush site. So if that bush was required to be pushed out, I think I've read something like, was it 30 metres? 30 metres, that would be halfway across that paddock, and we actually couldn't get any lots down that paddock either because there wouldn't be enough left. So it's just another example for us of just actually, the looking of our land and looking at how can it be divided up for all of the other priorities. Right, so they conducted a survey. We note that they refer to a lizard management plan and development to increase the habitats on the eastern and southern sides of the forest remnants. However, we consider you cannot increase habitats without wider considerations about the effects on the ability to use remaining land access and discussion with the landowner. It appears that we are mitigating the impacts of O2NL and not Waka Kotahi, and this is contributing to cumulative injurious impacts at our site as we now interface with both processes and plans. And I guess I'm saying this because this study was actually undertaken to look at the resource consents for O2NL, and that should be the aspect that this should be considered and discussed at. And I didn't even have a copy of that report, so I got the report when everybody else got it as well. Although Wildlands assess the overall ecological significance is high, they include Waipahu Reserve in this assessment statement, which provides a summarised overall picture but does not recognise the degraded state of our treed space or its poor composition of native species. Waipahu Bush is a public reserve and public ownership with an indigenous component infinitely more significant than our treed space. Waka Kotahi in their own newsletter note that skink can be relocated. We know, therefore, as stated by Waka Kotahi, they can be relocated, so we consider the condition of the site does not warrant its inclusion as a bush remnant. We therefore strongly oppose the Muapuku request for buffers, etc. on our land. A Prowse family ancestor has already gifted a bush to the town, Prowse Bush. The Wildlands Ecological Effects Report does not mention this bush, but it is centrally placed in Levin and near the railway station, and I think it has relevance to our discussion concerns. Levin Chronicle, 28th of January 1994. State of Reserve upsets granddaughter. Lorraine Henson, granddaughter of famous pioneer Christina Prowse, is upset at the way her grandmother's gift to Levin has been neglected. Christina Prowse left 10 acres of native bush to live in after her death in 1951. It was her intention that the park be cared for by the council with the oversight of the Live-In Flora Club. 3 years ago, Mrs. Henson was so upset about what had become of Prowse Bush, she wrote to the council to ask for something to be done, and a plan duly arrived, but since then very little work seems to have been completed, she said. We are very concerned at the potential difficulty on our land for us for obtaining a resource consent, for the likelihood of unreasonable constraints and requests to be made that will be subject to the granting of a resource consent, and the family is likely to encounter high costs in this process. In summary, we do not consider our site as a bush remnant. It is of largely exotic composition in poor and unsafe condition. We ask, who will own it, maintain it, and be responsible for its safety? Who will pay us for it? And how will we have access to the land at the back of our property? There is no basis in fact to set aside this land, which, subject to us obtaining legal advice, we expect previous precedents in court cases will be found of requests for land which have been rejected. We consider the requests for additional buffer on our land and requirements impacting our tree space are not justified and are unreasonable given its composition as an exotic area and that only one ornate skink has actually been found in this space. We would also expect the discussion would occur with the landowner. We object to any notation on the structure plan as it places significant liabilities for the family in the future and the potential for any subdivision at our site to be impossible. We do not consider the partnership agreement with Muapuku and Horowhenua Council applies to private land. And while we recognise the ornate skink as a taonga to Muapuku and it is a declining species, we also consider that the measures they seek are not appropriate to our site. While I note the references to ecology and significant species, both through the RMA and the Wildlife Act, I have not had sufficient time to respond to these aspects through RMA wording due to the late stage that this issue was presented by them, so these aspects we will wish to continue. We will wish to further address, if needed, in further processes connected to the plan change by either ourselves, expert advisors or legal representative. I ask that the notation, potential habitat for culturally significant species, be removed from our site on the structure plan, that the residential zoning on our land remains, and that the Muapuku submission in respect to any submission points or requests that impact on our land be declined. And I do that on the basis that there was no indication to me that our land was a site that was being identified prior to this report arriving. Finally, in summary, in consideration of the wide range of issues we have addressed today through our submission, I thank you for listening. We have connected many of our concerns to our priorities to preserve heritage and history at our site and the importance of that we place on this. As we look to our past, we also look to our future and here in the present. We seek sustainable outcomes which will make the best use of the taonga of this family land. We acknowledge and advocate for our history and deep connection to this site as we interface with the Tara-Ika plan change and are directly impacted by O2NL. We hope you will give full and careful consideration to our submission and submission concerns. So thank you, everybody, for listening.
Thank you. I'll see if we've got any questions.
Well, that was an incredibly fulsome presentation, Mr. Prowse. I think the best I can do is just check through an inventory of the key matters that you've raised and just make sure that I've got them right. And I'm going to do that by reference to the plan, if that's all right. So firstly, and in no particular order.
Just to interrupt you, just so I know. Just humble apologies to interrupt you. We've got a very quick slide thing that shows the trees, and then Matthew has just a one-page thing he would like to read. Is that okay? Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I've just included these in here. They just reference that I've made some reference to the noise effects guide. That I've included these pictures in my submission, and I spoke to these at the pre-hearing meetings, and I think that they give clear guidance about what Waka Kotahi regard as buffer zones and effect zones, and we made a very strong response to their request for rural density that would cover the 500 metre width. And I still think that these guides actually, this is their guideline, and this we would expect is providing guidance for plan changes and for designation processes throughout New Zealand, and giving some account for what you actually can do alongside a highway, and that it's not just Tara-Ika that needs to think about noise, it's going to be along the whole of the Otaki to north of Levin route. So I just wanted to include this in. This picture shows that noise barriers should be on council-owned land or Wakatahi land, not on individual landowners. So they included this in their guide to show how problematic it was if noise barriers are on private land. So obviously they're expecting that the developer might do the noise barriers and that they perhaps wouldn't be on individual sections. I feel that they are moving through a growth area that was already well identified, and I would think in advocating for our community that we would expect that they would be doing the noise mitigation, and they will be moving a lot of dirt, and I would be hoping that the council will be advocating for noise control measures and funds to be part of the mitigation that they will provide for Tara-Ika. And that's clearly showing a picture in their own guidelines that people do live next to expressways, and we would expect they're going to live there with appropriate noise controls and measures. And I'm not advocating that that's necessarily ideal, but in their own guidelines, that's what they're showing. Okay, thanks, Bev. Okay. All right, and this is just a copy of a statement in one of my submissions, and my further submission that I did to them, where I've said that we strongly opposed the additional requests that they were requiring of rural density and low density, etc., and that we wanted the current residential zoning to remain. And I said stuff like, we expect instead Waka Kotahi will address provision of an adequate buffer zone within their own designation requirements, and I've underlined, and will also address adequate soundproofing barriers for the Tara-Ika development on both sides as basic mitigation to be provided for the community. And so that's why I object to what they've included in their new proposed rules, that the landowner or developer will provide the 3 metre high wall or bund, because I just think it's a clear transference of responsibilities, and all of a sudden now, we would get that problem as well, because we'll be next to it. I just included this picture. This is on the edge of our land that's a Redwood Grove driveway there, moving into one of their sections, and it shows that we've got a bit of a grassy paddock on what side is it, Steve? The eastern side, and I took those photographs for my submissions that showed that Redwood Grove had already had well-planted sections, and that they had their own amenity. So the next pictures you're going to see, these are some pictures, these are current pictures, because I couldn't find my 1997 pictures, found everything else, that just show some of the areas in this, we call a treed area, but what they are calling is a remnant bush. So this is, I think, just showing some wandering Jew, and there's some palms here. In there you'll see the remains of a fallen tree. I'll go back one, Matthew, please. Okay, so these are on the edges, and what I'm trying to demonstrate here is that exotic species are prevalent. So all those things there you can see, there's large old pines, that nice green leafy stuff that's looking quite lush and fresh at the moment, that's called Robinia pseudo acacia, or what they call false acacia, and it's prevalent in there. And you can see that there's some pretty tall trees and evidence of stuff kind of falling down. Okay. This is further along our bush paddock, and this is showing, you know, some of the really tall pines that we've got in that paddock. And they're the sorts of things that kind of fall down. That's another kind of parameter picture. And all those things that you can see there are exotic species. Okay. Okay, this is some of the weed in there, which is, you know, blackberry and that kind of stuff that's prevalent through it. And it hasn't been our intention that we set out to neglect it, but life's pretty busy and we just haven't got to dealing with all that kind of stuff, and I've got a pretty big garden to look after. But this is what it's like. Okay, keep going, Matthew. Not flicking well. Okay, this is some fallen down tree stuff. This is a very tall tree that's actually in the middle of that bush, Robinia pseudo acacia. It's a non-native species, identified in the survey as false acacia. Okay, I think he's having a bit of trouble with that. This is another one. This is one that's, you know, fallen down, and quite commonly in that space when we have a storm, it can take the tree with all of the roots. This is kind of a tree on a lean in the middle. This is some of the stuff in the middle, which you can see there's evidence there of a lot of stuff kind of fallen down. This is actually right in the middle walking through. This is kind of a track that we walk through, and I kind of like this place. But these are actually Chinese windmill palms, which in Auckland are on their weed species. But in my homestead garden, I love them because they're connected to the history, but they are also in the site. There you'll see there's some really large tall trees. These are the big ones we're talking about, and you can see Stephen's kept busy doing firewood and stuff like that. So one of the things that's very problematic for the family, obviously, if you find skinks, you know, under the Wildlife Act, you know, it's an offence to modify or do anything with the space. It's really problematic for us as a family if we can't deal with a big old pine or macrocarpa that's in a dangerous state that needs to come down or falls down. So, you know, the moment you put those kind of constraints on our land, it actually is really difficult and it's not very sensible. Just stop for a minute. Thank you. And the other thing I guess I want to say is just that whole aspect of if it becomes a residential area and there's some development at the back of that land, obviously, if you're going to have houses fronting along that kind of space, you can't have houses close to those big tall trees. It's got to be safe. And so if it's part of a residential area, you have to look at a space from the point of view of making sure that what's in there is not going to fall down on people. And while it's fine for us to go through there, as a space that people were going through, there would need to be some logical kind of things happening if we were going to have subdivision going on at that back. And that's not the kind of thing Wildlands looked at because that's not their lens, but it is something that needs to be thought about. So this one I want to show you because this is, they found 4 skink at our site, 3 not in the bush and 1 in the bush. But this one here, which is the largest skink that they found, was actually found in our house garden at the back of our sheds, okay? And that's not the kind of stuff that you'd necessarily pin down when you read that report, and they didn't even put it on the same page. Now, this is a picture of where they actually found it. They actually found it under the roofing iron there. So the largest skink was found in the house curtilage area, end of the driveway, the back end of the garden and grass between our shed and orchard and under the old roofing iron, and our chook run is just a little wee way away. And I've just made the note, skink can obviously be found in habitat they like, grass edges, under rocks, roofing iron, and gardens. They are likely across the whole of the Tara-Ika. Only one was actually found in the tree space. So I respect that they're a taonga, but I actually think at this point it's actually quite unfair that the whole land should be turned on our land, and the sense that actually now we're defending, will we actually be able to subdivide that land in the future, should it be a logical and sensible thing to do. So it comes back to who will own it, who will pay us for it, who will maintain it, and all those kinds of things. And I want to also let you know, actually, I do care about skink. Is that the end of it? Oh, do you want to do one more of the tree? A couple more of the trees. So more trees. So you can see there's a lot of stuff down around the edges that falls down. Yeah. Okay, and I just want to finish on that one. Thank you, everyone. Okay, Matthew's just got a quick one to read.
All right, thanks for having us along. I think just in the interest of time, I'll cut down what I was going to say to leave more time for questions, because I think that's probably more valuable at this point. So tēnā koutou katoa, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of my siblings, James and Emma. So I suppose I'm here to advocate for those fair outcomes for the family. So ultimately we're concerned about the consequences of proposed changes which impinge on our current and future opportunities in what we feel to be a particularly inequitable manner, compromising the most prosperous possible future for the family. So as we find ourselves between that interface of two organisations, major projects and multiple parties therein, that is O2NL, Tara-Ika and everyone who's got a sort of a hand in that pie, we cannot help but feel, as Mum said, that death by 1,000 cuts. So I suppose in the short term, we see that real potential of our land being devalued before any acquisition process goes on. And then in the longer term, as Tara-Ika develops, there's some sort of particular elements where we see ourselves financially hamstrung into not really being able to do anything, build roads or develop or just stay there in general. So I suppose not only do we have that major highway to contend with, which is, as I'm sure you'd all agree, it's not the best thing for a family. We also have multiple parties moving to dictate these limitations on our private land. So I feel like we are in a uniquely difficult position. So I think the issues overall have been well covered by Mum today, and I'd just like to tautoko support everything she said and all the hard work she's done. And I think, yeah, just in the interest of time, I won't go into those points too significantly again, allowing time for questions. So points that I did want to raise were around roading through the property, changing that collector to a local road, and 30 metres from the boundary, not through our washing line, and utilising sort of any potential pre-existing roads and things like that. Point 2 was around continuing discussions around that bush block, where we see that contradiction of putting a major road through it, but then calling it ecologically significant, as Mum's, I think, quite well sort of talked through. Just another point about the bush area is that, and the skinks. So clearly Mum's described how they can be found in places outside the bush, and I have a background in science, so I'm a bit cringe to say this, but a Facebook post, as good evidence as that is, does sort of talk about neighbours finding skinks in their back gardens. So I think it's a little premature to say they're just in our bush. Alright. So point 3 was around water, and I see that reading through the past pre-hearing meetings, there's assurances around that stormwater being managed in individual sites and things like that. So yeah, we don't want to be the dumping ground, particularly with, as Mum's indicated with the trees, that iron pan layer, which means that water would pool on the surface. Historically, we've never had any issues with this sort of thing with water on the surface. I noted through discussion that rates relief's not being covered here. And that was just a point that we had in our additional submission. So just I think it does come back to being able to manage the property safely. You know, the big trees is one thing, but also long grass and that kind of stuff with animals, if they're not allowed there, is another consideration. So finally, I'd just like to take this opportunity at this forum to acknowledge the countless hours of hard work and the stress imposed on the family throughout this process. There's been huge personal sacrifices from mum and dad and the wider family as well, sort of inside the computer instead of out enjoying the garden, for example, or actually needing to take days off work preparing submissions, which has been immensely frustrating for the family. But I do recognise this is a very difficult process with lots of people coming at you guys from different angles and wanting different things, so I do acknowledge that as well. So I suppose my brother summed it up well when we talked about what we wanted to say today, and that was just that sometimes we can feel last in the equation, and I think that comes down to those multiple avenues of sort of interest on our property. So for over 130 years, this land has been the major source of sort of economic stability, social resilience, and connection to place and people for the Prowse family. And the powerful Māori concept of tūranga waiwai, I think, really is the best possible explanation of the way we feel for this place. It is our place to stand, to be connected and be empowered, and we ask that you respect our guardianship of the land and its sustainable management and its entirety of definition through the RMA, providing for us now and in the future. So we support all the points made by Karen and Stephen Prowse today. And thank you for your time, and also acknowledge Ruapoko as tangata whenua of this land. So thank you for having me along.
Thank you. I think I'll... Yeah, covered. Yeah, might be good.
Has the family given any thought to the sort of yield that might be able to be achieved in respect to those key areas that were identified that are available for development?
No, I don't think so. But and it really depends on where all this lands, but the selecting of the N4 route, HDC and their planning stuff that they did some scoping planning, some master planning on what it could look like across the zone with the potential lot yield at the section size that they were working on at the time. That would indicate what kind of lot yield Tara-Ika would produce, and why we might have changed the section size, in that kind of scenario. We know, because we've still got the original documents, that if O2NL was not on our site and it was up the road at what would have been N5, we've got a pretty good idea from the plans that we've got from them how many sections we would have had on our land if O2NL hadn't landed there. So, and likewise, they did the same kind of scenario if it landed on, our spot, what it would look like up the road. So,
are you able to share those figures with us?
I can't. Stephen might remember, but I don't remember. Yes.
I did look for them this morning, but I couldn't find the maps that they were talking about.
You don't have a sense of the sort of magnitude?
Well, I'd only know roughly, but yeah, don't quote me. But Macadoo developments, they have a pre and post. O2NL planning.
Yes. Okay.
So I've just got a related question. You mentioned that you had a subdivision consent lodged.
Well, we got as far as, doing the planning, and we paid, a planner to produce us a plan based on not a greenbelt size. It was actually a little bit, not as small as the residential sizing we're looking at now, but kind of like a mix in between. And there was other landowners that were doing planning at the same time. And we felt that looking at what we would do with the back of our land was a really important thing to consider, because it was, it was the start of discussions about where a new expressway would land, and that we felt the family also needed to protect the investment that we had in our land. So we got as far as actually submitting that plan, and at that point the person next door, who owned all the land on the corner that Waka Kotahi is now built, they had already put in a subdivision application as well, and theirs got held at the point because of the problems with capacity at the Queen Street and Arapaipai intersection, and so their subdivision was declined. So it was actually quite evident that if we just kept going in our process, we weren't going to get anywhere with it. But we actually did pay the council those first fees to look at our subdivision application, and so obviously we're sitting on that. As something that we embarked on here. Sorry, I've lost your... No, because there was no point, and then we embarked in master planning discussions with the council, because all of a sudden they had four landowners looking at doing subdividing, and they realised they needed to have a combined approach. Yeah. Thank you.
One final one from me, Mrs. Prowse. I take it that with the exception of the identification of the potential habitat matters, you support the Section 42A report by Ms. Baddock?
Well, obviously I don't support the collector road. There's a few things I don't support. Yes. The things I still object to, I don't support, and I don't support a centralised stormwater system landing on our land, because there's not a lot of land left and all that kind of stuff. But I value that Lauren has worked really hard on this. Lauren, you've done an enormous amount of work, and I appreciate, the discussions that you've had with us as a family. So I just would like to acknowledge that.
Thank you, that was all from me.
Been taking a bit of time to get through submissions today, so it's been pretty fulsome, so as you can imagine. We're in your hands as to how you want to do this. We could go straight to questions if you want to do that, or if you've got, I wasn't sure whether you had statements that you wanted to bring forward or answer any things that have been raised. I guess put it on the table. You probably just heard the last submitter. There's some pretty damning emails there, and we would like to probably want some answers to that, because it appears that the position for Kotahi has changed. I think we also, given the requested changes that have been proposed, like to understand whether they are within the scope of the submission. So, in your hands, as to how you want to play it, but we're quite happy to go to questions if that's what you want to do.
That may be quickest. We've lost Dr. Charles because he's had to fly out. So we'll have to reschedule at some stage for him to answer any questions. We, I think, start with Dr. McConkie, and that way he can then depart, and then we can work the way through the team. We've got Mr. Lister, Mr. Lister on available via video link if we get there in time. But if we start with Dr. McConkie and then work our way through, Thad and I can then answer any of those questions that the panel has either today or tomorrow. So we're in your hands and over to Dr. McConkie on stormwater.
Right, fine, Dr. McConkie's.
So,
just want to start off, Dr. McConkie. Is there a chance, so in terms of the stormwater issue, is there a chance here that the O2NL actually becomes a barrier to stormwater coming off the remainder of the plan change area through the mitigation measures that may well occur as a result of the road itself? Now, and in that context, we had Mr. Child's recommendations of noise button, for example. So I guess my first question was, well, does some of that mitigation, say noise barrier, actually create a distinction between the road and the rest of the plan change, so that the stormwater is not actually ending up in the O2NL area, it's actually going somewhere else?
No, it doesn't. I mean, the road won't be a barrier. I mean, the road, as you can imagine, even if it was designed without Tara-Ika there, it would still have to be able to convey the surface runoff from Tara-Ika to the other side of the road, irrespective of whether Tara-Ika was there or not. So, in fact, there will be a provision to get the stormwater from one side to the other, so the road itself won't be a barrier. Obviously, there will be treatment devices associated with that road on both sides of that road to treat runoff from the road. And the one thing that we've suggested throughout this, so since my involvement with it, and as agreed by the stormwater experts, is that it would be really quite useful, in fact almost essential, that the stormwater systems are integrated, so that in fact you know how much water is going to come. And I think that to me is one of the key issues, because Tara-Ika, I mean the zero discharge strategy is that all the stormwater will be treated on site, but you're always going to have an over-design event. That is something bigger than what you designed for, and therefore there's always going to be some runoff coming from Tara-Ika, which is going to end up on the highway, which is what you've indicated, and therefore there has to be a capacity to treat that and to manage that with the design of the highway. So one of the things we've suggested through the suggested changes to the revisions is simply a way to quantify that amount of water. Because you can't really have a system that says, oh, well, if you can over-design a event, there's going to be some water coming and it's going to end up against the highway and have to be conveyed past O2NL. So what a number of those provisions that have been suggested are ways of defining how much water can be expected and therefore has to be managed as part of that system. Because if you don't do that, then it becomes almost impossible to design the system for O2NL because you don't know how much is coming from upslope. And that's really why we think that the two systems have to be integrated. But as to getting the stormwater from one side of the road to the other, and any runoff from Tara-Ika from one side of the road to the other, particularly during over-design events, that has to happen anyway. Because essentially, if you look at some of the maps that we've provided, the overland flow paths through this area basically continue or run from east to west, either into the head of the Kokoroa or to Lake Horowhenua. And so the water goes that way anyway. And so even if Tara-Ika is built, it'll still have to do that. If O2NL is built, it'll still have to be able to do that. So that will be provided within the design of O2NL.
So have you done any testing on the alignment yet in terms of soakage and drainage? What's your take on that? We had a lot of experts yesterday, we had a lot of submitters yesterday saying, yep, you need a shovel and a pickaxe virtually to get a post hole in. Have you looked at the alignment yet as to what your thoughts are around soakage?
Yeah, the main focus so far on the alignment has been the groundwater and how the road will intersect or interact with the groundwater system.
Where is that?
Yeah, where is the groundwater? Yeah. And so we've been trying to quantify where that is so we can make sure that the road as much as possible avoids interacting with the groundwater so that those groundwater flow paths continue as they do at present. So that's been the focus up to this point. When they get to more settling where the road is, then there'll be more effort actually onto the actual design of the wetlands and the runoff treatment systems. The one thing I'd say about the any testing is that what you'll find across all of this landscape here is a real high degree of variability. And you'll notice that even in the GHD soakage test reports, where the infiltration rates, admittedly, they were just done with a twin ring infiltrometer, but they range from 60 millimetres to 240. So, 4 times across 4 sites. And you'd likely to find that, and I think, you would find that both laterally across Tara-Ika and you'll find it vertically through the profile as well. And that's what you'll find under, let's call it the baseline environment. That is what is there now. I mean, we can debate whether it's baseline or not, but it's kind of what's there. But once you start having earth-moving machinery coming onto the site, and trucks and various other things, you're going to change all those conditions anyway. And that's why if you read my evidence, I've put quite a bit of effort into essentially looking at the likelihood of success of on-site soakage, and more importantly, sorry?
That's my next question.
More importantly, the risk of on-site soakage.
Yeah. So you are concerned that on-site soakage isn't going to work?
My experience in other areas in New Zealand is that on-site soakage designed by developers tends to be optimistic and invariably doesn't perform at the standards that the councils wanted. My experience is also that once those systems are in place, developers are quite keen to exit stage left ASAP, and so you end up with a system that doesn't work and it's either left to the lot owner to somehow fix it, but more likely it's left to the council to come up with an alternative strategy. And one of the things I've suggested in my evidence, I think, is that there really needs to be a plan B. I mean, let's start with this lot size, let's start with on-site soakage, but I think there are potentially across the site going to be areas where that isn't going to provide what's necessary, and there will have to be other stormwater management, stormwater treatment systems put in place, which is the other reason why I've suggested that, and I think I heard some evidence today suggesting that stormwater should be done on a subdivision type basis. I mean, I don't think that is the smart way. To me, the smart way is to take a site-wide approach, because some areas of the site are much better to soakage than other areas. Some areas of the site are likely to be able to manage runoff from a much bigger area than, in fact, what you're just looking at. But you don't want these piecemeal bits that don't go together in some kind of integrated package.
So what would you suggest is that plan B then? Is that on-site storage?
It would be on-site storage, yeah. And making provision through recreational areas. I mean, I know there are Asian health and safety issues with using recreational areas as stormwater detention basins, but it can be managed. You don't tend to get a lot of people playing if you've got a 100-year event or a 50-year event. It tends to keep people inside. But yeah, I mean, a lot more potential use of on-site storage, but to think about how the whole system will work rather than, and I guess to me, when I read through the strategy and read through the current provisions in the plan, no issues at high level, and you'll see from the joint witness statement, all the three stormwater experts are basically in agreement. I think the concern from my perspective is that it's a great concept, but how do we make sure it works? Because I really don't think we want to pass any issues either through adjacent landowners. So if your site doesn't do what it's supposed to, then the first place it's going to go to your neighbours. The next place it's going to go will be to the road and to the council. And the third place it's going to go will probably be to O2NL. And the fourth place it's going to go is either into the Koporoa or into the Lake Horowhenua catchment. And so there are all these consequential effects if you don't do it right at Tara-Ika. So, great concept. No issues with the concept. I just want to make sure that there are as much, I'll say guidance, as much control as possible to, if you like, force the best outcome. Because, I mean, I'm a little bit of a cynic. I think if you leave it to a developer, or leave too much weight to a developer, you may not get the best outcome.
So do you think you need, within the plan change area, retention basins as well?
I think you do, yes. But as I say, you are going to need detention basins. If nothing else, to take runoff from roads and other surfaces. So there'll be a large number of paved areas throughout the place. And those paved areas immediately means that you're going to concentrate and accumulate runoff. And the best way to then manage that, either through attenuation or moderation or drainage, is through some kind of basin. But I think there's a lot of work that we've done is where to put those basins. And that's what I'm saying, that's what you need to think about, is that if you look at the whole scheme, where are the best locations for those basins? And how do we optimise, basically how do we optimise gravity to do as much work as possible for us in order to capturing that storage? I think the other thing that's quite important too is we look at the existing landscape and we get some idea of what runoff does. But once we start developing this particular area, it's going to look quite different. I mean, there's not a lot of topography across this area. It doesn't take much in terms of house platforms, road foundations, road platforms, to change the patterns of runoff, to change, we call them catchments. And that's what I'm saying. To me, it needs to have more guidance, call it guidance, and I think that's what the provisions do. They provide guidance as to how to get the desired outcome, and I think that's what's necessary.
Can I just ask you about the difference of views around pre-development runoff, and why the difference in views on that?
Yeah. The difference in views, I think, was large. Well, it's always hard to say why my colleagues had a different view. But I think part of it was the lack of information about what is there now. So therefore, if you're trying to say post-development can't exceed pre-development, and you don't know what pre-development was, how does that kind of...
But that's the situation, you don't know, no one knows what current...
Well, at a certain level you don't, but we do know something. I mean, I kind of sit on the fence. To me, what would be useful is that where there is surface flow at present which sustains a wetland or sustains some site, then we should maintain that. Because we don't want to cut the water supply off by having on-site soakage, which suddenly means that we dry out a wetland or that we dry out a spring or something. I mean, springs are not quite such an issue because the groundwater is going to sustain those. But, so we really want to say, if there's no runoff at present, then on-site soakage, go for it, because you're not modifying what's there. If there is an existing runoff from the site, then if that is significant, then I think that should be sustained. I think that's probably where the difference of opinion comes from, as to exactly what you're trying to achieve. The other thing, pre versus post, again, it's tricky. The reason I wanted a pre versus post comparison in there was particularly for over-design events. And as I say, if you're we'll say a landowner, but let's say you're a land manager or a stormwater provider further down the catchment, you have to know what you're dealing with. That is, you can't design your system, and that be it Wakakotahi or anybody even further down the catchment, but you can't design your structure unless you know how much to expect from upslope. And so, to me, the reasonable expectation is I'm not going to get any more than what I get now, because I think existing patterns are a pretty good guide as to what to design for. And particularly for those over-design events. So if everything less than a 100-year event is treated on site, that's great, but then the question is what happens for the 150-year event or the 110-year event or whatever. It doesn't really matter. But I think the idea that we're not going to be discharging more following Tara-Ika, so what we're going to do is we're going to basically attenuate all the effects of development on the site, and the only thing coming off will be what comes off now. And I think that is actually a reasonable approach to take.
We have, during this hearing, and even perhaps before the hearing, we had changes in the structure plan in terms of density, and through the hearing, perhaps somewhat unusually, we've had a significant push from submitters to further increase that density and add more land in for residential rather than low density, perhaps even add in more medium density development rather than standard residential development. There's been a lot of submitters on that. What's your view on increasing the density beyond what you initially looked at in terms of the stormwater system?
Well, again, from a hydrological perspective, I think the driver on density, and we'll talk about density just in a second, is how you want to define it, but the driver to me on density is how we can manage the stormwater. So we want to optimise the density, but still be able to treat the stormwater on site. So you don't want to push it over the edge and therefore get flows which are greater. So that's, to me, if I was looking at it, I'd be driving it from what's the maximum amount of stormwater I can manage on site. And then that to me would set what the density is. Now if I wanted to then look at the density of properties, the question, I'm not sure how you define density, but part of it is the percentage of imperviousness, which is the key. And to me that would be set by how much stormwater you can manage on site. And that's done through controlling earthworks and stormwater management. But having done that imperviousness bit, then you can decide, well, do you want to have multiple units going vertically? Because in fact you could have multiple dwellers go vertically, which to me would increase the density, but in fact you've got the same footprint and the same imperviousness. So I'm not trying to be obtuse. What I'm trying to say is that you can achieve increased density in other ways than increasing imperviousness.
So you would suggest that we should be defining what the capacity, stormwater capacity is before we actually set the density?
As a hydrologist, I think that is a sensible way to go. Because if you don't, seriously, if you don't do that, then either you are under-developing, because you're going to have a similar capacity, if you like, which you're not using, or what is more likely is you're going to not be able to meet the pre-versus post rule, sorry, it's not really a rule, but what is it, criteria, or criterion in fact. But, so, yeah, I mean, that would be my thoughts. I would start from that perspective and take it from there.
Do you think that has been done to date?
Oh, there have been examples done for certain places. There's been a number of, I think both Darcy Ridliff and David have also taken kind of snapshots of bits of Tara-Ika as to how one could put it together. But as I say, what bothers me is you can do it for a small area, but what you really need to be able to do is firstly, you need to look at the whole site. And secondly, having come up with a concept and a whole bunch of assumptions about how that would work, and the assumptions that underpin, you then have to make sure that when you test those assumptions that it's still going to, work. As I say, the existing infiltration rates from 60 to 240 mils, that's a lot. My guess is that when you actually have developed the site, some of those 60s will be a lot lower. I can't imagine the 240s will ever go a lot higher. So the net effect is you're probably going to get less soakage and more runoff.
So that's quite a big variation in your view.
Oh, yeah. But it's not surprising. I mean, if you're looking at infiltration rates in the surface, the fact that they're only within, 2 orders of magnitude is actually pretty good. When I was working at the university, we'd often have things which could be like 1,000 times different. Because, and that's the trick. And I think one of the things, and one of the things I said in my evidence is that I would like this testing to be done at a lot basis, so that when you get into the developer site, because what I've seen in the past is that a developer will move in, and I'm not using that, it's the person who's managing the subdivision, and they'll undertake one test, and they'll normally look for the place where they get the best results, because where you get, and by best I mean highest rates of soakage, and by doing that they can then have the smallest scheme possible, and the smallest lot size possible, so they can get more development. But of course when you actually build it, you find that that site doesn't all meet those criteria, so you have problems. So what I would like to see, and I think we've got it as one of the amendments to the provisions, is that you have to do these tests at the individual lots, so that at least you try to capture that variability. Because if you don't, I think that is a formula for a failure of your zero discharge.
When you say individual lots, you're actually talking about
house
site.
Yeah.
How onerous is that?
Well, if I want to build a new garage at Oak, I can do that. At the moment, I mean, that is currently, because it's on-site soakage, I'm not connected to a stormwater system, which is essentially what we're proposing for Tara-Ika, and that is just a cost I have to pay. I did a job just recently for a new house on the floodplain, kind of northeast of Foxton, and they had to provide, in fact, I think it was the Tara-Ika District Council. Oops. They had to provide a report that basically said, can we get rid of the stormwater on our site? And there was a report there from somebody who makes money by carrying out these tests. So it's onerous, it's another cost, but it's not prohibitive. And in fact, if you're a developer and you did all the lots in one go, it'd be a hell of a lot cheaper.
How does that link into a whole of plan change area strategy?
Oh, through the provisions. That is, that the provisions that one of the amendments that we've suggested is you have your stormwater management plan, and that you then have a mechanism in place to make sure that that plan that is being given to you is working as you were told it was going to work. And so there'd be a way to monitor the performance and to leave the owners, well, I mean, personally, I would think the owners should stay with the developer. Now, I'm not quite sure how you do that through just a plan process, but I'll leave that to the planners. But I don't think the risk should be passed to the council, and I don't think the risk should be passed to the landowner, although the landowner has responsibilities for maintenance, and that really has to persist as well. So that is something, and often you'll find the maintenance is what falls over first, because people have a system that works to start with, and they very quickly forget how their stormwater works. So
because it's a ground soaking system rather than straight into a drain.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it comes down a downpipe, and once it's the ground level, they probably think it all does the same thing. But in fact, those on-site soakage systems are exceedingly sensitive to silt, and there is a reasonable silt concentration in this area. So you do need to have, and they propose pre-treatment to remove the silt to try to improve the performance of these schemes. So all I'm really saying is that, to me, the high-level concept for stormwater management is great. I have no issues with that. But I do have a real concern based on where other councils have tried the same approach and it hasn't worked, that often you have to then come back with some other solution. And it's much harder to do that and retrofit some system after the event. And also it's always done at the expense of council or somebody. But that's the sorts of things that I think the provisions should avoid, if they can.
I've just got one last question for you, and you referred to it earlier about the integration between O2NL and the rest of the development. Do you see a problem, therefore, with the staging between the delivery of the O2NL, which we hopefully 2029, and the potential likelihood that subdivision on this site will begin well before that?
No, I don't. And the reason I don't is that if the strategy is zero discharge from the site, we are only talking 10 years. The design standard that's been adopted by council, I think it's been adopted, it's in the provisions, I will say it's been recommended by council. I think is a good design standard. I mean, to me, it's a conservative design standard. Conservative in this case, I think, means high as opposed to low. So from a hydrologist perspective, it's a good design standard. And they won't be full development in 10 years either. So because you won't have full development, because O2NL won't be there, because your design standard is so high, I don't see a problem from a stormwater perspective. To be honest, if you had you're not. The current design standard, which is a 1% AEP event, so it's a 1% annual exceedance probability, or a 100-year average recurrence interval event, plus climate change, which basically adds 20% to your existing rainfall. So in the current environment, and let's say the next 10 years, adding that 20% probably turns your 100-year event to I've got numbers here, but probably a 200-year event, potentially even more than a 200-year event. Now, the odds of a 200-year rainstorm over Tara-Ika in the next 10 years, well, you can do the stats better than I can, but the whole of the Lavin's going to be underwater, so I think any concerns in Tara-Ika are probably going to be relatively minor. So I don't think you need to stage. I think that if you like the rate of development in Tara-Ika, the design standard that's been imposed, the strategy of on-site soakage, assuming that it's implemented in a manner that maximises its opportunity to success, means that staging is not necessary. And as I say, one of the suggestions that we've put into Ms. McLeod's suggested provisions about pre and post means that when we start designing the stormwater, or whoever it is who designs the stormwater for O2NL, then in fact you have an expectation of the flows that you're going to have to manage. And to me that's quite important, because if you don't have that expectation, then it makes it really difficult to decide how you're going to manage your road runoff and where you're going to put your treatment devices. Not only that, but the current stormwater treatment device strategy, whatever, as you can imagine with the drainage going from east to west, tends to be down towards the bottom of the catchment, bottom being where O2NL on the western end of Tara-Ika is. So at the present there's an indication that that's kind of where they'd like to have a lot of the wetlands and treatment basins. But it would be nice if anything for Tara-Ika was then integrated with O2NL, so you had one set of facilities that did the job for everybody. Because, I mean, not only would it be cheaper, but it would be far more efficient. And I think that's one of the things that we're very keen, I think it's sensible that the stormwater for Tara-Ika and the stormwater for O2NL, there's discussions between the parties so that you can end up with the best treatment solution. And not that one should trump the other, but I think through discussion you can end up with the most efficient system. And if, both in treating the stormwater, so from water quality, for water quantity, and for optimising the use of the land as well.
So does that mean you could end up with some treatment within the O2NL corridor even before the O2NL is actually completed?
If there was discussion and everyone knew where they were coming from, I don't see why you couldn't do that. I'm sure. But no, I mean, I don't see why I don't think we own the land though, so that's a bit of an issue as to whether you could build on land you don't own. But there's certainly no reason why, conceptually or hydrologically, you couldn't do that. It's a problem if you don't own the land, of course, because you can't build anything. But if you own the land, and likewise, Tara-Ika could have extra capacity in their treatment to take some of the stuff from O2NL. But then they may not want to forego a potential residential lot by having a larger wetland. But that's what I'm saying. If the two parties talk together and work together, I think you could end up with a smart system that achieves a whole bunch. You know, it would achieve firstly better attenuation of flows and moderation of floods. Because all these catchments, particularly the Kopuraroa, the lower Kopuraroa, already has a flood hazard. The last thing we want, and I'm surprised that no one's submitting on the fact that there's going to be an increased flood hazard for the Kopuraroa. But we don't want that, so we've got to be able to attenuate floods and control floods. Lake Horowhenua has water quality issues. So the last thing we want is to discharge poor quality water out of Tara-Ika and off O2NL. And the agency won't do that, but we don't want to discharge poor quality water into the catchment that then gets into Lake Horowhenua. Now I see both these developments, both Tara-Ika and O2NL, as improving water quality. You know, I think there's an opportunity that both these developments can end up with better water quality going to Lake Horowhenua and better or attenuated flows going into the Kopuraroa. So I think there are, from a hydrological perspective, advantages to both catchments. But again, we want to be smart and we want to make sure we get those benefits as big as possible.
Dr. McConkie, I don't know if I can add too much to that discussion by way of questioning. I guess just going back to basic principles, I mean, this is a plan change. It's not a resource consent. Yep. So we're reliant on firstly deciding whether the site's suitable from a hydrological point of view, and the joint witness statement seems to be in agreement on that. From the perspective of stormwater, the area proposed is suitable for urban development. So therefore, at least from a hydrological point of view, there's no impediment to development. I guess the key question is whether the methods or the process that's implicit in the plan change will deliver the outcomes that you and your two other colleagues have agreed to. And it seems to me that the main mechanism for that is subdivision, and the conditions relating to stormwater management at the time of subdivision and you've touched on those, provision of a stormwater management plan, reference to the return period, the siting and designing of devices, identification of any wetlands, overflow paths, those sort of things. So that's all done at the subdivision stage. Now, this plan shows the land ownership pattern, and it's quite diverse. There's one very large owner and a number of very small owners, possibly in the vicinity of 15 to 20 individual owners, which all could come in at various different times, no staging requirement, not necessarily talking to each other. Does that worry you?
It does, but that's why I also think that some of the provisions that or the extensions, if you like, of the provisions which are already there, so particularly the one regarding monitoring and so on,
yes.
I think those sorts of things will help to allay some of my concerns.
That's after the event situation, though, surely, with the monitoring.
Oh yeah, but there's also quite strict criteria as to how they would design their stormwater management plan. So what I'm saying is that it's not going to be good enough to just submit a plan to council and then go and implement it, and council saying, got a plan, done.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that not only do you have to have a plan, but we want to make sure that having produced this plan, that firstly you construct the plan, and secondly that it functions as you anticipated it was going to function, and if it doesn't, that you're going to do something to fix it. Because if you don't do that, when the next plan comes along, I mean, I think there's going to be perhaps one advantage of having multiple owners is that it's not all going to happen at once. So there's going to be learning on the site. Now, it's terrible to say you're going to learn by making mistakes, but the reality is we will learn probably more from making mistakes. But we want to capture those learnings so the next developer doesn't make the same mistakes. And so I think in the end we should end up with a better system.
Would it not be better for the stormwater management plan to be produced as a whole of plan change area? So the council working with those landowners rather than them coming in individually with their stormwater management plan?
Yeah, one of my notes to talk to you about that was my suggestion, is that I would prefer to see it integrated, because I don't know, I mean, I used to be an academic, and you're very theoretical as an academic. The more I see how the real world works, I think that, you'd end up with a much better functioning and efficient system if you design an integrated system for the whole works. I think that way, as I was saying before, there are some areas much better suited for on-site detention than other areas. There are other areas where on-site soakage is likely to be a lot more successful than other areas. I mean, places where you have pinch bar to put a fence post in is likely to be a good place for on-site soakage. And that can only be captured and optimised if you do an area-wide stormwater plan. So, I mean, yes, I think there should be an area-wide stormwater plan, because I think that would also allow you to manage this issue about where we need to sustain flows. So that is, are there streams or wetlands or whatever which exist presently that we should sustain? And are there areas which we don't really need to worry so much about? There are lots of overland flow paths too, which indicate an existing flood hazard during larger rainfall events. I think that, and they'll already be recognised, and they'll be recognised through floor levels and various other bits and pieces. But again, yes, an integrated package to me, I think, would produce the best outcome.
Yes. Okay. Because in paragraphs 35 and 36 of your executive summary pretty much say that.
Right.
About the need for integration, not only between ON2L and the development, but within the development as a whole. And you go to say that because of the timing, it's not possible to have that in place, and therefore there's a reliance on the subdivision process and the mechanisms within that to try and get it right.
Yes.
I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah, that is exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. Sorry.
Just from tag team here. Is the chances of success without doing an area-wide stormwater plan, the chances of success, the chances of improving water quality diminished, in your view?
No, I think with treatment wetlands and detention basins, I think water quality will probably increase anyway. But whether you increase to the degree that you could have, yes, it's kind of a question of scale. I mean, I think what's being proposed is going to produce a positive outcome. I mean, I'm pretty confident in that, assuming that it's done, we'll say properly. It's probably inclined, but that's kind of what I mean. So you will get benefits. I mean, just the change in land use, I think, is actually going to potentially produce benefit. I mean, different contaminants, but often easier to manage. So you will get a better quality. But if you had an integrated package, then I think you could actually perhaps get better returns, particularly in terms of encouraging groundwater recharge, and groundwater recharge of good, better quality water. Which will then give higher quality water flushing through into Lake Horowhenua, which has to be a good. But again, someone might say, well, what would the effect be? I couldn't tell you that. But conceptually, it will be a benefit to Lake Horowhenua.
Is the integrated approach that you just described and the subdivision by subdivision approach, let's call it that, are they mutually exclusive or can they work together?
No, I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think they're kind of slightly different levels, and I mean, maybe if we looked at it as a hierarchy, what we've got at the moment, let's say with this zero discharge strategy, is that's the top level. So our concept is that we're going to treat everything on site. The next concept is within this block of land, how could we optimise soakage, attenuation, detention, and treatment? So how would we optimise that? And then having got to that point, you then come to the subdivision and say, okay, so within this area, and these are the bits that you connect to, how do you then... So I see it as kind of a hierarchy. I don't think it's mutually exclusive at all. In fact, to me, it's sensible to take that hierarchical approach. I think it's much better to take that approach than to start at a subdivision and then hope that you're going to produce some catchment-wide benefit, because to me, there are too many other bits in the pathway, if you like.
Yes. Look, the reason I asked that question, I'm just thinking off the cuff here, and it may go nowhere. And I'm just wondering if the recommendation of this panel was to approve the plan change, subject to whatever modifications, I wonder whether there's any merit in exploring a provision that will be added to the subdivision provisions that said something along the lines that no subdivision shall proceed until an integrated stormwater system has been designed and is reflected in some way on a structure plan, or the main principles of it are in terms of flow paths, detention areas, that sort of thing. And I know that's not what's proposed, and I know it's coming from left field, but I'm also conscious that development isn't going to occur immediately, and it's really in terms of whether it's necessary, and because it seems like there's time to do that. The key question is whether it's necessary.
Yeah, I think there is time. I think definitely there is time, and more importantly, I think that is what I would suggest should happen. I mean, that is kind of what I was suggesting in my evidence, because I think that then provides a much better steer as to how to optimise stormwater treatment, and you'll get a much greater likelihood of success. Because, as I say, the last thing you want is even some of this area not to work as you thought it was going to.
Yes.
So, if you can increase the likelihood that it's all going to function as designed and it's going to work well, then, and it wouldn't take that long to do what you're suggesting. I mean, you have to ask HTC and their consultants how long it would take, but I don't think it would take that long to have a high-level plan as to how this thing might work.
I mean, I'd call it a precondition to development. I mean, the analogy might be, and I think Ms. McLeod will be familiar with this, is where a certain upgrade has to occur to a road intersection or something for the 201st lot to be approved. So in this case, it might allow a certain amount of development to function under the restricted discretionary proposal, but at a certain threshold, no further development is undertaken until an integrated stormwater management plan has been approved. Now, whether that has to go through a Schedule 1 process, Mr. Allen, I don't know. It may be sufficient for the rule to refer to an approval of the council for that, in the same way that an intersection is designed or a roundabout is upgraded to allow that 201st allotment and subsequent allotments to develop. So that's the point. I appreciate this has possibly come out of left field, but I would appreciate some consideration of that from the parties, even just to show that there's been robust consideration of it, and to run the efficiency and effectiveness test over that. It may be that the panel decides that not to run with that, but having that in the tent, so to speak, as an option to consider would be useful, I believe. So, and if I could just add to that, I mean, yesterday, and we've got to be conscious that we're not trying to design this plan change. I mean, as planners, you tend to do that, and it's not our role. We're here to hear the evidence and make a decision on the evidence. But I guess we said yesterday we were really surprised not to see the structure plan being informed by waterway flows and that sort of thing. The green, what I would call the blue lines. And as a practitioner, in my experience, that's always been one of the two critical inputs into structure planning, and it just seemed to be missing in this case, and made good reason for it. But I guess the suggestion that I made now shouldn't come as a complete surprise given the comments I made yesterday.
You'll appreciate that, in fact, my evidence should start with those blue lines.
Thank you.
Can't be excused.
Sorry about that. We were just looking at timeframes and things, as you can imagine. But we think we're going to end up in a position where we're going to have to reconvene. The way things are going, but we do think we can get through Mr. Pete and Mr. Lister now. To be honest, I don't think we've got too many questions for Mr. Lister. There are some already posted questions to Pete, so it would be good to answer that. And I think, to be fair, Mr. Allen, we probably need to give you an opportunity to respond to the previous witnesses and what was in their evidence at some point. So we weren't sure whether that was a new thing to you, whether you knew about it or not. I think perhaps unfair of me to sort of dump that on you, and maybe that we need to get a response there. So we are going to think about how we do this, how we do direction, how we give some direction around this. So we just need to give a thought about that. But of course, we do still have tomorrow the biggest landowner, who has obviously had planning and stormwater witness. So we probably need to see what happens there first before we can jump into any directions anyway. So what we feel we need to do is, if we can get through Mr. Lister, we'd probably do Mr. Lister first. I mean, he's on online, and we can get through him. And then we can do Mr. Pete, and that probably will get us through the next half hour, I suspect.
That sounds great. The one request I would make is just to get a copy of Mrs. Prowse's written statement. And it might be it's online. Perfect. That'd be wonderful, thank you. It's just then I can be clear what was said. I was listening, but having the notes would be good.
Can you hear us, Mr. Lister?
I can now, yes.
Right, excellent,
Yep.
excellent.
Okay.
Do you want to start? No. Okay, well, we haven't got too many questions for you, but one that I've got for you is around the design of the structure plan, and I guess the location of the core area. And we traversed earlier today with Mr. Pete about what's been known as the Liverpool Street extension, for want of a better term, and there's no commitment for any bridge or underpass through the O2NL. So I guess my question then comes, how, in your view, how big a effect does that then have on that location of that central core on an east-west basis? Is it if your arterial ends at a dead end at the O2NL?
So I think I'm actually getting an echo. Yeah. See if I can turn the volume down a bit. Can you still hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, I'll see how this goes. I'll listen to myself twice. The central spine is a critical part of the. Actually, I can't do this because I'm getting quite a big echo. Down.
try and call Mr. Lister if I'm not sure how
Try
many
that.
questions. And
Can you still hear me?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you, and there's no echo at our end.
Sorry, can you hear me now? No, I'm still getting.
Yep, we can hear you.
Maybe if I talk quietly, it won't get the echo. But the central spine is a key part of the structure plan, and if it stops at O to an L, then I think you would have to rethink that central core. The location of it probably wouldn't change because the centre is likely to be around the intersection at the centre of the structure plan, but it might be reoriented.
And might that be on a north-south basis rather than east-west?
Well, it may be, but I think the key is that it's around that intersection. If there was a discussion yesterday about the Liverpool Street extension on the other side of Arapaima Road, because you've got the Fuller Close area and the issue with getting a connection there. I think that even if you can't make that connection, but you can get a connection over O2 and L, then that central spine still is the key connection, because that then allows you to distribute traffic to Arapaima Road, to both Queen Street and Tara Road and Meadowvale.
So that you sort of anticipated my second question. If Arapaima Road was only left in and left out, which is the next suggestion, would that spine road still work and that commercial centre still work?
Oh, I think left in and left out starting to reduce your connectivity quite significantly. In an urban sense.
The next question I've sort of got for you is around this effectively zoning via a structure plan approach, which is what we've got, as opposed to a more generic approach. So we've got a commercial centre zoning on a structure plan. We've got some open space zoning on the structure plan. We've got the location of a school on a structure plan. What's your view around doing it that way? And do you think that is a successful way of doing it, as opposed to what other structure plans tend to do, as perhaps round circles, provide a location and that sort of thing, but don't actually go to the extent of actually putting the dedicated lines on that structure plan?
I think it's just a matter of degree. I think that a lot of structure plans indicate location of things generally. In this case, it's just a bit more precise. But I think it's a good layout, it's a good design.
Well, Mr. Lister, the precision is accompanied by a standard that requires compliance with the plan to achieve a restricted discretionary activity status and failure. Yes. So that raises an issue, as the chair indicated, who decides compliance, and is it a matter of degree? But putting that to one side, let's assume someone can make a call on compliance. Then, if there's non-compliance, then it goes to a non-complying activity status, which is, high bar, has policy and effects tests to get through. And that approach might not help with solutions that might result in a better outcome that weren't necessarily considered in the structure plan. And I just wonder about the efficacy of that approach.
Yes. I was interested in those questions. It may partly come down to choice of words.
Yes.
So general consistency with something is
Yes.
a little bit looser than, you know, in accordance or complying with.
Yes, the alternative to that is to delete the standard requiring compliance with the structure plan as a matter to be met to achieve restricted discretionary activity status, and rather have compliance or general consistency with the plan as a matter of discretion on the subdivision application. Do you understand what I'm getting at there?
Yes, no, I do, and I agree with that.
Right. Okay. But there's still quite a level of precision in this plan, isn't it? I mean, we've got this concept of an overarching multi-zone precinct, which has bespoke rules, but largely draws on the rules from the commercial zone, the residential zone, the open space zone, the greenbelt residential zone, presumably medium density, and I guess the only new one is the Arapaipai special effects overlay. So it's in one sense there's an economy on drawing on existing zones.
Yes.
But on the other hand, it's those zones become fixed lines in the structure plan, and there's the degree of flexibility may be compromised. So, for example, with the commercial zone, I mean, it obviously has an east-west orientation. I presume the idea is, even though that's an arterial road, to develop some form of high street development along there. The images in the evidence of Mr. McIndoe and others might suggest that. But there might be a better outcome for achieving that. That might see a departure from that very precise pink outline. Very precise.
Yes. If you took the approach that you suggested before, where consistency with the structure plan is a matter of discretion, then that gives you the flexibility to consider alternatives and you know, and to weigh up the merits of that.
What about?
I'm sorry if I'm speaking really stiltedly, but I'm getting a terrible echo.
Look, I appreciate you're not here as a witness for the council, and I shouldn't be asking you these questions. You're a witness for the agency, but I can't help. I mean, you signed up to the code of conduct, and you're here to help the panel, so I'm going to take advantage of that. The location of the green open space areas also. Have you got any comment on that? On the structure plan?
And so in terms of the structure plan, I haven't spent a huge amount of time analysing those aspects of it because my focus was the interface with O2L. But in general terms, the green space being at the centre of the neighbourhood, I think that's it's a sound move, and locating the school adjacent to that, or as an overlay, I think that's a good move. And then the location of the commercial centre on that spine, at the centre, I think that those are all sound principles.
Perhaps I'll just jump in with one that is related to the O2L area. You may have heard yesterday that we sort of identified a bit of a perverse outcome in terms of the overlay area, and that it's an RD status which enables any activity. So effectively you could have industrial, bulk retail, office, whatever you like, as an RD status within that area between the O2L and the existing State Highway 57. And it's probably appropriate to enable you to comment on that.
Yeah, so I didn't understand that there was that perverse possibility, and I wouldn't support that as a good urban design outcome. in that location. I think that space between Arapaipau Road and O2NL is a critical piece of land for tying Tara-Ika with Levin. And that's one of the benefits, I think, of applying the recommendations that Ms McLeod has attached to evidence, because it allows that area to be designed with respect to both O2NL and also the potential or the likely revocation of State Highway 57. So if that area is designed to what is to become a local road, then that's a different outcome to designing it to a limited access road. And it has benefits for the connection between the Tara-Ika and
Do you see it as being quite a difficult area to design and develop from a residential perspective, given the narrow nature of it?
Yes, it's a tricky site. When we were doing the O2NL planning, we looked at that land and how deep it was specifically with respect to that. But I think that's why it becomes important to integrate that development, because the corridor is a certain width at the moment. At some point, it's likely that the designation will be drawn back in to the actual design, and every piece of land that you can get out of that process and designing the development, as tailored as possible to the space, I think that's key to achieving the best outcome.
Just a couple from me, Mr. Liston. I'm sorry, we're going back over the east-west linkage. And I just wonder, from an urban design perspective, even though both the east-west arterial road connection and the north-south one seem to have equal status in the structure plan, do you think one is more important than the other in terms of delivering connectivity?
I think the east-west road is more important than the north-south.
Yes. Yes. I thought you might say that. And so my second question was, how crucial in that sense is the extension of Liverpool Street to link with that east-west connection? I mean, clearly the alignment would indicate it's been positioned so that it would align with Liverpool Street. The submitter yesterday made no bones about that, and imposing the implication of that east-west link being the extension of Liverpool Street.
Yes.
If the east-west extension goes, if the east-west arterial was confirmed, how crucial was it that the Liverpool extension occurs to provide that connectivity back to Levin proper, if you like, as it exists?
Well, I think it's very desirable, but it's not critical, because, as I say, even if you come to a T intersection with Arapaipau Road, that allows the distribution of connectivity both directions, to Queen Street and to Tara Road and Meadowvale. But the reason that it's critical to Tara-Ika is that it gives you that access right into the heart of the development area. So as long as there's a connection over O2NL, then I still think the east-west link is the most important of those. But obviously, it would be desirable to connect through to Liverpool. And I've heard talk from Horowhenua District Council about alternative ways of achieving that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lister. I think we've exhausted all our questions, so thanks for waiting on there for so long, and that's been pretty useful, so thanks very much.
Thank you.
Right, Mr. Pete. Perhaps we should start with my question earlier because it's quite critical. Obviously, you've identified some level service issues, and we're hitting F on 2 or 3 intersections at present State Highway 1, I think, we ended up. And so that's issue around the numbers that I'm assuming here that Waka not that keen to do a whole lot of upgrades on State Highway 1 as it is at the moment when they're going to build a new expressway. So I guess we're interested to know what you think the level of development could occur before we're hitting those levels. Obviously, that's the first issue. So perhaps if we address that first and then see where we go from there.
Sure. So I guess on page 13 of our evidence, I do have an image there which presents the 25th percentile growth with plan change 4 and without all take to North London. And that shows some level of service E intersections on approaching the State Highway. So that's with development of around about 600 households at in the plan change 4 area. It's not many. However, in saying that, that's with no mitigation anywhere either. No mitigation on State Highway 1. That image there actually does have some form of mitigation in terms of the central spine connector is there to 57 and Liverpool Street is connected and there is dual lane roundabouts at Queen and Tararua Road in this model run. It's not to say that those things are necessary at all, but that amount of development does have an impact in 2029. Yeah.
So that's 600 additional above and beyond what the fund.
Correct.
600 additional. That's based on the Liverpool Street extension.
So that model run does have the Liverpool Street extension in it. But what I will say is that Liverpool Street extension does not make much impact to the effects on State Highway 1.
So it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So then we go to
the apologies. Page 16. Okay. Yeah, so that's figure 6. Figure 6. Okay. So that is moving obviously up to 75 percentile growth, which in 2039, which is basically the full build out of Tara-Ika, is 3,700 households. Correct. That's right, but that one is without the central spine. So that means all the traffic is being directed to those 2 intersections. Yeah. Yeah, I will say that there's an immense number of permutations and combinations of things going on here. And we haven't been able to model everything. So, what we've put in here is things that we have modelled. And so there may be a few inconsistencies, I guess, in comparisons because of the number of combinations and permutations and things that have been thought were going to be included or excluded over time. And I will say in both these figures, we're not talking just about growth at Tara-Ika either, it's talking about growth within the entire district. So the 25th percentile is growth happening over the entire district. And same with 75th percentile, yeah.
So based on those 2 figures,
My view is there needs to, not necessarily staging, because I think that mitigation can be put in place by different means. Ocean rail is not the only means of mitigation for the effects of Tara-Ika. So there is other things that can happen in terms of demand management or public transport or encouragement walking and cycling or other infrastructure measures that could result in similar outcomes in the short term at least. Encouraging people onto alternate modes in particular.
So it requires some of the cycleway connections, for example, in part of the pension to be established.
It would, yeah.
At an early stage.
I believe that's the right thing to do.
Public transport one, I'm not sure what within this public transport system is.
Not a lot at the moment.
Yeah, so I just wondering how realistic that one is. Even
I mean, the best practice in this type of situation is to put public transport in from the start, because then you are embedding those actions by the new residents. So even if they start off with a very low patronage, by at least having the bus service in place early, that does mean that those behaviours are embedded from day one. Something over 250 square metres.
Oh, I think you can see that sitting on the structure plan, like the design is already there.
I mean,
I should increase it, does it make a difference to some of the views?
I mean, I guess what I was getting at there is I would hope that there wasn't going to be a lot of pull of traffic from Levin to Tara-Ika. What I was saying here is that I very much support the Tara-Ika being as self-sustainable as possible. So if that's one supermarket that serves Tara-Ika, then that makes sense to me. If other things that are going to go in there which attracts traffic from other parts that live in, I think you've then got a problem in terms of having a town with two centres, which I don't think is advisable. So that's what I was getting to there.
It's a difficult issue. I mean, the likelihood is that if you've got a supermarket in there, there's going to be something, given the scale of this, there's going to be something sitting around a 3,500 square metre mark and even up to 4,000 square metre mark. That's the two players.
Yep.
Yep. They're not going to go anything less than that. They're probably going into the space if they're not doing that. So that's what you're going to get. They will attract people from a wide catchment. Also, you might get facilities in there less than that 250 square metre mark, which are attractive regardless. Not get down to a cafe that people will go to, whatever it is, they're going to be attractive. So I guess I don't think we can sit here and rely on the fact that everyone goes to shops and don't go.
No. Yes, I understand it. I guess what I was being very supportive in terms of getting as much development there that can serve the local area without then turning into another urban centre that would then create a lot of those other movements.
So you don't think we need any rules around staging? You're comfortable now having considered what I asked you on that you don't need to have that?
I mean, as long as the modifications by Ms McLeod are put in place that enables or requires Wakatahi to be able to consider those applications coming in and the effects of those applications, then and potential mitigations for those effects, then I believe that's appropriate.
So that process would identify Wakatahi as an affected party, and if the consent wasn't, if the approval wasn't given, it would result in some form of limited notification of the application. And that's the process that you're comfortable with.
I believe that's right. Yeah.
There's some quite an adversarial approach, isn't it? I mean, it's relying on Waka Kotahi either reaching agreement with the developer or arguing the toss, if you like, at a hearing, as opposed to presenting a solution up front.
And I guess that happens a lot at the moment whenever there is a development that affects State Highway anyway. So it's quite a common approach now, I guess.
It's usually about developments that aren't anticipated. This is a development that's to be enabled, isn't it?
It is, but I guess it goes back to what I was saying before in terms of the fact that there was different types of mitigation that could be in place to resolve some of these effects.
Yeah.
And they haven't been determined yet.
No, but some of those are, I think you use the term behavioural and modal shift type things. They're not regulatory type interventions, are they?
Correct.
That they don't involve, you made it clear, they don't involve staging. They don't involve necessary preconditions before development occurs. That certain spine road has to be in place before, or anything like that. It's about using the restricted discretionary process and the affected party process to resolve the issue.
Yeah, it would.
Okay.
I said we weren't going to do this, but I'm going to jump to Mr. Krause. I think this does raise an issue. So the provisions that address this, as I read them, are the ones right at the end of your, virtually just before we hit the map. Is that right? The ones that are under 15A 822 Roman numeral 6. Is that the one?
Yes.
So I think that's page 147. Yeah. So those are the ones that address it.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
And also some amendments. There's a policy that addresses getting infrastructure in place at the right time for the development, and I've suggested some additional wording there that allows a contemplation of effects on the state highway.
What I haven't looked at, and you might be able to tell me, otherwise I might have to ask Lauren, that rule, does it end up at no non-notified position?
That's the restricted discretionary activity rule for subdivision. If you turn over the page, I've suggested an amendment that.
So you've gone for an amendment, so you've taken, you've taken out the limited notified bit.
So it would allow the council to access that pathway, and it's very similar to the rules that are in the operative district plan for other activities that have an effect on state highways. For instance, the signs rules in the operative district plan where they're near a state highway have a similar direction to Waka Kotahi.
Right. Okay. Yeah, sorry, just had to jump into that just so we can get understanding where that fits in. Sorry.
That's fine, no, that one is answered the question.
Good jump back. Also we got. I suppose we should ask this question, go back to this Liverpool Street extension issue. Because obviously you heard what Mr. Lister said. His view is that arterial is particularly important for this development to happen. So I guess there's two parts of that. I mean, your comment earlier on that there's no guarantee that there's going to be a bridge across there. So obviously that's the first thing that's problematic. And achieving what Mr. Lister said. But the second one is around the extension to Liverpool Street itself. And obviously it's sitting as a state highway at the moment. So just going to get your views around this.
Sure. So, in clarification, I guess, is I also believe that Central Spine is the right thing to do for this development and connecting to 57. Horowhenua District Council and Waka Kotahi are working closely to understand how that can be delivered together. But those discussions are still ongoing. So I agree that Central Spine is the right thing to do. In terms of the Liverpool Street extension, I guess I also agree with Mr. Lister that it would be ideal but not necessary. Traffic will find a way other places. It will result in an increased use of Meadowvale Drive, and there would be some safety and efficiency considerations associated with that when it's put in place, particularly if that was still State Highway 57. And particularly the right turn movements from Central Spine onto 57 or the right turn movements from Meadowvale onto 57 would be ones that I would be particularly concerned about, and I think that's similar to what Mr. Kelly raised in his evidence, in his integrated transport assessment as well. So those would be the issues that I would have. In saying that, even if the Liverpool Street connection was in place, there would be safety and efficiency concerns with that as well. What our modelling has shown is that traffic tends to find a way to where it wants to be on State Highway 1 anyway. So no matter if the connection is provided at Queen or Meadowvale or Liverpool or Tara-Ika, then traffic does weave its way through the network to get to where it wants to be on State Highway 1 and uses those local roads to do so.
So, two further questions around that. Would it be, is it possible to have an at-grade road through the O2NL initially, given that this development may occur ahead of the O2NL? Could an at-grade road be put through to the State Highway 57 initially to create that spine? And second question is, and it goes back to what Mr. Lister said, he wasn't that keen on left in, left out, as you heard. Are right-hand turns into that spine ultimately in the future, in your view, possible?
Sorry, repeat the first one again.
First one was that, could you have an at-grade road
Could have an at-grade.
Before the O2NL was developed?
From a purely transport perspective, there's nothing preventing that. It means that it will have to be replaced later with something grade separated. But from a purely transport perspective, then that could be put in place. Have to check in terms of the planning and legal elements of that, but that's not my area.
That assumes that grade separation would occur, I guess, but so you've had your discussions with the council and that's been agreed, but obviously construction hasn't started and there's some way to go. So.
Construction hasn't started yet. Designation is not currently in place there, but from a purely transport perspective, that could happen. In terms of left in, left out, that would solve a lot of the safety concerns,
but not deliver
some of the benefits in terms of having that central spine connecting there. Yeah, I mean, fundamentally at the moment, State 57 is a high-speed, narrow road with safety issues, and has been targeted by Waikato as part of their safety improvements or speed and infrastructure program to improve, but that's not going to make it as safe as it can be.
Is there what's the speed limit on 57 at the moment?
100 kilometres per hour.
So if this development goes ahead of an opening of the O2NL, is it possible that speed limit could be downgraded during that period, which could be 5, 6, 7 years, and potentially traffic lights go in there at that point for that road?
I mean, traffic lights wouldn't be in keeping with the status of that road and the current road hierarchy.
But it's but assuming it's a temporary position for a period of years.
Yeah, I mean that would need thinking. Obviously, traffic lights in a high-speed environment isn't good either, and there's not a lot to change that speed environment at the moment. It would need a lot more side friction to come to a point where traffic signals would be an appropriate form in terms of their speed environment.
But aren't you going to get that side friction through the development occurring ahead of the O2NL anyway?
Only if that development was fronting the current state highway, which is currently not able to be done through the limited access road status of the.
What about through the Queen Street and Tara-Ika intersections anyway?
I think they're too far apart to give that speed environment change. So although there will be roundabouts there, there's still quite a decent distance in between the two for speed to come up pretty quickly.
So the reality, Mr. Peter, is that the area shown as the Tara-Ika Special Effect Overlay is unlikely to develop ahead of the O2NL because of LAR provisions that Waikato administer.
Yeah, and in my evidence, I also have some safety and efficiency concerns that would happen anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably begs the question why we need a rule then.
I mean, I'm not an expert on limited access road provisions, but
Question from Ms. McCann about the new.
but there is potential issues if any type of development does extend onto there.
Yeah, presumably there's some. The term used to be licensed crossing places. I don't know what they're called now. But presumably there might be some along there already, but not to the extent that would enable the level of development anticipated by the overlay.
I believe that's true. The land parcels are quite large through there at the moment. South of Queen Street, anyway, north of Queen Street, there's a lot more land parcels, and so there could be quite a few more there. I'd have to have a look in terms of what the definition of each of those individual accesses are, because in some cases an access could be provided but without definition, so you could increase its use quite significantly without any change in the rules.
So the practical effect of the LAR provisions, the anticipation of the corridor, the O2NL, really means that development, if it's going to occur ahead of O2NL, is going to be to the east of the corridor line, isn't it?
It's probably outside me to comment on that one, to be honest. Yeah.
Well, that
probably also makes the spine road difficult because it's had to go through an LAR process to even connect to the State Highway 57, even if that was at grade temporarily. Is that right?
The east-west spine.
Yeah.
We'll have to check in terms of what the how to deal with intersections in terms of limited access road.
Yeah. But what I might suggest, Mr. Peterson, is that the north-south spine might take more importance in the shorter term anyway, prior to O2NL.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. From my perspective, that would be the right thing to do first in terms of development north-south, and then as O2NL comes in place, put the east-west in, which could be much easier or makes more sense to do once that infrastructure is in place.
Yeah. Which may not progress further than the eastern boundary of the corridor.
Correct. Before O2NL is in place.
Yes. Okay. I guess I shouldn't make these comments, but to me, these sort of answers just begs the question why some sort of staging or some sort of precondition thresholds haven't been identified in the plan. Not a question there, but it would be remiss of me not to voice that. I think what's certain is that we won't have the reporting officers and council experts responding tomorrow. Yeah. Because if we are to direct some conferencing between the parties, it would be desirable that it happens in advance of the right of reply. Would you agree? Is that?
Yeah.
We've already signalled, well, that there might be some conferencing on a discrete matter relating to the site of the Wahine. So, yeah.
Okay. Did you?
Just one question. We could be here at a time tomorrow if that suits, but just in terms of letting witnesses know for tomorrow, or should again be available early next week or whenever it suits the panel. and certainly our experts are available for conferencing as desired by the panel. Well, would drive back up, but we could video conference in Dr. Charles. We could, Ainsley's here. He's staying another night. Well, Ainsley's staying another night. So, so potentially we could do that, but we're in the panel's hands as to what equally you might prefer a little break and a regroup.
Well, I think we can certainly if we could talk to Dr. Charles again, so actually it would be quite useful. I don't think many people can see that we can get something up there, something out the right from council time for longer before the next one. But so we can slot you in that slot that was already set aside for that, which is around 11:15. So why don't we go there?
Lovely.
It will also give you a chance to have a rebuild evidence and respond simply to that email that they received.
I think there's also fairness to the council witnesses too. We've chucked a lot at them over the last couple of days, and we just simply don't want a response on the hoof. I think this is an important issue, and want them to chance to consider those matters and a process for perhaps doing some conferencing.
You're not off the hook though, you might have some questions.
Yes.
And that was why I thought if we can go through tomorrow, it gives people time to ponder and having listened, and then time to respond appropriately. Whereas if we delay things, it will delay it even further. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. Have a lovely evening.